Chapter 1. Killed the Demon King but July 9, 2023, the day of the Demon King's arrival on Earth. It has been an honor to fight you, Demon King. But I am afraid this is where your story ends, a young man looking around 25 said with his blade pressed against the neck of the Demon King, whose appearance was quite intimidating, especially because of his menacing fangs and dangerous dark red eyes that seemed to pierce through one's soul. On his head there was a dark crown with two large, sharp horns curving inwards. His skin was pale as expected of a vampire and was the strongest demon ever known to humanity. The young man was bleeding and bruised all over. He was still astonished at himself that he managed to bring the Demon King to his knees, the most powerful boss ever to appear. Entire countries were in lockdown, and people had gone into hiding just because of his presence. Most people were already thinking that the Demon King would uproot the entire world after killing all the hunters. The Demon King was a doomsday-level threat, and yet this young man was still standing even though this battle was the toughest he had ever fought. And even though the Demon King was kneeling, his entire being still emanated an indomitable aura. You are right, young hunter. But your story is only getting started, Cedric, the Demon King said with an obscure smile as cracks formed across his body. Cedric had a confused look, but before he could say or do anything, the Demon King's body suddenly turned into a dark red light and shot into his body. Huh? Cedric was shocked as he thought that the Demon King might be trying to take over his body or something. But moments passed, and to his relief, nothing happened and the Demon King was gone. Did I just imagine that? Cedric thought that maybe he saw things due to how injured and exhausted he was. However, when he looked at the spot where the Demon King was kneeling before, he furrowed his brows in bewilderment. He knew that sometimes the corpses of the bosses from the shattered dimension disappear into thin air while leaving behind rewards or treasures in the form of rare or exotic weapons, accessories, potions, and so on. But he was disappointed to see that even after taking down the most dangerous boss the world had ever seen, there was not even a single common grade drop or anything. What kind of sick joke was this? He almost died trying to kill such a powerful boss, and yet he gained nothing. At least the world will be safe, including my Ira, Cedric mumbled inwardly as he softly smiled, thinking about the person he loved most. He no longer felt so disappointed, though he felt as if the Demon King never truly unleashed his strength. And for some reason, what the Demon King told him just before he died was still lingering in his mind. Never mind. I got to go back and tell everyone the good news. I am sure Ira would be proud, and the world can finally feel relieved, Cedric mumbled to himself with a bright smile as he began to descend from the mountain peak. Hunters were considered as heroes by the people of the world since they were the only defense they had against the demons who always tried to sabotage and sow chaos and death in their world. These demons were coming from a different dimension with powers and abilities that far surpassed any ordinary human. The common people surely can't stand any chance against these evil creatures and could only put their faith in hunters, the humans blessed by the angels, giving them the ability to use mana and use their powers to fight demons to protect the world. Within just 2 minutes, Cedric was surprised to see his team, and even the members from other hunter teams gathered in front of him. He wasn't surprised to see other hunter teams since the World Hunter Association had sent their best teams to battle the Demon King due to how terrifying he was. However, all of them suddenly came down with some sickness and Cedric had to proceed alone to fight the Demon King. He didn't mind it since he thought at least this way, he wouldn't have to worry about any of his team members dying. But now he was surprised to see them all here since he thought they were probably still resting in their camps. However, his gaze immediately got pulled towards the 5'8" tall radiant-eyed beauty with a slender curvy figure and picturesque face walking towards his direction with teary eyes. Even though her face was a bit pale, it couldn't diminish the radiance of her big hazel eyes. Her silky auburn hair was long and unfolded over her back like a river till her thighs. Her luscious red lips, coupled with her delicate nose and her overall appearance, made her appear quite stunning. She wasn't wearing her hunter armor, but Cedric could understand why since she was already sick before he and his team even set out to battle the Demon King. It was already a surprise that she suddenly rushed here, but he knew it was because she was worried about him, and made him once again realize how lucky he was to have her and be alive to continue to spend time with her. Ira, I am so glad to see you here. Are you okay? Your face still looks a bit, said. I am fine, but Ira's voice was breaking up as she buried her face against his chest, making Cedric feel a bit guilty, thinking that he must have made her really worried by going after the Demon King alone, and now she must have been overwhelmed by relief to see him alive. SHH, Ira, don't cry. I am still alive and kicking. Don't get worried because of the blood. I will be alright right after drinking some potions. I exhausted my stock during my battle with the Demon King, Cedric chuckled as he hugged her and patted her head. He and Ira were childhood sweethearts and had almost spent most of their lives together to the point of even fighting together as hunters, where she played the role of a spelldancer in his team. The two were well renowned to people as their heroes. They had been practically inseparable for most of their lives. With her presence on the team, none of them have to worry about quickly running out of mana while knowing that she had their backs. She was the best among the best when it came to the role of playing a spelldancer, known to be good at casting quick spells on the move to support her team. Cedric, you really came back, huh? A tall man with a bulky build and carrying a huge hammer in his hand said with slightly furrowed brows. He played the role of a bulwark in Cedric's team and had been fighting alongside him for years. As a bulwark, his part in any battle was indispensable since he helped reduce the pressure on the team by taking the brunt of the strongest attacks dealt by demons. I know it's surprising, Derek. Even I thought I was a goner, Cedric said with a slight shake of his head while remembering his battle with the Demon King. It is very surprising indeed. I mean, none of us had ever witnessed a doomsday-level threat, and there was no telling if we could even win, especially when all of us came down with some sickness. You have been surely hiding your true strength, Cedric? A slim man of average height chuckled awkwardly as a bead of sweat trickled down his temple. He played the role of a hound in Cedric's team, and Cedric considered not only him, but Derek as his very best friend, especially after fighting together for so long and having each other's backs. His role in the team couldn't be ignored as he was someone who dealt most of the critical attacks while catching the demons unawares and was quite good at gauging their strengths. No. You know me, Lenny. I just got lucky, Cedric said with a wink. But you should not have come back, Cedric, Derek said with a low sigh. Cedric blinked with a puzzled look as he asked, not noticing how Ira's fingers were clenching his armor even more firmly. What was that, Derek? Derek's expression became a bit cold as he said, I said you should have died, so that we could have avoided this unpleasant situation. Chapter 2, The Painful Betrayal. What? Derek, are you drunk or what? Cedric asked as his brows pulled together, feeling that something was off. He didn't realize it before because he was distracted after surviving the battle against the Demon King. But now he noticed that all these hunters before him were looking at him with serious, unkind expressions. He could see them tightening their grip around the handles of their weapons while their eyes became focused. All these signs only happened whenever they were about to engage in battle, which didn't make sense since this was supposed to be a moment of happy reunion unless… I have never been more clear-headed, Cedric, especially since our mission involves taking you down before you could threaten humanity, Derek said in a gruff voice as the others exchanged glances. Enough with the jokes, Derek. I am not in the mood for this, Cedric said as his tone turned serious. Even though he said these words, Cedric felt these guys weren't playing around. Lenny's expression also became solemn as he said, Cedric, I am sorry, but this is no joke. The WHA has decided that you should be put away. The other hunters had voted for the same as well. Honestly, this was a very hard and tough decision, but considering the circumstances, we have to do this. What circumstances? Cedric's tone became unfriendly as he asked with a glare. Derek stepped forward and said, the Oracle had passed down a new prophecy, and it mentions your name and that you will one day bring about doom in this world. The Oracle has never been wrong and never will. We already know how powerful you are. And this prophecy made us realize that one day you will lose yourself in bloodlust and power. It isn't that surprising since hunters in the past had fallen prey to themselves. But you are different, you are already the strongest among us. But if we let you grow even more, then nobody in this world can stop you. It is the will of the heavens that the Oracle was able to pass down the prophecy before it was too late. Cedric dryly chuckled as he shook his head with a look of disbelief. Ira, do you hear the nonsense they are spouting? Tell me. Cedric forgot his words when he saw Ira slowly walking away from him with a lowered head while covering her face. Ira? Cedric didn't want to believe what he was seeing, but seeing her silently walking away from him made him feel like his world was starting to crumble down. Ira's expression was continuously faltering as she meekly looked at him with watery eyes. I am sorry, said I. That is enough, Ira. You don't have to stay here any longer. Come with me. A woman in her late 30s, clad in armor, stepped forward and grabbed her wrist to lead her away. She was one of Ira's friends, Lena, and someone Cedric was friendly with as well until now. Lena, don't you dare bring her away. Ira, what the fuck are you doing? Cedric still didn't want to believe what was going on. Even if everyone else were to turn on him, the last person he expected to turn on him was his girlfriend, whom he had known since childhood. He had lived, fought, and bled alongside Ira for the most part of his life. He and she were there for each other through thick and thin, no matter the situation. They were practically inseparable, or so he thought. Ira stopped in her tracks as her figure trembled, but she still had her back turned towards Cedric. Cedric, who had his arm extended in her direction, had his eyes quivering in disbelief, sadness, and dismay. But then she continued to walk away as Lena led her away, and her figure began to fade in his vision. I don't know why, Cedric mumbled as his voice cracked. The pain of his injuries seemed to bother him the least now, but it was the pain of his heart being slowly torn apart that was hurting him the most. Why would his own lover betray him? Did he imagine her love for him all this time? No, this cannot be. Don't be angry at her. It is only best for her that she walks away. Associating with you any longer would only make her a target as well, Derek said without a change in his expression. She left me to save herself? Was she really that selfish and cowardly? All because of a stupid prophecy? How what a joke, so your promise about living and dying together was just a line to fool me. Cedric Riley thought as he remembered something that had happened more than a decade ago. It's time, Cedric. This is it, Derek said as he lifted his heavy hammer with both his hands while the other hunters began to slowly surround a devastated Cedric. Don't worry, you will still die as a hero and your legend will live on. There are countless hunters who would be willing to die to leave their mark in history. You should consider yourself lucky, Lenny said as he took a deep breath, preparing himself for the most unnerving battle of his life. Shut up, all of you cunning dogs, Cedric mumbled with an empty look as he lifelessly drew out his blade. Do not fight back, Cedric. You are outnumbered, 25-1, and your injuries are another story. Just let this end quickly and you won't even know any pain, Derek said with a narrowed gaze. Pain? You think I haven't felt enough already? I trusted you all, especially you two, my own team. You two even invited me to stay and have food with your family countless times. But I should have known all of you were just opportunistic dogs waiting to backstab me like cowards, Cedric said as his gaze became frigid. Lenny swallowed his saliva as his heart thumped nervously. Even for a catastrophic level threat, the World Hunter Association never sent more than 10 hunters to take care of it, or 2 teams. But for Cedric, they sent 25 hunters whose ranks ranged from a to S class like Derek. However, Lenny wasn't that surprised as he knew how powerful Cedric was, especially since he was at the peak of S rank. Even if he was now in an injured state, Lenny had no doubt some hunters would surely fall. I will take you all on, Cedric said as his blade began to shine with a blinding golden light and charged forward with a resentful shout. All 25 hunters charged at him at the same time, as well with a battle cry, ready to take down the strongest hunter in the world. 30 minutes later, ha ha, how pathetic, you don't even have the balls to face me alone, Cedric said in an exhausted tone as he continued to bleed profusely all over his body while kneeling on the ground and holding onto his glaive for support. Cough cough, you were not even in your best state and yet you killed 20 of us. Even Lenny is barely standing, Derek coughed out blood as he wiped the blood off his lips with a grimace. One of his eyes was a bloody hole as blood trickled down his face. He was severely injured and standing before Cedric, yet not in a state as bad as Cedric's. Dead, bloodied corpses were lying around Cedric while the battlefield was a scorched mess. Half of the mountain was wiped out, while the rest was just scorched land. This only made me realize how really dangerous it would have been for all of us if we had decided to let you live, Derek added with a wary glint in his eyes as he slowly lifted his heavy hammer with a grunt to deal the finishing move. Just get it over with, you piece of shit, Cedric said with a vengeful look as he looked up. He was no longer worried about dying since he realized that there was nothing to live for. The WHA, whom he had loyally served since the beginning of his hunter career, his friends, his own team, and even the love of his life had betrayed him. What was the point of struggling? It was best to let go. Cedric saw the heavy hammer coming down on him slowly as it filled his vision. And before he knew it, he was plunged into a cold, dark abyss. Chapter 3. 14 Years of Hell. Cedric felt as if he was drowning in eternal darkness as all the memories of his life flashed before him, making him feel that everything he did was useless. Despite growing up to be the strongest hero, he was too blind to see the true nature of the people closest to him. He felt so woeful he just wanted to disappear into nothingness and forget everything. He didn't expect that it would be even more painful even after dying. But right when he thought this, he felt a strange coldness filling him, making him wonder why he was feeling all this if he was dead. Father, who is this strange-looking child? Where did you bring him from? His appearance looks weird. He doesn't look like any demon we know. He is only 5 years old, Rona. And be nice to him since you will also have to help me take care of him for the years to come. He is not from around here, so he will look different. I happened to find him abandoned by the infernal volcano. It's a miracle he survived, but unfortunately, his mind is crippled and can't use mana as well. Cedric was puzzled hearing this conversation while also faintly seeing glimpses of a place he had never seen before. He could barely make out that he was holding a tall person's hand, and before him, there was a small girl whose face was blurry and looking at him. However, her eyes, which were dark red, didn't look human, and after vaguely making out her appearance, why did she seem like a demon? What the hell am I seeing? When did I experience this? Cedric had his entire life flash before him right after he died. So he thought what he was seeing now were his memories as well, but he never remembered such events. Ugh, why did His Majesty bring home this wretch? I even have to clean his shit up every day. Eat this if you want, you retard. When Cedric saw a plate filled with food and some liquids being thrown over him by some woman who also didn't seem human, but he couldn't clearly make out the details since everything seemed blurry again. However, he sure as hell felt pissed off upon feeling the wet food falling down his face and his body. Jenna, please, you can't keep doing bad things to that poor kid. What if the king learns about this? Ha, who cares about this ugly cripple? His Majesty has bigger things to worry about and he barely comes here. Besides, if this thing can't speak or think, who else is going to know? He shook his head inwardly, thinking that this could not be his memory since he doesn't remember going through such things. But then why was he feeling so angry and hateful? The scene kept changing one after the other while this boy became older and older. But in every scene, he would feel a heaviness in his chest, especially when each time he saw this boy getting mistreated and tortured by those around him. Sometimes they would kick him or press their feet against his face. Sometimes they would immerse his face in a bucket of muddy water as if trying to drown him, but pull him up before he could die. But the worst didn't even come close. Some of the nasty ones would injure and break the bones of that boy and then heal him to make it look like nothing happened. Not a day did they ever leave him alone, and Cedric felt like he was also experiencing this along with this boy. Never had he felt such strong killing intent and couldn't understand why all of them were torturing him, that boy. If there was a living hell, this was it. Rona, this is the first and final time I am giving you an order. You have to marry him even if you feel like you are marrying a corpse. There will be no more discussion on this. He will turn 18 tomorrow, and we will have the wedding. Father, how could you do this to me? Do you really want me to spend my entire life looking after him? Ignoring my feelings, he can't even hold any feelings in the first place. He had been sleeping on the same bed for 14 years, totally lifeless. I still don't understand why you took him in. His life is as miserable as it gets. Whenever I see him, I feel like he doesn't want to live anymore. You have no idea what he truly feels. Things might seem confusing and shocking, but all I can say is that if you truly believe how much I care about you, then promise me you will do as I say. That is all I have to say now. Look at how peacefully the future royal consort is sleeping. How dare this crippled white-haired trash dare take my place? Careful, young lord. The walls might have ears. Shut up, you fool. Nobody here will dare to say anything anyway. And this cripple wouldn't even scream even if I tortured him, haha. Every servant, maid, and guards has pissed and shit over him for the past 14 years, and yet he is too dull to even say a word. The best he can do is open his eyes while I try and get a scream out of him, hee. Last time I failed, but this time, I have the dark blood beetle. Once it enters through his mouth, it will make his heart feel like it is exploding every second. Then wouldn't he die? Now the dark blood beetle is too weak. It will kill itself within an hour or so without killing the victim. But we have an hour to enjoy ourselves and see if he screams, hee. Cedric felt something slimy entering his mouth as he helplessly watched some young man force some weird creature into his mouth. All this felt so foreign yet familiar to him, but he was unable to move his hands or legs to kick this dirtbag away. He wished all this was just fake and something his mind was making up after his death. But he could feel his body tense up as if he was really feeling nervous and scared, along with seething anger that was making his nerves quiver. But suddenly he felt his heart being slowly cut by a blunt blade, the pain indescribable, but agonizing enough to make one pluck out their heart, to say the least. And the worst part was he couldn't move a single inch and was helplessly lying on some bed watching the blurry face of a young man mocking and laughing at him. He could only endure this excruciating pain while all he could feel was his blood boiling in painful humiliation and resentment. Cedric didn't know if the emotions he was feeling belonged to this 18-year-old boy or his own emotions after getting influenced by experiencing this despicable scene. It all felt short, but at the same time, Cedric felt as if he had experienced 14 years worth of pain and suffering even though it was not really him who suffered. But despite having no idea what was going on, Cedric was affected by the things he saw, and he simply wished this to end as if the pain of the betrayal he experienced wasn't enough. And as if his wish was answered, everything became dark and silent while Cedric felt like he was floating. However, his mind became clear in this strange stillness as he reflected on something. The only thing he realized from his own life, and what he saw from the eyes of this unknown boy, was that the world doesn't play nice to those who follow the rules and stick to their morals, even if they never harmed a bee in their life. To survive, no matter which world, one has to become a demon that devours others before they get devoured. Sigh, what's the point of thinking all this? I'm done anyway, Cedric thought in despair when he suddenly felt like his entire being was getting sucked to someplace else, but as if he wasn't shocked enough, he began to feel the cold air brushing past his skin and could smell the stench of blood passing by him. And before he knew it, he was able to feel his limbs and even move his fingers. I am not dead. Chapter 4. Who, where, what am I? Cedric didn't know what to think and immediately checked his stats to make sure. Name: Asher and Ren. Race: Night Elf. Gender: Male. Level: 1. Rating: 0. Life crystals: 0 HP, 95/95 MP, 0/0 SDR, 18 Def, 19 Int: 20 Dex, 20 Passive ability. Denizen of the Night. Total darkness will be your ally, giving you the ability to see clearly and enhanced stats. Talents: Favored by the night. When night falls, your HP and MP will increase by 5%. 0/5 Skills: A Night Elf. What the Cedric's thoughts froze as he couldn't make sense of all this information, but seeing the name, Asher, he felt it was too familiar, as if the name belonged to him. Before he realized it, he unconsciously considered himself to be Asher, but before he could think of anything further, he could feel his eyes and tried opening them as he was welcomed by a blurry vision of a snowy land with the skies very cloudy and dark. It was snowing as well, and he could feel the snowflakes brushing past his body. As his vision cleared up, he could see dark red liquid flowing over the snowy ground like a stream, and only when he got a clear grip of his mind did he recognize it as blood. He turned his head straight in confusion, only to get startled by a man's voice. Hey, this fella is still alive. Are you guys too blind to not check the dead? Some of these fuckers know how to play dead. How weird. I was sure I had killed everyone, especially the demon that looked weird. This is the first time I am seeing a demon with such a different appearance. I wouldn't forget killing such a strange demon. But who knew he was lucky to survive my blows? Too bad he is too weak to survive this time. He. A woman giggled as Asher heard her footsteps getting closer. Asher was feeling disoriented while his ears were ringing. But he did hear what these two just said, and before he knew it, he saw a young woman's face looking down at him as she said, "Whoa, he is really alive. But what the hell? There is not a single wound on his body. How is this possible? Never mind, I will just cut through his chest nice and easy this time." Saying so, the woman raised her sword and brought it right down on Asher. Asher didn't bother to think of anything, but his battle-honed reflexes surfaced as he quickly rolled to the side and kicked her in the stomach. Crack. 30 HP damage del. Critical damage bonus 50 HP AHH. The woman cried in pain as she got knocked off her feet and fell onto the snowy ground. However, her facial expression was frozen in horror as her eyes became lifeless. You killed my girlfriend. A scrawny man wearing shoddy armor was shocked out of his wits, unable to believe what he just saw. How could someone die from just one kick? What the fuck? How did we miss this one? I will get him. A young man with a bulky build shouted from behind as he charged toward the strange demon with his dagger pointed at him. Wait, no! The scrawny man screamed as he clutched his head. Asher casually turned around and saw this bulky man charging at him with both his arms extended and a dagger in his hand. How dumb! Asher scoffed, seeing the amateur way this guy was rushing at him. He didn't even bat an eye as he caught the bulky man's hands and twisted his hands in such a way that the dagger was facing him. What? No! You can't be this strong. The bulky man panicked as he saw this demon making his dagger close and towards his own chest. But no matter how much strength he tried to use, the demon's hands weren't budging. All he could see was his cold look of contempt. No, it was as if he didn't even consider him a threat. Asher simply pushed the dagger into the bulky man's chest and watched him fall to the ground with a shocked expression before bleeding to death. Ah! Don't hurt me. The scrawny man was beyond horrified and began to run in the opposite direction. He accepted this novice-level quest thinking that it was supposed to be a piece of cake, but who knew a monster was hidden among these trash demons? Asher saw the hunter band around the scrawny man's arm and felt vengeful as he threw the dagger in his hand right at his back. SSSBTK. The dagger dug through the back of his neck and to the other side as the scrawny young man collapsed on the ground with blood flooding his mouth. Asher was too distracted by what was going on to notice the bits of information popping up before his eyes. Quest completed. Rewards +4 life crystals +1 talent point. Rating increased. 0-15. Next level up at rating 60 instead. He was looking around as he tried to make sense of things, especially the snowy environment. There was a small wooden building lying in shambles around him, and 2 male demons lying dead on the ground, wearing some sort of armor. He died in a mountain, but now he seemed to be in a totally different place. He thought he was still getting attacked by hunters trying to kill him, but he took a look at the 2 of them he had killed. They only had common grade armor and weapons, which did not even deserve a glance from him. F-ranked hunters? No wonder, Asher mumbled in a daze as he remembered how dumb the way they attacked him was. He then slowly looked at his hands, only to be shocked by the pale gray color of his skin. It looked as pale as a corpse. Even his hands seemed a bit more elongated and larger than they should be. He touched his face, his eyes, and his ears only to become even more bewildered. He had pointy ears and his facial features didn't feel like how they should be. He had long, thick white hair that felt smooth to the touch and was dancing in the air. When did he have such long hair of such peculiar color? This was definitely not his face nor his body, obviously. He surely wasn't 6'8" tall, and he definitely had more muscles even though he could see lean muscles on his body. But the most shocking part was that he was not in his human body. He remembered what he saw in his stats and mumbled inwardly, "I became a night elf. What kind of race is that?" He was once a hunter slaying demons to protect humanity, and ironically he became a demon now who just killed 3 hunters. Yet he felt as if it came to him naturally. He deduced that somehow after his death, he transmigrated into the body of a demon of a strange race named Night Elf, no matter how absurd it seemed. This also meant that he was probably in the demon realm now. No wonder the air and the dark environment around him seemed strange yet familiar to him. Was this a dream, or was he given a second chance to punish those who wronged him? He didn't want to believe the former and thought that all this was happening for a reason. He felt that the Demon King probably had something to do with all this, at least. That was what his gut was telling him. He thought he would be disappointed that he lost all his powers, but no, it didn't matter if he was just a level 1 now. All he needed was another chance. He had started from nothing when he was a human. Surely he can do it again. This is my second chance, I have to set things right. Flames of vengeance were slowly spreading in his mind as he thought about the cruel betrayal he faced, especially from the WHA, his own team, and ex-girlfriend. I will make you all pay. Chapter 5. Married? Asher realized he was getting ahead of himself since he hadn't even figured out his current situation. He didn't care who his current body belonged to or how the previous person ended up dying. All he cared about was moving forward and finding out more about this demon realm he was in. He had only visited demon realms through the gates that appeared on Earth, but he never stood for too long to explore them since the gates would always close quickly once the quest was complete. Those who accidentally got left behind never came back, and Asher didn't even have to guess what happened to them. But now that he was a demon, he wasn't worried about blending in, but his ignorance about life in the demon realm could make him end up in trouble. Still, right when he was trying his best to not feel disappointed, he noticed something he had glossed over before. MP0/0, what the fuck does this mean? I am monolith? How is this possible? Asher was devastated and realized that he couldn't really sense any mana in his body. Then didn't this mean that he was doomed despite getting a second chance? Without mana, how could he possibly dream of getting stronger? Without mana, one cannot evolve their body to the next level. There he is! Asher was distracted from his thoughts when he heard multiple footsteps and voices from behind. He quickly turned around with a wary expression, only to see multiple demon men with green skin, pointy nose, and sharp teeth. He recognized them as goblins, though these didn't seem to be the less intelligent types. Goblins were usually considered as low-level demons, but even among them, a small fraction of them were stronger and intelligent ones. They were wearing armor and had weapons with them as well. As if by instinct, Asher was prepared to fight them since situations like this were what he had experienced for most of his life. His whole life, he had slayed demons, and the instinct to kill them had been ingrained in his bones. However, now he didn't know exactly why, but he wasn't feeling any repulsion or anger towards these goblins as a whole. This was something he realized he had lost after being reborn as a demon. As a hunter in his previous life, he had loathed demons since whenever they arrived on Earth through the gates, they would kill, destroy, pillage, and commit all sorts of evil to indulge themselves. He had lost a lot of dear ones to them, which in turn motivated him to become the strongest hunter. But now, that hatred that had motivated him in his past life was strangely absent. He wondered if it was because he became the very thing he once used to hate. He decided to play it safe and was about to ask something when one of them said, "Phew, we panicked for nothing. I told you guys. There is no way this blockhead could get that far on his own. The royal consort is crippled in the head as well after all. Tisk, are you blind? Look at all the blood and the bodies around here. There was definitely a battle here, but how come our royal consort seems alright without a scratch? His servants are all dead. Was it the hunters? I heard that a gate opened somewhere around here. Eh? What nonsense are these guys spewing?" Asher was bewildered by what he was hearing. At first, he thought that they might have mistaken him, but then he felt that it didn't make sense. These guys definitely knew whom they were talking to. What's going on? Asher finally asked since he wanted to get some control of this weird situation. All 5 men raised their faces with expressions of shock and disbelief as if they couldn't believe what they had just heard. Their reactions only confused Asher even more when one of the men mumbled in a surprised tone, "The royal consort can speak? What the so I didn't imagine that. We should let Her Majesty know." Eh? Royal consort? Asher couldn't wrap his mind around what they were mumbling. And hearing how they addressed him as royal consort meant that he was the husband of a demon queen. Did the demon king's daughter already succeed his throne so fast? How could a level 1 with no mana like him have such a status? What kind of person did this body exactly belong to before? And seeing how surprised they were after he spoke made him wonder if the previous owner of this body never spoke. Was he mute or something? No, they mentioned he was crippled in the head. Did they mean he was mentally retarded before? "Please, Your Highness, come with us. We will get you to safety," the men hurriedly said as Asher followed them since they didn't seem like they were kidding. It was better to play along and learn more about his situation. On the way, Asher asked the guard walking beside him, "Tell me what you know about me." All 5 men exchanged surprised glances. It seemed as if they were still not used to hearing him speak or act like this. Your Highness, I don't know if you remember everything that happened in your life, nor do I know if the rumors are true, but based on them, it was said that you were born without the ability to think or act. And even after growing up, things never changed, the guard said while his fellow guards observed the expression of their royal consort. So the previous guy was really born mentally disabled? As if being monolith wasn't enough, Asher mused and could only imagine how such a life must have sucked. He remembered the strange visions or memories he saw right after he had died. Now he realized that those memories belonged to this body. But these memories were still vague and blurry. He also noticed that even these guards considered him pitiful based on their attitude and words. Before he spoke to them, they were even talking casually around him, but now that they realized he was no longer mentally disabled, they were careful with their words, even though it was only because of his status that he was still finding it hard to believe. Killing the Demon King still felt like yesterday, and today he was already married to the Demon Queen. What kind of joke was that? What about the Demon King? What happened to him? Asher asked since he felt all this was a bit weird. The guards again had looks of surprise as the one walking beside Asher answered with a baffled look, "Your Highness, our Demon King, unfortunately, died a year ago." Yes. It was all because of those fucking hunters. They killed our king and continue to enjoy their petty lives, another guard said with a look of remorse and seemed to have been a loyal servant of the late Demon King. How unfair. If only we had the strength to kill those powerful hunters, we would have already taken up any such quests and wrecked their ugly homes. Unfortunately, we are too weak to do anything, another guard lamented. An entire year passed after I died? What the fuck? Asher didn't know how to react after realizing this fact since the memory of him being betrayed by everyone he knew was still fresh in his mind. Then what happened after that? Who ascended the throne? Asher asked with squinted eyes, having 2 guesses in his mind about who the successor was. Chapter 6, the Battlemaster right hand of the Queen. Of course his daughter, the Demon Princess, the Demon Queen, ascended the throne right after, the guard answered, though when he mentioned the words Demon Queen, a glint of fear crossed his eyes. Then when did I become the royal consort? Asher asked with a narrowed gaze. Actually, Your Highness was already engaged to our queen for a very long time, and the marriage happened right before the late Demon King left for his final quest. We don't know why, but the Demon King had taken Your Highness, at a very young age, planning to wed you to his daughter once the time comes, the guard explained while still finding it surprising and puzzling, wondering why the late Demon King would wed his precious daughter to a retard with no power at all. Even now, after he seemed to have gained intelligence, he was no stronger than a commoner. Asher became silent as he deeply thought about what the guard had said. Based on his words, the Demon King surely knew something he didn't. Otherwise, all the decisions he took just don't make sense. And based on how the guards were discussing the Demon King and his daughter, it seemed that the 2 of them shared a strong father-daughter bond which would then rule out the fact that he forced his daughter to marry him out of spite or something. There you are. Why were you all taking so much time to bring him back? A frustrated shout of a woman echoed in the area as Asher looked up after pushing away his thoughts. He saw a tall woman with red skin and big glimmering dark blue eyes that seemed quite eye-catching. She had long dark red hair with bangs, long yet thin eyebrows, and luscious dark red lips. And on her head, there was a band from which 2 dark red horns were extending towards the sides. She was wearing a revealing dark silver breastplate that showed off her upper bountiful breasts while her well-built 6-pack abs were completely visible along with the rest of her flat stomach. Her arms had metallic red vambraces, and the dark silver chausses covered most part of her legs. Still, it revealed a glimpse of her silky upper thighs and added to her overall seductive yet intimidating charm. Most men would drool after seeing her hourglass figure, but if they saw the piercing look in her dark blue eyes, They would think twice before looking at her again. Her face was pretty enough to stand out even among other beautiful women, yet her intimidating expression and the aura she was giving off would make people look at her in a careful way. Asher could tell that she was a high-ranked demon and seemed quite strong too, just based on her disposition. And quite scary, apparently, after he saw the guards beside him bow their backs fully as they profusely apologized. Forgive us, Battlemaster. We were searching everywhere we could to find His Majesty. And there is also good news. One of the guards quickly stepped forward and whispered something to her, making her squint her eyes as she looked at Ash with a doubtful look. She motioned with her hand to stand aside and asked Ash in a stern voice, "Do you know your name, Your Highness?" "Of course I do. But what is your name?" Asher asked with his hands behind his back. He didn't know why, but he could sense some hostility from her toward him. He decided to first play along and find out more about his situation. Her eyebrows raised as if in disbelief. He can really speak? How come this became suddenly possible? "Do you remember anything, Your Highness?" "No, since you don't know my name, you must be ignorant about everything." She looked at the guards and said, "All of you get ready to leave and write me a full detailed report of what happened and whatever you saw. I need it on my table within 2 hours. Now, get out of my sight." The guards bowed in fear as they scurried off before they accidentally infuriated her. Asher noticed that this woman must be quite a frightening figure in the Demon Kingdom. She turned towards Ash and said, "And you can call me Lady Seti, and I am the Battle Master, or since you can't understand what that means, I am the right-hand woman of Her Majesty. Now follow me." The right-hand woman? No wonder she seems so overbearing. Asher realized some things as he silently followed her towards a carriage drawn by red-eyed demon horses. She addressed him casually right after the guards left, making him realize that despite his official status, he held no power or respect. But that was something he expected, considering what he was before. Still, that didn't mean that he would let this woman keep looking down on him forever. After everything that happened, he had hardened his heart to make sure that no matter who or what, they all would fall before him as long as he could destroy those who tried to destroy him. Asher got into the carriage along with Seti, who sat opposite him. And right when they took off, she kicked his leg with her feet and said, "Hey, stop daydreaming and listen, since you have no idea who the hell you are." Asher took a deep breath, feeling insulted by getting kicked, but he suppressed his anger since he still didn't have a full idea of his situation. As a veteran hunter in his past life, he knew not to let his emotions get the best of him. He also didn't know much about the demon realm since nobody stayed in this realm too long to learn anything, and those who did never came back and were considered dead for obvious reasons. All he knew was that centuries ago, the first hunters were born when some light from the sky struck certain humans around the world. After that, all of them started receiving certain quests in their minds which warned them of the demons that were going to attack their world. And those who successfully completed their quests would receive rewards that allowed them to surpass their human limits and become something more. Everyone thought that it was the gods who came to their rescue by creating heroes among them to ward off the demons at the right time. But in the present era, the World Hunter Association seemed sure of the fact that it was angels who gave humans a chance to protect their world. This only made Asher more curious about the demon realm since he could find out more about the enemies he had been fighting for most of his life. But, of course, his priority was still the vow he made to himself after transmigrating. Seti didn't like how Ash was looking at her. She felt as if he was looking at something beneath him, but she then thought that it was all her imagination, considering how clueless he must be. "The guards told me that they already briefly told you who you were, but don't misunderstand your status just because you are the husband of our queen in name. You better keep your head low and exist as if you don't exist, just like before. Then everything will go on peacefully. Just don't cause a nuisance for our queen. This is my fair warning to you. Otherwise, you will see my face more often. And trust me, you don't want to," Seti said in a sharp tone. Chapter 7. Surviving is tough in the demon world. "Is my wife in trouble?" Asher casually asked, since it seemed as if something was going on. He could see that this condescending woman had genuine concern for her queen. "Wife? You dare to casually address Her Majesty like that?" Seti asked with an infuriated look, unable to believe what she had just heard. It was as if she had never imagined she would hear such words from his mouth. "But what is the problem? I am indeed her husband, right? So is it wrong to say that she is my wife?" Asher asked with a look of plain confusion, though inwardly, he couldn't help but feel annoyed by how petty she seemed. Were all werewolves as small-minded as her? Anybody else would have gotten scared stiff upon seeing Seti getting pissed off. However, Asher wasn't worried, since if Seti wanted to hurt him, she would have done it already. The fact that she came so far personally to bring him back already told him volumes. Still, he wanted to test some things by purposefully asking these questions while feigning innocence. He was also curious about what kind of person his wife was. He had never been married before. In fact, he had plans to propose to his ex-girlfriend in case he really managed to defeat the Demon King. But it seemed his life was not meant to end beautifully, and now even after knowing he was married, he didn't feel any different since it didn't matter to his heart. Hearing his words, which made perfect sense, Seti clicked her tongue in annoyance since, in every way, he was right. Refuting him would only mean that she would be questioning their own laws. Still, she was getting a weird vibe from this good-for-nothing, feeling that he was worlds apart after gaining intelligence. His dark yellow eyes didn't seem like that they belonged to an ordinary 19-year-old demon. She thought maybe she wasn't used to seeing him like this. But since he was obviously ignorant about everything, she felt that what he asked was natural. Fine. But don't forget what I said before. Our queen can't be bothered to deal with you in these times. If you really consider yourself as her husband, then the best you can do is to not bother her at all, not even a whisper. And especially by not wandering out like today and causing her trouble. Otherwise, you will get it from me, I swear, Seti said with a peaked look and mumbled while looking sideways, if only it wasn't for the promise. Promise? Asher pulled together his brows, feeling that things seemed to be tense in their kingdom or in his kingdom now that he was officially one of them. He wanted more information, but unfortunately, it seemed that this woman had no plans to tell anything more than what she thought was necessary. However, he was nowhere done with her. Did my wife order you to make sure no harm comes to me? Asher asked, maintaining a plain tone. However, no matter how innocuous Asher's voice was, Seti felt irked hearing his question since it made it seem as if she was his personal bodyguard. Never in her dreams would she waste her time protecting a weakling like him. Still, her circumstances didn't allow her to do as she wished, and she said with a casual scoff, "Isn't that obvious? I am the personal royal guard of Her Majesty, and since she is married to you, I have to make sure no harm comes to you as well. It is the law." So even the demons follow their own laws. Asher was a bit surprised, since everybody knew demons as a race consisting of people who had no regard for laws and rules. But of course, since nobody had any real knowledge of how demon societies function, he wasn't sure if this applied to every demon. It also made sense that for demon societies to sustain, there had to be some kind of system or rules in place. Maybe that was how the Demon Kingdom came to be. But since people already knew about the Demon King, it was obvious that there was at least a monarchical system, quite an old-fashioned one compared to the democratic rule most of the countries followed back on Earth. Still, the fact that Asher was satisfied to hear was the part where she said she was duty-bound to protect him. What's with that creepy smile? Have you become dumb again? Seti asked with an annoyed look, noticing how he briefly curved his lips. Asher softly chuckled as he said with a subtle smile, "Lady Seti, you misunderstand me. I was actually thinking about my own life, especially now that I am fully aware." Asher didn't want to decided to play it cool till he meets the most authoritative figure among demons, his wife. HMPH, there isn't much to think about anyway, Seti said with a look of contempt before looking to the side. It seems like we have reached. Step out and come with me to let Her Majesty know about this unexpected development, Seti said in a stern tone, making Asher frown inwardly, wondering why this woman seemed to hate him so much. No matter the reason, he was noting down her behavior towards him in his mind, but such treatment was not foreign to him. Before he became a hunter, before he had any power or status, he was looked down upon like this. Only difference was that in this realm, the treatment he received was way crueler and harsh for 14 long years. His memories of his past here might be blurry, but he could still feel the anger and humiliation he felt. He realized that if he had to survive here, he had to find a way to use mana. Otherwise, even with a royal status, he won't survive long here. Asher stepped out of the carriage, only to feel awed by the huge black castle before him. He could guess that this castle took up at least 100 miles of area, and noticed that his surroundings had a dark, gloomy aura. He could see large dark gray banners in front of the castle with the symbol of a black dragon breathing fire. There were a lot of armored demons standing guard around the castle, and each of these guards didn't seem to be ordinary. They were far stronger than the ones he had met before. Asher wasn't surprised to see such solid security since this castle was the heart of the Demon Kingdom. Surely no hunter must have survived beyond this point. If it was not for him being a demon now, he probably would have never got to see such an imposing castle. No building on Earth exuded such grandeur. Seti walked past him as he followed her into the castle. "Welcome back, Battlemaster. Welcome back, Battlemaster." Asher was startled when he suddenly heard these greetings echo around him right when he stepped inside the castle. He saw many men and women of different ages dressed in simple, common clothes, making him guess that they must be servants and maids. Almost all of them were goblins and other beast races like lizardmen and kobolds. And seeing them bow deeply and greet Seti, he realized that she seemed to hold great prestige around here. "So you managed to find His Highness. Where did you find him, Lady Seti?" A man's voice boomed from the side as Asher turned his face to see who it was. Chapter 8. He is an imposter? Asher saw a well-dressed man with average looks and looking in his early 40s with pale skin. He had a thick black mustache and a pair of dry, dark red eyes that seemed quite incisive. He was wearing a long black shirt and pants with flashy ornaments on his fingers and wrist. His body was sturdy and square and his height was taller than 6'2". Behind him, there was a group of men in grand black armor, making Asher guess that these armored men were not mere guards, but obviously ranked higher to follow someone who surely seemed to hold a grand position based on his powerful bearings. These men were vampires as well and not of other demon races, which made him confirm that their ranks must be quite high. The man briefly waved his hand at the servants standing in the hall as they scurried away without even wasting a single second. Seti bowed as she said in a respectful tone, "Your Highness, I found him in a small village not too far from here. Everyone from the village was killed though when we reached there. We only found him without any hunters around." "Your Highness? Is he a prince or something?" Asher wondered as he took a careful look at this man. What a waste! How convenient that he does not have to worry about anything while we have been turning things upside down in search of him, and even got our men killed all, because he wanted to go for a stupid stroll. How disappointing. I feel so sorry that my niece has to put up with him every single day, he said as he looked at Asher with a look of disdain and contempt. Asher didn't expect this man to be his wife's uncle. It also seemed like people here were searching for a retard like him, though he felt it made sense since he was still the royal consort in the end. If not for the vague memories of his time in this realm, he would have felt surprised at this extreme hostility from the people around him. He fell into thought as he realized he would be dealing with people like him from now on, every day. To rise to the top again, he would have to get rid of anyone who might stand in his way, but not without calculating each and every move. The problem that he was crippled was proving to be quite a headache, and apparently he wasn't really feeling very good upon meeting his wife's uncle. He felt that everyone here would be treating him like shit because of being known as a crippled royal consort. Maybe in the world of demons, strength was everything. Even the servants he saw before may not have said anything, but he surely saw the scornful looks they gave him. He had no doubt how his so-called wife would be thinking of him, though the question was why she didn't just simply throw him away. But first, he had to get rid of his retard image. "I went for a stroll," Asher mumbled with a confused look. Seti unconsciously clicked her tongue in annoyance as she remembered that she had forgotten this dimwit who must have had no idea before whom he was standing. She twisted her neck around as she whispered to him in a vexed voice, "Mind yourself. You are standing before Prince Saron, your uncle-in-law and also the Demon Queen's royal advisor." "Royal advisor, huh?" However, Saron was shocked by something as he looked at Asher with lifted brows. "You can talk?" Even the men in armor standing behind Saron couldn't help but look at Asher with disbelief. Seti quickly turned her head around as she said, "Forgive me, but I was about to tell your highness that the royal consort's mind is no longer crippled. He seems to have suddenly gained the ability to function like any other person." "How is that possible? What happened out there?" Saron asked as his eyes was unable to shake off his disbelief and added, "Have you made sure it isn't some enemy of our kingdom controlling his mind? What's wrong with this guy? Shouldn't he be happy that his nephew-in-law is healthy now? Or is he really feeling concerned about the safety of the kingdom?" His actions piqued Asher's interest as he felt that he had to keep an eye on this guy. Seti firmly nodded her head as she said, "That was the first thing I did to make sure His Majesty wasn't compromised. I also found it shocking, but this is His Majesty in every way." However, Saron's expression seemed as if he wasn't satisfied, and he said with a squint, "The royal physician had announced in the past that this boy's mind was probably crippled since birth. He also mentioned that there was no remedy or miracle in the world that could fix him. So the only explanation I can think of is that I have to thoroughly investigate him personally and see if his body and mind haven't been compromised. I can explain this to Her Majesty later. Men, take him." Without even any warning, Saron ordered his men to grab Asher, who frowned at the sudden turn of events. He felt a very bad feeling just by seeing the way this man was looking at him. Seti had a confused expression as she said in a hesitant tone, "But, Your Highness, I don't think this is. You have to understand I am doing this for the safety of our queen, Lady Seti. I am sure you want the same, don't you?" "I will later tell Her Majesty everything after I make sure of things," Saron said with an inscrutable smile as he looked at Asher, who was about to get grabbed by his men. Asher was pissed off when these men grabbed his arms, pulling him away like some animal. "Hey, you dare touch this royal consort? Do you all want to get punished by my wife for doing this without her permission?" Asher's sudden roar shook the two men who were dragging Asher away, making them suddenly stop what they were doing, and they looked at Saron with a look of hesitation. Asher always trusted his instincts which he had cultivated over his time as a hunter, and after hearing Saron's words, he felt as if he might not come back alive if he got taken away by these men. What if they cripple his mind again in attempts to get rid of the imposter? All he could do was use the Demon Queen's name to scare them and buy some time if possible. Only when Asher said it did they remember about their queen and how they were basically dragging away the royal consort without her permission. Even though he was worth nothing in their eyes, they weren't sure how exactly their queen would react, considering the fact that she had been keeping him alive all these years. Seti was a bit startled by hearing his brazen words, not expecting such an attitude from him, considering how she had only seen him as a doormat without a mind of his own for all these years. She also didn't expect to get startled by his shout and felt ashamed she even became startled by the cry of a weakling like him. But hearing him repeatedly address her queen as his wife made her wrinkle her nose in contempt, wondering what gave this weakling the confidence to call someone like their queen his wife. Just being married in name wasn't enough for him to be worthy of calling their queen as his wife. Was he too ignorant to understand that? Why are you fools getting bothered by the words of an impostor? He will say anything to save his skin. Take him away, and I will take full responsibility, Sauron said with an irate look as he gestured with his hand to take him away. Asher looked at Sauron with a harsh look as he tried to struggle free, but to no avail. Even if he had mana, he knew it would be useless since he could already feel that these two men in armor were too strong. Sauron scoffed, seeing his futile struggle, but right before Asher could get dragged out, a cold yet mellifluous voice echoed from behind, making everyone stand frozen in their spot. Who dares to cause a commotion in my castle? Chapter 9. The Demon Queen. The entire hall plunged into silence as everybody suddenly crouched and kneeled on their right knee. Asher was the only one standing as his brows raised upon seeing a gothic, intoxicating beauty, her expression stone cold. She looked like she was in her early 20s, but had a supple, curvaceous figure that not many women of her age would usually have. Her pitch-black velvety soft dress left her lovely shoulders uncovered, but the dress did cover the sides and flowed down into a graceful plunge neckline, revealing her tempting deep cleavage and a glimpse of her well-endowed breasts. The dress waist was narrow, on which a bow had been wrapped around and rested gently on her belly. Below the waist, the dress widened and had a gathered style reaching just above her ankles and was the same length all around. Her skin color looked too pale yet seemed unblemished and glowing. She had fine-spun eyelashes over her hazelnut-shaped eyes, whose color was a deep, glowing crimson. Her long silky hair was as black as night and swayed in the air as she slowly came down the steps. But as soon as she saw Asher, her luscious black lips parted slightly while her posture relaxed slightly. Asher? She mumbled upon seeing him. Your Majesty. Asher saw both Seti and Sauron, along with his men addressing her while still kneeling on one knee. This was the Demon Queen, his wife. In his mind, he never expected the Demon Queen to look so beautiful enough to stir the blood of any man. She definitely looked more beautiful than any woman he had seen in his previous life. But at the same time, he could feel that her power must be no joke. He had heard rumors of how no hunter was ever able to deal a blow to the demon princess. Unfortunately, he never got the chance to fight her in his previous life, especially since powerful demons rarely showed themselves on Earth. Seti added while still kneeling, I am glad to let your Majesty know that we brought back the royal consort safely. The Demon Queen's gaze was as cold as her blood as it swept over Asher from head to toe, making him feel like he was being plunged into a deathly, cold abyss. This definitely made him feel convinced that her strength could be his strongest shield if things proceeded smoothly. Where was he? How did he leave without anyone's knowledge? She asked as she frowned subtly. Before Seti could answer, Sauron scoffed as he said, Your Majesty, what matters more is that the royal consort has been compromised. Please let me verify things myself before I send him over to you. What are you talking about? The Demon Queen asked as her eyebrows pulled together. Asher shrugged away from the two men holding his arms as he said loudly, My wife, he is lying. Just because my mind is no longer crippled doesn't mean I am not myself. Miracles do happen, and in this case, I happened to get lucky. Asher briefly glanced at Sauron as he said this. You said he couldn't believe the guts of this rude man to call the queen as my wife before everyone else. If it wasn't for her queen, she would have already taught him a lesson. Didn't he have the basic courtesy to at least address her respectfully before others? The Demon Queen's eyebrows raised upon seeing him speak. Because of how surprised she was, she didn't even pay attention to how he addressed her. She came down from the steps, letting Asher see that she was about 5'9" tall since he was around 6'8". Sauron couldn't believe this weakling was talking back to him before everyone and said in an abrasive tone, You dare call me a liar? Who? But before he could complete his sentence, the Demon Queen gestured with her hand to stop talking, making Sauron swallow his words with an ugly expression. You are aware of who you are? The Demon Queen asked with a wondering gaze, as if still in disbelief. I have never been more aware of anything, Asher said with a shrug. The demon queen kept on staring at him with a blank expression, making Asher wonder what was going through her head. Sauron stepped forward as he said in a low yet firm voice, "Your Majesty, you know how something like this should be impossible. A mind that was as crippled as his can never be fixed. This must be the work of our enemies. I can't think of any other way this could happen." Seti remained silent since this was up to her queen to decide. But personally, she would prefer her queen to just get rid of this good-for-nothing and lessen her burdens. Asher inwardly frowned, seeing that this annoying fuck wouldn't rest till he got his way. So he quickly thought of something as he said, "Didn't you hear what I said before? I was lucky enough to be graced with a miracle." "And what was this miracle exactly?" Sauron asked with a scornful look. Asher's expression became serious as his eyes became glazed. "The first thing I remember was just complete darkness. I was surrounded by it, but I didn't feel scared. Instead, I felt at home. But that was when suddenly I saw a middle-aged man wearing heavy black armor appearing before me. He seemed very powerful and mighty, making me feel as if touching his feet in respect the moment I saw him. But before I could say anything, he revealed to me that he was the Demon King." The Demon Queen's eyes flickered as she heard his words, while Seti had a confused look, wondering how come this guy didn't say anything about this to her. Sauron glared at Asher as he pointed his finger at him. "You dare disrespect our late king and my brother by cooking up nonsense stories?" "Wait. Let him finish," the Demon Queen said with her arms crossed, her eyes having a bit more glow than before. Asher inwardly scoffed at Sauron and added, with his expression changing into one of respect and worship, "I felt very comfortable in his presence, unlike my expectations. He didn't tell me much, but all he said was, 'Young man, your story is only getting started.' I didn't know what he meant, but the next moment I knew I was lying on the cold ground with blood and bodies around me. That was when I met some guards who seemed to be searching for me. And I was shocked when they told me the Demon King had died honorably when I had only met him in a vision. This made me wonder if his spirit came to help me for a reason I don't yet know." As Asher finished retelling his experience, the Demon Queen's gaze wandered as if deeply thinking about something while Seti had a skeptical look, not knowing if this guy was spouting nonsense or not. But thinking about it, only someone like the Demon King would have any chance of fixing Asher. Still, if he could do it, why didn't he do it before? However, since this happened after he died, she felt that maybe the Demon King's spirit must be really still around here and used his extraordinary powers to fix Asher. This made her immediately close her eyes and pay her respects to the late Demon King. Sauron flexed his fingers as he saw that his niece was actually getting convinced by the words of this trash. He vehemently said, "Your Majesty, this is all just an elaborate lie. We all know that once a demon like us dies, there is no rebirth. Even if someone becomes a wandering spirit, it will only be if their soul gets compromised right before death. And such spirits would never have a sound mind. All they would feel is endless rage and the intent to kill anything they see, be it their own family. Any of us would have known if such a spirit really was around here." Asher took a deep breath, not expecting there to be so many conditions. But he didn't care if Sauron believed it or not. All he wanted was for the Demon Queen to believe him. The Demon Queen glanced at Asher before looking at Sauron. "But do we really know everything? There are lots of things we do not know yet. So it could be possible that maybe my father's soul might have left a message in his mind before he died. Maybe he planned it all so that Asher would wake up with a sound mind today instead of earlier." Asher sighed in relief inwardly, not expecting the Demon Queen to really fall for his words so easily. He felt it was because he mixed some truth about his interactions with her father, which convinced her. But he didn't expect her to be so close to her father after noticing her expression when she mentioned her father. He thought demons never cared about family, but now he realized he couldn't assume anything because of the stereotypical ideas he had in his past life. However, he didn't feel any pity or guilt for her since, in his past life, he had gone through a lot because of these demons. But in the end, he felt humans could just be as despicable as demons. The only thing he should do from now on was look after his own skin. Sauron had a look of incredulity as he said, "Your Majesty, how does that make sense? I would have definitely known if our late king had done something like that. Even if he did, what could the reason be?" The Demon Queen's gaze became firm as she said, "It doesn't matter. My father had always kept some things to himself that even I still don't know. But I won't ignore your concerns and will personally make sure he hasn't been compromised. Come with me, Asher, and you too, Seti." Asher smirked as he followed her while Sauron's breathing became noisy as he intensely stared at Asher's back. Chapter 10, Why Care About My Life? Asher followed the Demon Queen while Seti kept shooting glares at him. He felt like this woman needed to know her place. But ignoring her, he felt that so far, this Demon Queen was better than he expected. She didn't seem to throw contemptuous remarks at him like the others and seemed reasonable so far. He felt as if getting a wife like her might be the only compensation for all the bad things that were still happening to him in this world. He didn't care why though, he was glad since he could use this to his advantage. On the way, he couldn't believe how insanely big this entire castle was. The cold stone air whipped around the courtyard, snaking into the Demon Queen's hair and going right through her gothic dress. Just by looking at the sturdy stone walls, Asher could guess this castle was older than he could imagine. But despite its age, everything looked clean and immaculate, especially with so many maids and servants diligently keeping everything perfect. And whenever they saw the Demon Queen, they would stop whatever they were doing and keep bowing with their backs fully bent till her figure disappeared from their sight. He also lost count of how many rooms he passed by. Not even the biggest mansion on Earth had these many rooms. One would surely need a map to navigate through this castle. At the same time, his focused eyes noticed mystical runes engraved on the walls and even the roofs, making him guess that this castle had its own defense mechanisms to discourage anyone from attacking, or maybe they served another purpose. One could only guess. Right when he was wondering where she was taking him, the Demon Queen led him into a large room with small square window openings. A cold breeze swept through the room as Asher entered it and saw a large king-size bed with a thick mattress and clean black sheets. Other than the bed and a single wardrobe, there was basically nothing else in the room except for a bathroom. There wasn't even a chair or a table, though he knew it was not like his previous self needed them. "Do you know whose room this is, Asher?" the Demon Queen suddenly asked as she looked at him. Asher raised one of his eyebrows as he said, "I actually don't remember anything of my past, but I am not surprised since a crippled mind may not remember anything, right? Still, if I have to guess, I think this is my room?" The Demon Queen nodded as she said, "Correct. Now sit on the bed. I have to make sure my uncle's concerns are answered." Asher didn't know what exactly she was planning to do to check if he was legit or not, but he didn't care since what was the worst that could happen? The only concern he had was whether she would be able to know that he was actually a hunter who got into this body. Now that should be impossible, right? "As you say, my wife," Asher said with a wink as he sat down. He knew he was too weak right now, and if he had to have any hopes of gaining some power, he would have to get close to his wife no matter what it took. The Demon Queen's forehead creased subtly as she said with a narrow gaze, "You can just call me Rowena if you have to." Saying so, she sat in front of him. Asher could see that she wasn't used to hearing him call her like that. He subtly smiled as he asked, "Why not? I know we did not get to share anything due to how I was all this time, but now that your father has given me a second chance, isn't it only right we get to know each other? You are, after all, my wife, aren't you?" Seti clenched her fists, feeling like punching his face in for acting so brazen before her queen. The last thing she expected was this weakling to grow some balls after gaining his wits. He didn't seem that ballsy in the carriage, making her wonder when he suddenly grew a bone. But she had no idea that Asher had noticed how Rowena was not just a figurehead, but commanded the most authority around here and wasn't antagonistic towards him. This assuaged some of his worries. Rowena's eyebrows squished together since his words made sense. However, her expression relaxed as if she decided to ignore it and said, "Forget about it and close your eyes. Make your body and mind as still as possible." Asher wasn't surprised she was cold to him, but he felt that getting closer to her could be tougher than he thought. But this didn't deter him, and he decided to focus on the present as he closed his eyes and cleared his mind. His only concern was she would find out this wasn't his original body, though she shouldn't be able to, he hoped. After just a moment, he felt Rowena's cold hand pressing against his chest, not expecting her body temperature to be so ice cold. And the next moment, he felt Rowan's sparse, cold mana permeating through every cell of his body. Even if he felt his body shiver due to how cold her mana was, as a powerful expert in his previous life, he could sense that she was trying her best to not hurt him accidentally. If she even increases the density of her mana by a fraction, his body might explode. This made him realize once again how weak he was right now for her to try this hard. It was evident she wasn't used to holding back her strength to this level. This must be her first time inserting her mana into a level 1 person like him. Seti closely observed and wondered if Prince Saron was right or wrong, but hoped he was right so that Asher would return to his less annoying form instead of the present one. After just a few seconds, Asher felt her cold, dark mana slowly withdrawing away and felt his body returning to normal as he opened his eyes. Asher held his breath as he wondered if she happened to learn that he wasn't exactly the same person, but a hunter who got transmigrated into this body. "You are indeed Asher. It seems my uncle's concerns were misplaced," Rowena said as she looked at Asher from top to bottom with her stone-cold crimson eyes. Seti clicked her tongue, feeling frustrated that now he would be a bigger nuisance to her queen. At least before, he would always be lying on his bed without making a sound and exist as if he never existed. But even if you were fortunate enough to regain your awareness, your body is still weak, especially without having any mana. Your physical aspects are still the same as before. So, in reality, things won't change much. You have to stay inside this castle at all times like before. We can't let a repeat of today's incident happen, Rowena firmly stated, making Asher pull his brows together. This was bad. Did he get a second chance only to waste away his life inside these walls like some old widow? Was he really supposed to just forget about his revenge and die with regrets and pain? Only over his dead body. Asher wanted to refute her, but he also knew she had a point. He was too weak to go out on his own to do anything. Even if he can get quests to kill hunters or invade Earth, he felt Rowena wouldn't let him leave, and that she probably must already be planning to assign guards to make sure he doesn't leave this castle. But he had to know why she seemed to care so much about his life. He knew it was not because she truly cared for him as her husband, obviously. So, he asked with a subtle smile, "You really care about my life that much? I guess I am lucky to have such a caring wife like you." Seti scoffed as she said, "Don't get ahead of yourself. Our late Demon King made Her Majesty promise to look after you no matter what. It was he who told her, and everyone else, that no harm should befall you." "Seti, that's enough," Rowena said with a side glance as Seti apologetically bowed. "Forgive me, Your Majesty. I accidentally overstepped my boundaries." Asher was glad to hear what he needed to know and finally felt it made sense. But what he couldn't make sense of was why the Demon King cared so much about a crippled demon. It just didn't sit right with him, especially the final words he said to him. Chapter 11. Duty of a Servant. Asher felt that this was something he would have to find out himself later. But remembering the blurry memories in his head, the reason Seti said matched with what he saw. It is just as she said. "My father, for some reason, entrusted me with your life. So whether you like it or not, you can't leave this castle without my say-so. If you want anything, there will always be servants around here to help you," Rowena said as she got up and walked towards the door to leave. "Wait," Asher called out as Rowena paused and turned around. "What is it? Isn't this supposed to be your room as well? I mean, shouldn't a husband and wife be staying in the same room?" Asher felt that if he was going to be totally isolated, when would he get a chance to get closer to her? He was interested in her, but only to use her to avenge his unfair death. How presumptuous. Seti was about to say more when Rowena gestured to her to stand down as she looked at Asher impassively. "You seem to misunderstand something. You might be my husband, but the only reason I married you was to respect my father's wish. Other than that, we share no sentiments, not in the past or now. All I can do is keep you safe." Does she think of me as some vase to be locked behind walls forever? Asher knew her response was to be expected. Still, it left him frustrated, and seeing Seti smirk at him only ticked him off even more as he said with a firm gaze, "Then I want Seti to serve me in your place." "What?" Seti's eyes shook as she wondered if she even heard him right. Even Rowena had a blinking expression, and before the two of them could say anything, Asher added as he curled his lips, subtly, "I am not mentally crippled like I was before. I am still a man with various needs. The fact that you forbade me to leave this castle is something I can still understand. But if you were to leave me in total isolation, especially when my own wife does not want to stay with me, I would go mad with loneliness and depression. I might get worse than I was before." Rowena's expression became thoughtful upon hearing his words. But Asher was not finished as he went on. "Even if you do not hold any sentiments towards me, I am sure your late father wouldn't want you to neglect me. Otherwise, it would be better to die than live as a dead man," he finished with a pitiful look. "This is ludicrous. Your Majesty, let's leave. We don't have to listen to his nonsense," Seti said with a scowl. Asher roared, "Hey! Is that the way you are supposed to speak to the royal consort? By showing disrespect to me, you are disrespecting my wife too." Asher wasn't scared of Seti since just before, not only Rowena, but even Seti herself had said that no harm should come to him. He wouldn't have to worry about any consequences, at least not within the castle. Doesn't this mean he can at least act freely before Seti? Seti was slightly shaken when Asher suddenly raised his voice and, for a second, she felt as if she wasn't standing before someone who can rattle a person's spine with just their eyes. But then she shook off this silly thought, but felt Rowena's gaze on her as she immediately apologized. "I am sorry, Your Majesty. I meant no disrespect to you." Seti couldn't believe she was made to look bad by this weakling. "You have to apologize to me as well. Otherwise, your apology to her is meaningless," Asher said with a cold smile. Seti gritted her teeth as she forced herself to look at him and said in a strained tone, I apologize." She told herself that she was doing this only for her queen and not for some useless thing who didn't even carry the noble bloodline of this house. Asher scoffed, hearing her half-assed apology, but he was satisfied to let her know her place. Rowena finally spoke, "I understand that you have your needs as a man, but for that, I can give you any maid you want, the prettiest ones with their virginity intact if that is what you prefer. They will happily serve you." Seti was glad that her queen was dealing with this fool for her. She inwardly snorted, wondering how he even had the balls to demand something like that. A weakling like him surely wouldn't be able to satisfy even a lowly maid. Asher softly chuckled as he asked with a brief shake of his head, "How could you think so lowly of your husband, Rowena? As a royal consort, don't you think lowly maids are beneath me? Besides, I took a liking to Seti," Asher said as he purposefully scanned her curvy red body from top to down, making Seti's eyes glint with disgust. "And since she is your servant, she is mine as well, right? Or does she hold a higher status than the royal consort himself? Are you willing to let her disrespect the values of our kingdom at your expense?" Asher asked as the corners of his mouth turned up while looking at Seti. In his previous life, Asher would never think of saying something like this to a woman, no matter how much hate he might have. Being stuck in 14 years of hell where he couldn't even raise a finger to protect himself, coupled with the betrayal he faced, had given birth to flames of resentment inside him. And now, his spite for Seti was feeding these flames, and he wanted her to know that her actions has a price. After seeing how much disdain she had for him, he suspected that she must be one of the people who tortured and made his life miserable when he was a helpless kid. However, he knew Rowena would stop him, but his main goal of making Seti know her place would be a success. Seti felt like cutting his dirty tongue out and only felt even more contempt for him since there was no way her queen would tell her to serve this pervert. But she heard her queen sigh softly with her eyes closed before looking at her with a firm expression. "Seti, you will serve him as he pleases. As the servant of the royal household, you can't ignore the royal consort or his wishes." Oh? Interesting. Asher still found it surprising that Rowena actually agreed. He expected her to defend Seti and disagree. He only wanted to make sure Seti didn't keep annoying him by scaring her, but it seemed things took an unexpected turn. He knew that the royal household would mean only Rowena and him, her husband, since she was the ruler of this kingdom. Seti's eyes quivered as she bit her lip, unable to believe her queen was actually letting this weakling do as he pleased. "Your Majesty," Seti helplessly mumbled, but it seemed Rowena was really firm in her decision, and thinking about her words, it wasn't like she was wrong. Still, how could she serve this weakling and lose her dignity? But there was no other choice. Her queen's orders were like a decree that could not be dismissed. And so, in a suppressed, resentful voice, she asked, "What do you need me for, your highness?" Asher's mouth twisted as he said, "Strip yourself naked and come lie down on the bed." He gestured to the bed. Seti looked at him with an outraged expression and then looked at her queen. "Your Majesty, please." Rowena held her wrist as she looked at her with a mild gaze. "This might be hard for you, but you have already pledged your life to serve me and my consort. Your duties would be the same as any other servant or maid. You are free to leave as well, but you won't serve me or this house any longer." Seti's expression fell as reality dawned on her. Her queen's orders might seem cold-hearted, but she was right about the duties a servant of the royal family should follow. The title of the battlemaster was honorable and respectful before the people, but they were still a servant to the one who lords over the kingdom, and they were expected to follow any orders without question. She even took the oath of following her duty toward the queen and her husband before becoming the battlemaster. But at that time, who would have thought that this husband would one day wake up to cause trouble for her? Situations like these weren't unprecedented, and even in the past, servants of the highest rank had done similar things for their masters. It was actually considered a common thing, but for someone like her, she never expected she would be faced with such a situation. But she can't give up and let her queen think her loyalty can be shaken. I will do my duty, my queen. I won't let you down." She slowly turned around and, with trembling hands, began to remove her armor while Asher looked on with a subtle smirk, finding it pleasing to see her ego slowly crumbling. Chapter 12. Figuring out the culprit. "Quick, I don't have all day to keep watching you undress like a snail," Asher said as he patted on the bed, making Seti mutter inwardly in a cutting tone. "It's not like you have anything better to do, pervert." She wanted to say this aloud, but after knowing how twisted the tongue of this rascal was, she just couldn't risk it anymore. Rowena shook her head with a sigh of disappointment as she turned around to walk out the door. "Rowena, don't go out already. Please stay, because what if she tries to disobey me in your absence?" Asher said as Rowena paused her steps and looked at him. "She won't disobey me. I know you have confidence in her, but I don't. So can you at least stay only for this first time just to make sure she is capable of serving me? After that, you don't have to bother," Asher said with a narrowed gaze. How dare he? Said he couldn't believe this rascal would also demand her queen to watch. This weakling knew no restraint. All this time, he was bragging that the queen was his wife, and yet now he wanted her to watch? Rowena's expression was filled with reluctance. But after a few moments of silence, with a stiff turn of her gaze, she said, "Okay, just this once. But only for a minute." Asher had to admit no ordinary woman would want to stay and watch, even if it was only for a minute. So was she doing this for his sake or to see how he was going to treat Sei? Or did she just not care at all? Seti had removed her entire upper garments by now and covered her ample breasts with both her arms, her face reddened in shame and anger. Asher looked at her dark red panties and said coldly, "Take that off too, or do you think I am joking? What do you take me for?" But inwardly, Asher was surprised at how different she looked after taking off all that armor that covered her body and head. He knew her body was already sensuously beautiful, but after seeing the rest of her supple, fair red body, especially her ravishing face, which had an amorous charm due to the blush on her cheeks, he couldn't help but feel as if he was looking at a fine piece of fine sculpture. No ordinary werewolf woman can match her charms. Seti's lips quivered as she stared daggers at him. She had never stripped herself before anyone like this, let alone a man whom she wished to beat to a pulp after humiliating her like this. She could only swallow her indignation as she removed her panties as well and immediately covered her maiden region with her other hand. Asher took a good look at this beautiful red-skinned demon who had one of her arms barely covering her plump breasts and the other covering her honeypot. He had always considered demons as ugly creatures, not because of how most of them looked, but because of what they were. He never felt physically attracted to any of the female demons he had come upon in the past due to his mindset. But looking at her curvaceous nude figure, especially her smooth and fair red skin, her titillating cleavage, her lean muscles that beautifully blended in with her slender body, and her lovely, prominent collarbones actually made him feel something primal and exciting. He wondered if he was feeling this because he was a demon now. Seti had never felt so mortified and exposed while feeling like her dignity was slowly being stripped away under his dirty gaze. She could feel him looking up at every inch of her body with his eyes, though she had no idea that Asher was actually confirming his demonic nature. With heavy steps, she got onto the bed and laid down while feeling her heart thumping loudly against her chest. She never dreamed that her first time would end up like this. Asher got atop her as his lips curved into a lopsided grin. "Not feeling so talkative now, are you?" he said as he leaned his face closer till her face was just barely a few inches away from his. Seti clenched her jaw as she looked away with her dark blue eyes shaking. She simply closed her eyes and was just waiting to just get this over with quick and consider this as a bad dream. Asher scoffed, seeing her expression, and raised his brows as he smelled the sweet smell coming off her body. Who would have thought the great battlemaster actually had such a slutty body underneath all that armor? "Tell me, how many men have you already toyed with such a body?" he whispered into her ear with a cold smile. Seti's hands were trembling as she bit down on her lower lip, wondering how long this pervert would ridicule her. She was a respected and proud battlemaster, and no man or woman till now had the guts to disrespect her like this. She could kill someone as weak as this rascal 100 times over in her sleep. "Ugh, I am done. You are not good enough, as I thought," Asher said in a jaded tone as he got off the bed, making Seti suddenly open her eyes in disbelief and shock, wondering if she heard it right. She immediately turned her head around and saw Asher getting off, making her feel relieved. But at the same time, remembering what he just said made her gnash her teeth since he made it sound like she was beneath him. Rowena blinked her eyes in surprise, not expecting Asher to actually back out himself. She knew how pretty Seti was and how many men actually tried to court her, but failed since Seti considered them all weak. "Why are you still lying on the bed? If you still want it, you have to beg for it, and then I might reconsider," Asher said with a twisted chuckle, making Seti feel like spitting on him as she quickly sprang out of the bed and dressed herself. Asher did feel physically tempted, but his pride didn't let him. In the end, he used his status, which he didn't earn, to make her succumb forcibly. He could see why those rich, but trashy kids love to use their influence to get things done to their liking. It was quite easy and was something one could easily get addicted to. But he was someone who always took pride in earning things himself, be it power, wealth, or status. In his past life, he earned everything he had through his own hard work, and even if he received help, he made sure he did things to deserve it. And now, when it came to Seti, he wanted to make her succumb by using his own power. She should succumb to him on her own. Only then would he truly feel satisfied rather than borrow Rowena's influence. At least he succeeded in making her realize that he was not someone who would silently endure things like before. Rowena had a strange look in her eyes as she looked at him. She then shook her head briefly and said, "It's almost night. Asher, I want you to remember my instructions and follow them without fault. As for the life crystals, don't worry about it. A maid will give you some tomorrow. Let's go, Seti." Leaving some instructions, Rowena immediately walked out as Seti also quickly followed after her with a vexed face. Even if nothing had happened, she felt enough had happened to make her feel like she had lost half her dignity. "Wait, what life crystals?" Asher called out from behind, but Seti immediately closed the doors, and it seemed like she even locked it from the outside on purpose. Asher didn't understand what Rowena meant by giving him the life crystals. This was the first time he was actually hearing about them. But looking at the four walls around him as he stood in the center of a large room, he mumbled, "This fancy prison, I have to find some way to get out of it." Asher was feeling greatly frustrated about his current situation. He sighed as he leaned against the window and looked at the dark clouds in the sky, thinking about the memories he saw when he woke up in this world, especially the blurry faces of the people who tortured him. He felt that at least one of them wanted him dead for sure. Otherwise, how could a cripple like him end up outside on his own? Said he might not like me, but she couldn't be the one who tried to get me killed, Asher inwardly mused after witnessing how loyal she was to the queen. Of course, her loyalty to the queen didn't necessarily confirm things, but now that he was calmly thinking about it, she didn't seem like the type. Those who were guilty of something like trying to murder him wouldn't openly diss him since he was not a retard anymore. He knew the culprit was most probably one of the blurry faces he had seen in his memories. The only way he could rule out and suppress Seti was by forcing her into a corner using his status. But he knew that for the rest, he may not be able to do it, especially if those people were powerful in their own right. In the end, he has to somehow become powerful and cough out the truth from those who tried to hurt him and make sure they regret it. But then his expression became dull when he remembered that he didn't have mana. In this world, he was still a cripple because of that, whereas on Earth, those without mana were considered normal and could still assume positions of power. His dark yellow eyes became blank as he felt his situation was hopeless. Was he too overconfident and blinded with anger before to think that he could get his revenge? No, why am I getting depressed without even trying? I can't let them have the last laugh thinking about the betrayal from his ex-girlfriend and the ones he trusted. Asher clenched his fists as he pressed them against the wall. He also knew that if he gave up, he would just get stepped over by the demons here and die a death just as miserable as before. His gaze hardened as he resolved himself to use any means possible to get what he wanted. This time he can't let anything stand in his way, even if it means doing things he had never done as a hunter. But he suddenly noticed something weird. 1 HP. 95-94. Why did I just lose a health point? /n. For every 250 power stones, I will publish an extra chapter. Chapter 13. Uninvited Guess. Asher was taken aback as he saw that his HP decreased without him doing anything, or anything happening to him. Even if it was only a single point, it alarmed him since this was weird. Something like this shouldn't happen on its own. His first thought was if he was poisoned, but then again, he would have known if he was poisoned. He waited a few minutes just to make sure, but nothing happened. The fact that his HP wasn't decreasing after losing that single point also proved that his body wasn't harmed internally. His HP was still at 94, but even then, losing that single point out of nowhere left him a bit restless. He decided to take his mind off it since he was getting nowhere and looked at the strange old ring on his middle finger. Only now did he even notice he had such a dull ring on his finger due to how hectic things were all this time. He looked closely at it and was surprised to see a ring made out of a dark green mudstone, or some type of stone that looked similar to it. This was his first time seeing such a stone ring, and it seemed to be fragmented, with multiple rocky pieces somehow holding themselves together. He tried to remove it from his finger and found it to be quite stubborn to get off his finger. Only after applying considerable strength did he manage to get it off, and look at this ring in curiosity. It seemed like some knockoff piece made out of tiny stones poorly glued together. But he wondered who gave a ring like this to somebody who was crippled. Who cares, maybe I should check them out. Asher saw some books kept in the cupboard and was surprised he could understand what was written. Did the Demon King transfer the ability to read and write to him? Asher could only muse as he checked out these books that had information about the castle and the house he was married to Housedrake. He was eager to learn about these things since they could maybe help him formulate plans to get out of here and figure out what was wrong with his body for him to be monoless. Surely he can figure out something he has to. He got himself comfortable on the bed and didn't know whether to feel surprised or not after realizing how soft and comfy this mattress was. But before he knew it, he was feeling drowsy as he dozed off while darkness fully descended into the room. A few hours passed when at the dead of midnight, the large door of Asher's room slightly opened, letting out a very soft creak that not even a passerby might notice. A hooded figure sneaked inside while closing the door behind. In the hand of this person, there was a steel dagger that glinted under the dim candlelight. The eyes of this person landed on the young man sleeping on the bed like a log and sneaked towards him while slowly raising the dagger. Right when this person reached the young man, they raised the dagger up in the air completely before bringing it down on the young man's neck with the intent to kill. Asher's eyes suddenly opened wide as he swiftly rolled to the side, making the hooded figure miss as the dagger struck the mattress. Asher didn't even say or ask anything as his eyes became sharp, and twisted his hip in midair, and kicked this assassin in the chest using both his feet. 15 erg. A man's grunt echoed as the assassin stumbled back with the dagger in his hand while Asher got off the bed and quickly assumed a fighting stance with a vigilant look. Seeing how much damage Asher dealt to him, he was frustrated again for not having any mana to deal more damage. The assassin quickly recovered as he also assumed a fighting stance, though his black eyes glinted with surprise as if not expecting resistance in the first place. "Who sent you?" Asher asked, but his eyes widened when he saw this assassin suddenly charging at him with his dagger aiming for his chest. Asher didn't have any weapon in his hand, but he remembered his martial arts from his past life, though he had yet to get used to fighting in this body. He hooked the assassin's forearm before the dagger could touch his skin and used his other hand to try and bash the man's face. But to his surprise, the assassin dodged his punch in a flash and kicked him in the stomach, making Asher stumble back by a few steps. He is well trained. This was Asher's first thought after observing the reflexes and moves of this assassin from just this brief encounter. His HP fell from 100 to 75 after just taking a single kick, and this was after having the 5% bonus to his HP since it was nighttime. Asher grimaced as he placed his hand on his stomach, realizing that this assassin was quite strong for him. If he had to guess, this assassin must be at least 1 or 2 levels above him. With just one kick from him, Asher felt a dull sensation in his stomach, making his legs a bit sluggish. Still, he resolved himself to not falter now, since dying on the same day he got his second chance would be stupid and a waste. Asher didn't even get to catch his breath, as the assassin charged at him again with killing intent. Asher was forced to be on the defensive as he tried to deflect away the man's arm each time he tried to stab him. Asher felt his arms getting numbing even more each time he parried the assassin's attacks, and could feel that he was getting cornered. The more he tried to fight off him, the more Asher realized that this assassin was no joke when it came to his martial art skills. And each time he blocked his attacks, Asher's health was being chipped away little by little. Other than being monoless, he was disappointed that his current body was too weak, and also the fact that he didn't yet get the time to train this body to keep up with his instinctive reflexes. Asher grimaced as the assassin managed to nick his forearm and again tried to kick him in the chest. He quickly put up his arms to defend himself, but the kick still knocked him off his feet and he fell to the floor. Asher endured the pain of the severe bruises on his body as he rolled to the side and crouched near the table where some candles were lit. His expression was grave as he saw how he had barely more than 1/3 of his health left. But still, his mind searched for a way out as he saw the assassin coming at him again like a relentless demon who wouldn't rest until he snuffed the life out of him. His eyes got glued to the candles for a second, but he waited for the assassin to get close to him as much as possible. He remembered how good this assassin was at dodging his attacks, and felt that he couldn't get an edge over him without sacrificing something. Seeing the blade coming at him, Asher simply raised his palm as he let the dagger pierce his flesh, making the assassin's eyes glint in confusion, as if he didn't expect Asher to use his hand as a shield. But this moment of confusion was all Asher needed. He didn't even let out a groan as he swiftly grabbed the candle stand and used the burning tip of the candle to stab at the assassin's eyes. "Eat this, swipe." 50 arg. The assassin didn't expect this young man to let his hand get injured and use that opportunity to burn his eyes. In pain and shock, the assassin fell back while letting go of the dagger, which was still stuck in Asher's hand. Asher was glad to see that he gave him 50 damage by burning his eyes. He didn't have the health to spare left, but he didn't want to let the assassin recover and lunge towards him to get some blows in. The assassin was clutching his eyes as he swayed his hands around as if to keep Asher from attacking him. But it was easy for Asher to take on a blind man even if that man was an expert in combat. He dodged the assassin's frantic attempt to grab him and elbowed his solar plexus. 35 ugh. The assassin let out a hoarse grunt as his knees almost gave away, but still managed to regain his balance, making Asher feel frustrated, seeing how this assassin had higher defense due to the level advantage. If this man was on the same level as him, such a blow to his solar plexus should render him incapacitated. He knew how much damage he was dealing to the assassin, but he had no idea how much HP the assassin had. Otherwise, he could have at least gotten an idea of whether he was close to killing him. This was the time Asher wished he had a hound by his side who could gauge various details of their enemies, which others cannot. And because his attack failed, the assassin easily counterattacked by punching his face, making Asher fall on the floor. The assassin got atop him and started choking him with both his hands, making Asher's face redder and redder. But Asher still didn't give up as he looked at the dagger stuck in his flesh. Fuck. He groaned as he pulled the blade out of his hand and stabbed the man's chest, though it didn't go deep as he expected. 25 Asher only had 12 HP left, but he didn't give up as he kept applying as much strength as he could to make the dagger cut through his flesh deeper, making the assassin howl in pain. "Aug, just die." Asher's eyes widened when he saw the man raising his fist, which was glowing with his dark mana, making him realize that he was finished since the assassin was finally using his mana. All this time, he He wondered why the assassin didn't simply use his mana in the first place, not that thinking about it would change anything. He could feel that his punch would at least carry enough power to pulverize his face, as he could only helplessly watch the assassin's fist close in on his face. /N. For every 250 power stones, I will publish an extra chapter. Chapter 14. A breath away from death. Is this it? Asher thought as he saw the fist of death just a breath away from crushing his face in. In that split second, Asher felt as if the entire world around him had frozen as he thought, no, why should I die again unfairly? What did I do to deserve this? Dark memories of the crippled Asher also surfaced in his mind as uncontrollable rage and hatred flooded his mind. All he wanted was to send this assassin to hell. Suddenly he heard a subtle humming sound coming from his right hand as a dark green light flashed before his eyes. The Ring of Damnation recognizes you as its master. This message also popped up in his head, and before he could realize it, the assassin's fist didn't reach his face since his wrist was cut off by a dark green blade in the shape of a ring. Of course, this ring blade was not as small as a ring, but at least 1 foot in diameter. The only difference was the sharp blade-like projections running along the circumference of this ring blade. Even without these projections, the entire circumference of this blade seemed as sharp as a blade. And with wide eyes, Asher saw this dark green ring blade sever the assassin's wrist before flying away on its own. Arg! The assassin howled, but suddenly the ceiling of the room flashed with crimson light as arrows created out of mana shot out from it and struck the assassin's back, puncturing his heart as well. Asher was surprised by the sudden turn of events as the assassin's eyes turned lifeless and fell over him. And before he could even gather a second to collect his thoughts, he saw the dark green ring blade flying back towards him like a boomerang, making him unconsciously raise his hand to protect himself. However, to his relief, it suddenly transformed into a small mudstone ring and made itself comfortable on his ring finger. What the hell? Asher was stupefied by everything that happened. He thought he was a gunner, but then this worthless-looking ring actually was a secret weapon that saved his life. Who could have guessed that? Erg! What is this? But Asher suddenly grimaced as he felt like his finger was melting off. He clutched his hand and saw that it was badly hurting right on the finger where the ring was resting. He tried to pull out the ring, but it wasn't budging at all. And what puzzled him was that everything looked all right on the outside, but inside he felt like he was being burned from within. His body was already heating up as droplets of sweat trickled down his forehead. It was as if the injuries he suffered from the assassin weren't enough right now. Bam! But he was startled when the door of his room was banged open as many guards rushed inside, followed by Seti wearing spiked knuckles on her fists. Asher tried to calm himself down as best as he could while hiding the hand underneath his body. Seti was surprised to see some man lying over Asher, and for a second thought Asher was dead, seeing the pool of blood surrounding him. Hey! Get him off me rather than simply standing there, Asher said with a grimace as he was bleeding and bruised all over. This made Seti harumph, realizing that this pervert was actually alive. The guards quickly removed the assassin's corpse away from Asher as Seti ordered them to lay his corpse before her since she wanted to know who was bold and capable enough to infiltrate the castle of the Demon Queen. Rona also entered his room as the guards and Seti immediately gave a deep bow. Your Majesty, is the royal consort all right? Rona asked before taking a glance at the corpse before her. Asher slowly stood up as he wiped the streak of blood near his lips. I am fine. Asher made himself comfortable on the bed since he was feeling too dizzy and numb after fighting that assassin to the death. But he also took some distance from the others to hide the ring while enduring the scorching pain. Rowena furrowed her brows as she looked at his pale face and said, You do not look fine. Get the royal physician here. Quick! Rona sharply ordered as one of the guards rushed out as fast as he could to get one. Asher clicked his tongue as he didn't want any physician to inspect his body. What if they find out about the ring? He was sure that they might try to take it away upon realizing that it was no ordinary ring. He wouldn't dare trust anyone here. Rowena could see that Asher could survive till the physician got here and then coldly looked at the corpse near her feet. Who is he? How did he manage to get inside? One of the guards bent down and removed the hood of the assassin, revealing an ordinary face of a middle-aged man. I have seen him around here. This is one of the servants assigned to take care of His Highness' room, Seti mumbled with a surprised look, though her eyes suddenly narrowed as if she noticed something. No, not exactly, Rowena said as she pointed her finger at the face of the dead assassin, and the next moment a crimson light shot out of her fingertip and struck the face of the corpse. Asher squinted his eyes as he saw the corpse's face glow briefly before he saw something surprising. The face of the corpse no longer looked that of some ordinary servant, but a whole nother face. Even the skin color was different as the current one had red skin color, just like Seti. A werewolf? Asher didn't expect this guy to be from the same race as Seti, which made him immediately suspect whether Seti was behind this. But seeing her expression, it seemed like even she had no idea unless she was very good at acting. Seti firmly pressed together her lips as she said, "Your Majesty, I am sorry. Why are you apologizing for the sins of your people? We know your people are known for their shapeshifting ability, and this man killed the real servant and took his face to try and kill the royal consort. This is just one of their underhanded ways to try and undermine me as always," Rowena said in a cold, seething tone as a deathly searing aura descended in the entire room, making Asher feel as if his surroundings had turned into a scorching hell. He wasn't surprised since the Demon King's blood magic involved heating up his own blood to the point it could melt even iron. This was something even vampires wouldn't dream of having such abilities. Still, he was astonished that a vampire like her could heat up her cold blood like that, considering the common weaknesses of a vampire. No wonder she and her house have ruled this kingdom since ancient times. But he could see that this kingdom and the werewolves seemed to be at war. Still, if that was the case, how come Seti was actually working under Rowena with a respectable status? Seti softly nodded and then shook her head as she said, "But I don't understand, how did he get in? Even if he could change his face, the castle would have stopped him at the entrance itself by recognizing the mana flowing through his veins. The ore of the mana of two races can never be the same. This is the first time such a thing happened, and to kill His Highness nonetheless." Asher inwardly snorted since he could sense the contempt in Seti's voice as she was hinting at the question of why this assassin would risk so much to kill a weakling like him. But he had to admit, he also had the same question. Asher raised his brows subtly, not expecting this castle to have such high security. Now he realized why it was rumored that the castle of the Demon King was said to be impenetrable. There could only be one answer. Somebody let him in, and that only means worse. "We have to find who the mole in our castle is quickly, and why they wanted to get rid of the royal consort," Rowena said as her tone hardened. Seti's expression became serious and firm as she said, "Leave it to me, Your Majesty. I will get to the bottom of this and find out who among us was colluding with the assassin." She turned to the guard standing behind her and instructed him, "Go and tell everyone that nobody should step inside this hall until I say so. If anybody tries to disobey, tell them this order is enforced by Her Majesty." The guard silently bowed as he left the room, and only Rowena, Seti, and Asher were left in the room with the corpse of the assassin, which Seti was closely inspecting. "Your Majesty, may this little physician come in?" An old man with a slight hunch on his back hurried to the door, and he asked in a breathless voice. Chapter 15, Who Saved Him? Asher saw the royal physician, who was an old man, and it seemed as if he rushed here after waking up in the middle of the night without even properly sorting his clothes out. Asher was barely enduring the pain the ring was giving him, but forced himself to put up a composed expression as he saw the physician come closer. The royal physician looked at Asher as he sat beside him and gave him a gentle smile. "Your Highness has nothing to worry. Since Your Highness may not recognize this old man's face, my name is Ygritte, and I will quickly fix you up." Asher felt that this guy was friendly enough, and showed him the gaping dark red hole in his palm, wanting to distract him from a certain something. "Oh, fortunately, nothing too serious has happened," Ygritte mumbled to himself as he took out a vial containing a dark red liquid and poured 2 drops onto Asher's palm, making him wince. "It will only sting for a while, and then you will feel comfortable," Ygritte reassured. Rowena stepped forward as she looked at Asher's injury and asked, "You used your own hand to block the assassin's attack?" Seti shifted her gaze from the corpse as she focused on Asher and her queen's conversation. Asher shrugged as he smiled. "I couldn't see any other way to protect myself. All I had was my hands." Seti took a good look at the room, especially the mess created, and said, "Your Majesty, it seems like the assassin got here a while before we got here. That means he knew he did not use his mana since the castle's defensive arrays would have killed him earlier." "What are you trying to get at?" Rowena asked with knitted brows while Asher narrowed his eyes in displeasure. Seti briefly shot a glance at Asher before looking at her queen. "It's just that I find it quite surprising, but not unfortunate that the assassin failed his job despite getting into this room way before any of us knew about his presence. He was just a level 3, but the werewolves from his Darkmoon tribe are born for assassinations. Even if those with weak potentials know they will stay stuck in the weaker levels, they still train their body and mind to the extreme for assassinations. So I am just curious if some expert helped His Highness to fight off the assassin till we got here." Asher clicked his tongue inwardly, seeing how Seti was feeling suspicious about how he managed to not die after getting attacked by such a skilled assassin. Even he thought that a level 1 cripple should have died to a trained level 3 werewolf who also had the advantage physically. Still, he knew it was the mysterious ring on his finger that actually saved him on its own. This only made him feel more interested to know what kind of ring this was, while also realizing that he couldn't reveal the specialty of this ring to anyone, not even Rowena. He can't trust anyone here, and since Seti was feeling suspicious, he had to quickly think of something. Rowena furrowed her brows, thinking that Seti had a point. An expert assassin like that could have easily finished someone as weak as Asher in just a second. The fact that this assassin was forced to use his mana only meant that he was forced to a corner by someone. The assassin's hand seems to have been severed with utmost precision and skill. Clearly, we have some expert who helped His Highness, Seti added as she observed the severed wrist of the corpse. Who helped you, Asher? Rowena asked while wondering who it was. Asher shook his head with a sigh as he said, I just got really lucky. Even if I was not really scared by what was going on, my mind was fully focused on protecting myself from the assassin. So all I saw was some kind of blade coming in through the window and slashing off the hand of the assassin. That was when he tried to use one of his mana skills to kill me quickly. It must be because he knew he was a dead man and wanted to at least finish his job. So you were saying you didn't see which expert helped you? Rowena asked with a narrowed gaze. Asher shrugged with a look of regret. I wish I could have to thank whoever it was. But everything just happened so fast. Seti had a skeptical look, wondering which expert would bother themselves to protect this weakling and why they would be standing right outside the window when this assassination attempt happened. There were just too many questions left to be answered. Rowena also felt the same, but then she felt it was natural that someone like Asher wouldn't be able to have noticed who saved him in the midst of all this. It was actually surprising that he didn't really seem frightened to his core and seemed quite calm for someone who almost got killed. But other than this subtle fact that intrigued Rowena, she felt there was nothing else here for her to pay attention to. Seti, try and find out who saved the royal consort since they deserve a handsome reward. But finding out the mole is the priority, Rowena ordered. Seti firmly nodded as she bowed. Yes, Your Majesty. I will definitely find the culprit. Your Majesty. We may have found who was responsible, a guard suddenly announced from outside the door as he dragged in an old man who had the attire of a servant. The old man's eyes shook in terror upon seeing the queen, and he kowtowed. Forgive me, Your Majesty. I have committed an unforgivable sin, but I didn't do it on purpose. I lost control of my body and did things I didn't want to do, like letting that assassin in. I swear on my family this insignificant thing would never dare to wish harm upon the royal kingdom or its subjects. He must be telling the truth, Your Majesty. Somebody witnessed this servant letting in a cloaked stranger through the back door, which can only be opened from the inside, the guard said. Seti crossed her arms as she coldly looked at this fumbling old man. He must have got possessed and had his body controlled. So this must be the work of a mindslayer from their tribe. But why would somebody as powerful as a mindslayer risk themselves by targeting His Highness? Seti couldn't believe they sent a mindslayer to kill some weakling. It was just overkill in her eyes. Asher ignored Seti's contempt towards him, though he was surprised a mindslayer actually targeted him. He knew mindslayers were demons who could manipulate minds to a great extent and make people do things as they helplessly watch everything through their own eyes. Mindslayers were greatly feared due to how frightening their abilities were, and any skilled warrior would think twice before going up against them. Rowena's expression became thoughtful for a while before shaking her head. They must be getting desperate. It seems we have to make some rules stricter than before, she said as she looked at the old man kowtowing before her and asked, I know you didn't let the assassin in on purpose, but tell me one thing. Did you report yourself to your supervisor like everyone else should before entering the castle? The old man's chin quivered as he knew that every maid, servant, and guard should first see their supervisor to not only mark their presence, but also to make sure they weren't being impersonated. Due to the number of assassination attempts in the past, the Demon King had already put in place many rules to discourage such attempts, and they did indeed work since there have been no such attempts ever since. I take your silence as your answer. So this is indeed your fault. Your ignorance and your selfishness almost resulted in the death of the royal consort. So are you going to accept the consequences on your own or let somebody else do it? Rowena asked coldly as Seti dropped a dagger before the old man. Asher, who was silently watching all this, could guess that the system here was quite cruel. Even if this old servant really didn't let the assassin in, his mistake of not seeing his supervisor had put him in a situation of no escape, even though this mistake seemed too small. But in the end, it was none of his concern. The old man slowly raised his head as he picked up the dagger with trembling hands. He knew what he had to do, and that even if he had a genuine reason for not seeing his superior today, it wouldn't really matter to the Demon Queen. He knew by law that if anybody was even remotely responsible for a royal family member getting harmed, then death would be the penalty. Your Majesty, I will pay for my sin, but my family they will be compensated as deserved. You can die in peace, Rowena said while Asher saw Ygritte let out a low sigh of pity. Thank you, Your Majesty, the old servant said with a look of gratitude and no longer seemed that worried. Long live the Queen. He shouted with red eyes as he stabbed himself in the chest before slowly succumbing to the floor. Asher was surprised by his expression right before he died. It seemed like he believed he was doing an honorable thing by killing himself for his mistake. Asher felt he had yet to understand the strange ways of the demons. Chapter 16, Burning in Hell? Rowena and Seti had left while the servants also cleaned up the room along with the assassin's corpse. But Ygritte furrowed his brows as he noticed that Asher was still sweating and his body temperature wasn't going down even though all his physical injuries were healed. Asher could see that Ygritte was feeling suspicious about his condition and quickly asked to distract him, "I have one question. Why did you sigh when Rowena ordered his death?" Ygritte raised his brows, not expecting the royal consort to be so observant. His expression was filled with hesitation as Asher added, "You can be free with me. I have nobody to talk to anyway." Ygritte took a deep breath as he said, "It's just that I realized Her Majesty had become very indifferent after the death of her father. When the late Demon King was alive I could say she was in a better state. I'm sorry. I think I might have spoken too much." "No. It's fine. You can go," Asher said as he felt that Rowena must have been close to her father. He wondered how she would react if she knew he was the one who killed her father. But he wasn't really worried since there was no way she would ever learn the truth, just like how nobody could guess that he was a hunter in his past life. Ygritte nodded, but he was still worried seeing his pale face and asked, "Your Highness, are you feeling all right?" "I think maybe I left out something when inspecting your..." Asher gave a casual smile as he said, "Of course, I feel all right. Don't worry. I just feel mentally drained and exhausted after almost getting killed. It will all go away with a good night's sleep. Why don't you go on your way so that I can rest?" Ygritte felt hesitant since he could clearly see that something was wrong with the royal consort. But since the royal consort was insisting so much, he could only bow and leave. After Ygritte left, Asher let out a loud sigh in relief and quickly rushed to the door. He peeked out to see that the number of guards had increased and cursed the assassin for this. This only made it harder for him to sneak out. But the pain from the ring made him lock the door as he decided to find out more about this strange ring that first helped him, but was now making him feel like cutting off his finger. Maybe if he figured out what kind of ring it was, he could pull it off. If it was any ordinary person who was feeling this pain, they would be crying and rolling on the ground in pain. Fortunately for him, Asher had gone through various difficult trials as a hunter that strengthened his willpower, and had learned how to deal with pain to become the strongest hunter. However, when he inspected the ring, he was disappointed to see that there was not much information displayed. Item name, Ring of Damnation grade. Status, linked. So it is a soul artifact? Asher remembered how he got a notification that the ring chose him as its user. And only those artifacts that can link with the soul of a living being could be called a soul artifact. He was actually surprised that this body possessed such a precious artifact since soul artifacts were rare and powerful enough for people to go mad over it. He even remembered how humans in his past life had schemed against others to steal such artifacts, while some hunters had taken up suicide-level missions in the hopes of earning rewards involving a soul artifact. The only way to steal a soul artifact was by killing its master since these artifacts are said to be bound to the soul. But of course, even among soul artifacts, there were always the useless ones and more useful ones. Asher had already witnessed how helpful this stone ring was since it saved his life, and knew that it could also be used as a weapon. He just had to figure out how to activate its weapon form again. At least this way, he would be able to get it off his hand and also would have some chance of defending himself in case someone tries to kill him again. Still, he couldn't figure out its grade and thought that maybe an expert blacksmith might be able to tell. But he didn't have much hope since equipping this ring gave him no status benefits. There were even cheap accessories that gave the wielder at least some increase in their HP or MP. But this was just a letdown. The only relief he had was that this ring would at least transform into a sharp weapon. Shit, why did it get worse? Asher couldn't even focus on his thoughts as the pain suddenly spiked up. And to his horror, he saw dark green cracks spreading from his hand and towards his arm without showing any signs of slowing down. No, Asher felt like his entire arm was being set aflame as the cracks spread deeper. But unlike before, this time, he could see it happening for real. He could see his flesh, his nerves, and everything till his bones slowly crumbled into ashes, making him feel hellish pain he had never felt before. NNNGHHH. He bit onto the mattress to suppress his howls so that the others wouldn't rush inside. Even in this situation, he didn't want to trust his life in the hands of anyone else. He had to deal with whatever was going on by himself. His horror only increased when he saw the dark green cracks spreading rapidly over his entire body. RNNNGGGHHHH. Now he felt his entire body being melted by this scorching heat as dark green flames began to flare from his body. He couldn't even howl anymore as his vocal cords were burned into nothingness. He clutched his face and stumbled across the room as the dark green cracks had spread to his face, his skin disintegrating into ashes. The dark green flames even crept into his eyes and robbed him of his vision as well, making everything pitch black. This was just too terrifying for Asher, who had never experienced something as hellish as this. Was this some kind of divine punishment for being in the body of a demon? Asher wouldn't have even thought of such wild thoughts if only he was sane enough to formulate thoughts in this situation. He wasn't even sane enough to check his stats and figure out what was happening to his body. All he felt was his flesh burning off his body, and finally, after what seemed like an eternity in darkness, he felt the pain stop. But before he could think anything, he suddenly felt the floor beneath him disappear and felt his body falling through empty space until he finally crashed on some glass-like surface. And as if to prevent him from going into shock, he was relieved to see his vision slowly returning to him. But what he saw stupefied him. Chapter 17. Cursed Ring. Asher did get his vision back, but he was seeing everything in shades of green, dark to light, or in between. But what shocked him more was the place he was standing in. He was no longer standing in his room or even the castle, but in a strange, hellish, deserted, rocky place that was hot enough to melt iron instantly. However, Asher was not at all bothered by the heat and instead looked around with a stupefied face. There were no skies above, but only an endless mirror that reflected the hellish land below, which was littered with raging volcanoes that spewed green lava, black trees with no leaves, but only green flames on their branches, and lakes of green lava over this endless land. Asher couldn't figure out where he was, let alone make out how large this place was. But what caught his attention was when he saw his own reflection up in the sky. His clothes were the same as before, but what shook him to the core was the appearance of his own body. He didn't look like a night elf or any demon at all. All he could see was his own skeleton, top to bottom, which was continuously blazing with eerie dark green flames. His eyes were dark and hollow, just like that of a skull. He had no nose, ears, lips or skin, or anything that resembled his true appearance. It was as if his flesh had entirely burned off, leaving behind only his skeleton, which was lit on fire, yet he didn't even realize it. Even the color of his skeleton didn't seem normal and was pitch black, as if it got charred by the flames. He was feeling beyond horrified by what he was seeing. "No, what kind of sick joke is this?" he mumbled in a deep, husky voice that had low tones that scraped like knives on metal as he clutched his face, only to feel his solid, bony face. This was enough to make him realize that this was not only real, but a nightmare as well. "You have successfully activated the Hellbringer form plus 150% INT. You are now in the dimension of the damned. You have gained 2 passive ability. Forged in hell, your bones were forged from cursed flames and cannot be destroyed by ordinary means. Even if dismembered, you won't lose any HP and can reattach dismembered bones at will. Dimension of the damned. You can enter this dimension at will to punish your foes and scorch their souls for eternity. In this dimension, you are invincible. You have gained 2 talents. Vengeful Lifestealer. When your HP falls below 30%, any successful attack from you will leave a cursed burning effect on your enemy, dealing 1% of your HP as damage and letting you steal the HP they lost. 0/8 Hellmaster. You can enter the dimension of the damned once in a day. 0/10. You have gained a skill. Resentful. The cursed blade will try and cleave your foes on its own with a burst of flames. Upon successful attack, they will suffer bleeding effect of 2% of your HP for 6 seconds. 0/6 Cost. 50 MP. No shit, this can't be. Asher was at a loss for words as he saw all these notifications pop up one after the other in his mind. If he had his eyes, he would literally be blinking non-stop. He tried to take a deep breath to calm himself down, only to realize he couldn't even breathe or didn't need to. I should check my stats, Asher thought with suppressed exhilaration to confirm things. Level 1 rating. 10 life crystals. 4 HP, 95/95 MP, 246/250 SDR, 19 def, 38 int:50 dex, 20. It is fucking real. I can feel my mon. Asher roared in elation, since not only he no longer had to feel despair about being monoless, because not only was he able to use mana again, but his mana stats got a significant boost of 150%. He looked at the stone ring glowing with dark green light and pressed it against his bony teeth, as if trying to kiss it. He knew there was no point in wondering why or who gave him this ring. All that mattered was this beautiful ring paved a path for him forward. This ring also gave him amazing abilities, talents, and skill. He never thought he would get this lucky. He realized this hellish place he was standing in was the dimension of the damned. He found it quite surreal that he had personal access to such a unique and dangerous dimension where he was the master. But he inwardly smiled, thinking about how such a place would suit him. He could make his enemies literally rot in hell before snuffing away their lives. For all these advantages, he no longer felt bothered about his harrowing appearance. As long as he got what he wanted, he was willing to let this be permanent. He flexed his ring finger as the ring transformed into its dark green ring blade form, and he took a look at its stats. Weapon name: Blade of Damnation Enhanceable Grade. Status: Linked SDR plus 0% DEX plus 0% forged from a soul filled with resentment and hatred. It shall feed on any dark emotions of the bearer's enemies to condemn their souls to eternal damnation and bestow strength on the one who deserved to wear this cursed ring. I really got a cursed artifact. Asher didn't know if he should feel lucky or not, but in the end, he felt that it was better to have a cursed item as long as it gave him more benefits than losses. He knew the description of the ring he had just read about was actually left by the one who forged it. Still, he didn't really understand the true abilities of this ring, or how it would bestow him strength since he considered himself deserving after the ring chose him. And as if to tease him, it was showing 0% stat bonuses, yet at the same time, Asher felt there had to be some reason behind it. But he felt this ring blade was perfect for him, especially considering how much resentment he was carrying within him. And since it was enhanceable, it only meant he could further upgrade this weapon to keep up with him, though he was not sure about its limit. He decided to take a look at its other stats. Level 1 damage, 50 range, 5 meters durability, 230/250 blood sacrifice required. Asher's brows raised as he finally understood why this ring was cursed. He would have to sacrifice his own HP to make sure this weapon won't become useless, which was unlike any other weapon he had used in his past life. So if the durability came down to 0, he would have to sacrifice 250 to get it back to its top shape. But the problem was he had only 95 HP in total. To satisfy this bloodthirsty ring, he would have to sacrifice almost his entire life at least twice over. Durability, 230/250. Asher also observed something strange. The durability of this soul artifact and his MP had the same value, and it seemed to be decreasing by 1 every 3 seconds. Was it because he was in his Hellbringer form? Doesn't that mean he would run out of MP within 12 minutes or so? What would really happen once he runs out of mana? The only good thing he could see was this weapon would never need a replacement nor a blacksmith to fix it. It was basically indestructible as long as he kept feeding it his blood. But he was pulled away from his thoughts when he suddenly received a quest. Quest available. Chapter 18. First quest as a demon. A quest? Asher had his suspicions before, but now he was sure that demons also receive quests just like hunters. According to humans, it was the angels giving quests to humans to give them a chance to protect their world. So for demons, who was giving these quests? Quest: your brethren had successfully planted their seeds in an underground area in the Severed Realm, but hunters have already reached that place and plan to destroy the seeds your brethren had planted. Only one shall accept this quest, and it will be up to those who accept this quest to make these hunters tremble and die under the might of a demon. Restrictions: only those below level 3 may accept difficulty. Not so easy 3 hunters are present. Levels: unknown rewards. 10 life crystals, plus 2 talent point, plus 2 skill point. Accept? A limited quest? Asher's thoughts focused as he knew a limited quest like this one would be first come, first serve, and seeing these rewards which can benefit him, he accepted it in his mind before someone else could. He also wondered if this Severed Realm was the name of planet Earth. It had to be. Seeing how the difficulty level was named not so easy, he felt it quite amusing and could see this system thought this quest was hard for someone of his level. Not that he was surprised, but his eyes shone with a vengeful glint upon seeing the name Hunters considering what happened to him in his past life. He now loathed that title to his core. He didn't care about the not-so-easy difficulty since he was someone who never shied from challenges nor someone afraid to take risks. But most of all, he had invaluable experience from his time as a hunter. Surely it would prove to be an edge for him against F-rankers despite being a level 1 himself. Accepted? Oh shit. But only then he realized that if he disappeared now, then those people in the castle might get suspicious if they didn't find him in his room. But he calmed down, thinking that he would just find a way to get out of this castle before seeing through the quest. However, as a demon, how would he reach the place where he was supposed to finish the quest? His eyes blinked in confusion as a notification popped up in his mind suddenly. 4 life crystals utilized. Initiating instant teleportation, eh? Before Asher could realize it, he felt as if his body was getting pulled to someplace else as his surroundings disappeared. He felt his head spinning and couldn't make sense of things until he felt his body crashing down on a stony surface. Thud. You have reached the quest location. Quest has begun. Failure is death's ally. Yeah, no shit, Asher grumbled as he stood up and saw that he was in a deserted subway station with the only difference that demonic mana filled this place and reeked of death. This was surely a place on Earth. Whoever thought he would be standing on his previous home planet so soon? And who would have ever thought he would end up being the demon boss in a quest? A level 1 boss at that. It almost felt like a joke to him. He saw blobs of demonic mana, which was something he had seen a lot as a hunter. So he could guess that these blobs of mana would soon give birth to demonic creatures that would try and creep outside this subway to devour humans. So he realized his mission was to get rid of the hunters who might come here, so that these creatures could be allowed to be born. But of course, he knew that even if they were born, they would be too weak and might kill a few civilians before some hunters got rid of them all. However, he didn't really care what was going to happen after. All he was concerned about was his own quest. Now that he was already here, there was no point in regretting it. He will have to complete this quest lest he gets killed by hunters, and quickly as well to return before anybody finds him missing. But he relaxed since he knew everybody must be sleeping there at this time of the night. Do you wish to have a demon alias? If not, your real name will be considered. Asher immediately thought in his mind, my alias shall be Hellbringer. Now the entire demon realm will come to know you as the Hellbringer, and so shall your foes. Asher knew that aliases existed for hunters as well to not separate their personal identity, but mainly to make a name that would carry their achievements as a hunter. He also knew demons had aliases too, since when hunters and demons battle each other, they can at least see the alias of the other one. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the subway, 2 young men and a woman not older than 18 entered, wearing armor and wielding a sword, 2 daggers, and a spear, respectively. Ugh, look at what those ugly demons did to this place. It fucking stinks. One of the men with a lanky figure and cropped hairstyle said with a disgusted look while lazily swinging his daggers. Rufus, this isn't your first rodeo. If you want to stay in F rank forever, just leave now instead of being a douche, the girl said with an annoyed look as she brandished her sword. She had above average looks with a bun hairstyle. Rose is right. We 3 got no money to join the academy, but that doesn't mean we can't make it through the scholarship next year. But first, only by completing quests like these can we get a good track record to get a scholarship. Rose, don't worry. I will be supporting you every step along the way since you have the best chance to get in. Considering you are a level 4, unlike us level 2. Just 2 more levels and you will already be in the E rank, the other young man said with a look of adoration. He was tall and had average looks, and was carrying a spear. Rose gave a smile as if she liked hearing his words and said, "Thank you for having so much confidence in me, Kenny. It's very hard to level up, considering we awakened our mana circuit late. But I'm sure you will get in as well." Hey, I was simply kidding, Rose. I will, of course, support you and be there for every quest, Rufus said with an awkward look and then added, "It's just that we already have 4 successful quests in our profile. Do we need more to get a scholarship?" Rose clicked her tongue as she looked at him. Rufus, how dumb can you be? Do you have any idea what the profiles of those who get scholarships in the Hunter Academy look like? You will feel despair just by taking a glimpse. That is why I want us to complete as many quests as we can within these few months. Even if we do not take risks of trying difficult quests, we might still stand a chance if they see how dedicated we are in completing a lot of quests within a short time frame. Kenny firmly nodded. Yes, Rose knows what's best for us. We are lucky we got to accept this easy quest before anyone else could. All we have to do is get rid of some demon nests and go back home and have some beer. The loot is decent too. But if you are too lazy to help us, you are free to back out, like Rose said. We too can finish this on our own. Fuck off. I never said I wanted to leave. I plan on seeing this through with Rose. Don't go ahead and assume things, Rufus said with a grumpy look as the 2 glared at each other. Silence you 2. Get ahead and make sure the path is clear. I want to finish this simple quest within 10 minutes max. I got stuff to do, Rose said with a twitch of her nose. Chapter 19, Level 1 Boss? Splek. That's 3 of these stinky nests down, Rufus said as he used his spear to strike down a bubble of dark black mana, which diffused away upon his attack. As per the quest, we have to find 7 more. Let us get the rest and get this over with. I am not feeling too good standing in this rotten subway, Rose said as she wrinkled her nose. With the help of my mana light, we can easily find the rest, Kenny proudly said as his spear's blade brightly shone with an orange light that was bright enough to light up the space ahead. There, I will get it, Rose eagerly said as she spotted another demonic nest on the top of a pillar. She was about to get near it when tap. Who was that? Rose suddenly turned around as Rufus and Kenny also got startled and looked at the darkness behind them. Kenny used his spear to spread light over that area, but all they saw was just an abandoned subway track. You guys heard that too? Rufus asked as he gulped. He thought nobody was in this subway, but now he wasn't feeling so confident. It sounded just like somebody ran behind us, right? Kenny asked as he firmly gripped his spear. Suddenly this place felt even more creepy than before. Rose narrowed her eyes and said, "It could have been some debris falling down, or maybe some stray demon is still lingering here. But we have no reason to worry since this quest is an easy one. So even if a demon is around here, it must be quite weak and easy for us to kill. Just keep an eye on different directions since we are in a closed space." Rufus felt relieved hearing her words and looked at her with a silly smile. "Rose, you are so awesome." Boom. Rufus. Kenny, and Rose called out in shock as all they saw was a burst of dark green flames suddenly lighting up behind Rufus, before a blade in the form of a large ring cleaved right through his chest slowly. A burning green skeleton hand was holding the ring blade as its entire arm forced itself out of Rufus' chest. He still had his eyes widened to their extremities as he looked down at the dark green blazing skeleton hand coming out of his bloodied chest. "You are dying too easily despite being a level 2. I knew it. I have some hope after all." A cold, deep chilling voice sounded from behind Rufus. Rufus didn't even get to let out a whimper as his head drooped the next second lifelessly before the blazing green skeletal hand took itself out of Rufus' chest, making Rufus' corpse collapse on the cold pavement. But Kenny and Rose didn't even see Rufus' body collapse on the pavement since they were horrified upon seeing the demon standing before them. A charred black skeleton blazing with dark green flames and wearing just a simple gray robe. And in its hand was a burning dark green blade ring. They could see in their vision the name of this demon Hellbringer. Was it really someone who unleashed hell upon them? Its pitch black hollow sockets, glowing with dark green flames, were looking at them, making their bodies shudder, feeling a chill down their spine. They had never seen such a demon before in their lives. Of course, they had heard of demons who looked like skeletons, but not a skeleton that was on fire. But Rose was the first to snap out of it as she pointed her sword at Hellbringer with a look of contempt. "You despicable demon. You are only at level 1 who got lucky by backstabbing our friend. For Rufus, we will break every bone on your body. The same trick won't work twice." Asher felt it quite amusing as he laughed in an eerie tone. "Haha, F-rank noobs like you two think that I will fall? You two aren't even legitimate hunters. How pitiful and laughable." 9 rating points gained. MP 150/250. Asher had already taken a look at his MP and knew that he had more than enough time to take on these newbie idiots. He had used resentful slash on Rufus, and found out it was a bit overkill and gained 12 rating points by killing a level 2. He also wanted to use this opportunity to experiment with something. Rose clenched her jaw, hearing this demon mock them despite being a level 1. Even though she had also shown contempt at it for being a level 1, she didn't feel so confident since something about this demon just didn't sit right with her. "Why, you are right, Rose." Kenny took in rapid breaths as he said with trembling lips, "We can take this creepy level 1 motherfucker down together." Rose shook off all thoughts as she felt that she shouldn't waver at this point and called out, "Let's pincer it." Asher saw these two coming at him from both sides and scoffed, "You idiots." Asher didn't even wait for them to get near him before he charged toward Kenny, who was pointing his spear toward this demon. Kenny had a puzzled expression seeing this demon charge right at him, making himself fully open for his attack. Was it mad or just too dumb? Rose also thought the same, but then she smiled, thinking, why care as long as Kenny can easily take it down? Kenny felt that he got worried for nothing and was filled with an air of confidence as he smiled upon seeing the blade of his spear pierce right through the demon's chest. "Got you, motherfucker." "Yes. You did it, Kenny." Rose froze her charge as she saw Kenny's spear come out of the demon's back as its limbs became limp. The dark green flames also died down, leaving behind only a charred black skeleton that fell on the ground lifelessly as Kenny took his spear out. Kenny kicked the skeleton in spite before looking at Rose with an ecstatic look. "I am so awesome. Aren't I, Rose?" Rose was smiling, but her expression suddenly froze as she realized that something was wrong. Her pupil shrank as she immediately called out, "Kenny, it isn't dead." "Huh?" Kenny had a confused look, but he suddenly coughed out a mouthful of blood as he looked down slowly in shock. A black skeletal hand tore out of his chest with the help of a blade ring. "Not too awesome, are you?" Suddenly dark green flames blazed from that hand as a deep, chilling voice echoed from behind. "Always make sure of your kill. This is something hunters first learn. But at least you get to die just like your friend Poetic." Asher took his hand out as Kenny collapsed with his eyes still wide open. It was as if Hellbringer's words were the final nail in the coffin before he died. Kenny drops of sweat trickled down Rose's forehead as she mumbled weakly upon seeing that she was alone with this demon now. "This time, I decided to save the best for the last since you will be helping me experiment with my own abilities," Asher said with a chuckle as he slowly began to walk toward her. Rose was 3 levels higher than this demon, but she unconsciously began to step backward and pointed her sword at it. "Why, you will pay for this." She had clearly seen Kenny's spear piercing through this demon's chest. Then how come it was still standing? A level 1 like it shouldn't even have that much HP to still keep standing after taking critical damage from a level 2. Asher spread his arms and said in a chilling tone, "Come strike me down if you want to get out of here alive." Chapter 20. The more you fear me, the stronger I become. Rose felt even more anxious seeing how this demon made of skeleton only was acting so confident. But she then felt that this must be a psychological move to make her afraid. It must have somehow managed to barely survive after Kenny's attack. All she needed to do was land a single attack and get this fucked up quest over with. Yeah. Rose gripped her sword with both her hands as she charged at Hellbringer with a wild cry. "Why do you fools always attack in the same way?" Asher asked in a jaded tone as he made a yawning gesture. Rose coldly smirked, seeing that this overconfident demon was still leaving himself open, and smiled in a feverish way as her blade pierced through its robe and came out the other side. But her expression fell when she realized something, though she didn't have the luxury to think about her next move as Hellbringer grabbed both her arms and said in a derisive tone, "Are you too dumb to know that I do not possess any flesh or blood? Your blade didn't even scratch my bones." Rose's eyes shook as she also realized this fact only after stabbing it. But before she could react, Hellbringer suddenly brought down his ring blade on her arm. "Yarg!" Rose screamed as she saw Hellbringer sawing her forearm with his ring blade as if he was sawing a tree, making blood gush out like a fountain. 40-40 Rose's HP was taking considerable hits as she came out of her shock and kicked away Hellbringer, making it lose its footing and crash to the ground. Zero Asher wasn't surprised that he was knocked down by just a single yet desperate kick from her, considering she was 3 levels higher than him. But he wasn't disappointed, especially after seeing that he literally took no damage. This felt surreal to him, and what made it even better was that he felt no pain at all. This was something he had already realized before when Kenny stabbed him. It made sense that he shouldn't feel any pain considering he had no nerves to transmit pain. If it was any other demon with the same level as him in this situation, they would have been lying half dead from her powerful kick. Now he understood why this quest was not so easy. Any ordinary demon in his place would have to be very careful to not get hit and wear down Rose bit by bit till she dies, just like one would do against a boss. But even though Rose was supposed to be the boss of this quest for Asher, he didn't feel worried at all. MP 130/150 Tisk, I really should get used to my new weapon, or things like this would happen. Asher shook his head as he saw Rose's pale face, her back against the wall. Her jaws were clenched tightly as her eyes shivered upon seeing the gory sight on her left forearm. Her forearm was dangling on her elbow like a branch that was almost cut down from a tree. Blood was still falling down from her almost severed forearm as she was still struggling to overcome her shock. Her right hand grip on her sword wasn't even firm anymore as her entire body was trembling from fear. Asher had put in all his strength to cut off her forearm, and yet he wasn't able to succeed, and she was still breathing. He expected this since her defenses were higher, considering the advantage of 3 levels. Any level 1 human would have died already. But he wasn't concerned since he already knew she was standing on the edge of the cliff. He mused her HP must be plummeting so fast he wouldn't even have to do anything to watch her die, especially since it seemed she neither had the resources nor power to heal herself. However, Asher noticed something that only made him feel even better about his mysterious ring. "Eureka, fear and hate," Asher said in a chilling tone as he stepped closer to her, making Rose drag her feet backward as her sword fell from her hand, unable to muster any strength to hold on to it any longer. She couldn't even feel any pain as the shock and fear had taken her mind hostage. "But what's the point of being scared or hating me? You only make me stronger by doing that." Asher truly felt like laughing, especially when he noticed some of his stats going up. Weapon name, Blade of Damnation Enhanceable Grade, Status, Linked SDR plus 0%, 2% DEX plus 0%, 2%. He was gaining strength and dexterity. He remembered the description of the ring he had read before. Forged from a soul filled with resentment and hatred, it shall feed on any dark emotions of the bearer's enemies to condemn their souls to eternal damnation and bestow strength on the one who deserved to wear this cursed ring. Only because of this, he realized that the more his enemies direct dark emotions at him, the stronger he would get. This ability was absolutely broken. Didn't this mean that to get stronger rapidly, all he would have to do was provoke his enemies and make them fear or direct their resentment towards him? He found it regretful that his MP wouldn't have any increase, but he was more than satisfied with what he had. How Rose finally coughed out one word as she managed to reel in some of her senses. She knew she was doomed, but she had to know how a level 1 demon was able to throw her into despair. She had a lot of dreams left to achieve, and never even in her nightmare did she expect her fall to be like this in the hands of some level 1 skeleton. Asher scoffed and said in a scornful tone, "The dead don't need to know." Saying this, Asher slashed her neck with his ring blade, making blood spurt out of her severed neck as she collapsed on the ground with widened eyes. This was his first time killing hunters, and yet he was feeling a sense of satisfaction that seemed to appease something inside him. Quest successfully completed. Rewards received 38 rating points, 10 life crystals, plus 2 talent point, plus 2 skill point. Difficulty bonus plus 8 rating points. Rating increased. 1553 next level up at rating, 60 tisk. I missed a level up by 7 points. Asher sighed as he felt that at a low level like level 1, even 7 points seemed like a considerable gap. Still, he was satisfied to receive these rewards. But his eyes lit up as another notification popped up. You have received the title Born to Kill for completing your first quest without taking any damage title. Born to Kill plus 10% rating point gain for every quest. Did I just unlock a hidden title? Asher was surprised since he didn't remember getting any such title in his past life, even though he had completed his first hunter quest without taking any damage. But then he thought that it must be because of the difficulty of the quest and also the fact that he completed this quest alone. He knew some titles could only be earned after certain conditions were satisfied, and getting any bonus like this was welcome for anyone since who didn't want to get stronger faster. You have 30 seconds to return before lockdown lifts. Asher knew in most quests, there would be a lockdown on the entire place whenever demons and hunters fought it out. This lockdown prevented any other humans or demons from joining the quest and interfering. So if he stayed here after lockdown lifts, he might come across powerful hunters, which wasn't something he wanted to deal with, for now, considering his weak level. He still had the curiosity to go out and look at how the world had changed without him, especially certain people. But he had no choice but to suppress that curiosity. He looked around at the 3 corpses and saw that there was nothing good to loot anyway from these dirt poor fools. Return. /n. This novel got contracted, so please vote with golden tickets and power stones if you guys are enjoying it. Reviews would also be appreciated. Only one so far other than my obligatory one. Chapter 21. Back to normal. Asher felt his body getting squeezed and elongated at the same time, and before he knew it, he was standing in his room. His first thought was to quickly scan his surroundings, but he was relieved to see that nobody was there and the night was still as silent as it could be. As a hunter, he had never used this return function since demons were the ones that tried to invade Earth most of the time. Even if he happened to venture into the demon realm, the only way to exit would be through the portal he came in. However, he was glad that, as a demon, he could conveniently return back to where he came from and wondered why only demons could do this. But he pushed away those thoughts when he saw the large mirror in his room, reflecting his eerie black skeleton, continuously blazing with dark green flames. Even now, he felt it surreal, but since he couldn't let anyone else see him like this, he instinctively wished to return to his normal form. And expectedly or unexpectedly, he saw the dark green flames die out as nerves, muscles, and skin rapidly restored over his body. It was so quick his appearance returned to normal within just a second or two. I am back to normal, Asher mumbled with a stupefied expression as he looked at the mirror and saw his night elf appearance. He couldn't help but sigh in relief since, in the end, he was actually taking a liking to his new demonic appearance. He also saw that the ring blade had transformed back into a simple stone ring and made itself comfortable on his ring finger, looking quite harmless as a ring. He took a look at his stats to confirm something. HP, 100/100 MP, 95/262 SDR, 19 def, 38 int: 50 dex, 20 psi. I lost the bonus stats I gained during the fight. Asher sighed as he realized that the bonus stats he gained in his Hellbringer form was temporary and might only last as long as he was in that form. Still, he didn't mind it since the ability of the ring to feed on negative emotions was definitely something that could help him fight those stronger than him. And the best part was he could still feel mana coursing through his body despite not being in the Hellbringer form. He squinted his eyes and suddenly removed the ring from his finger, making his eyes widen. MP, /Venoshit I can't have mana without this ring. Asher didn't know if this was bad news or not since it would mean without this ring, he would be a cripple. But without this ring, he never would have had any hope. Does this ring have the ability to give power to a cripple? Can anybody wear it? Can someone else steal it from me and use it? Asher had many questions. He didn't know that soul artifacts couldn't be stolen once they had chosen their master, but he had heard of experts who could unbind a soul artifact from its master. However, since he didn't know how rare and powerful this ring truly was, Asher doubted if any expert could unbind this ring from him. Still, even after removing the ring and placing it on his palm, Asher felt like this ring was still connected to him. His eyes focused as the stone ring slowly floated up from his palm and levitated in the air. This ring is indeed something else, Asher mumbled as, For some reason, he was able to feel this ring even without any mana. Even if an artifact had the ability to stay connected to its master without physical touch, it would still need mana as a conduit. But there was no such conduit here. Asher was able to make the ring float away from him and make it come back to him, and even saw it hooking onto his finger on his command. This made him realize that he could actually put the ring somewhere else and just summon it to his side. What he also wanted to know was how far this ring could be away from him. But he decided that could wait. He was so close to leveling up. But before he can accept further quests, he has to make sure nobody might suspect anything, especially his wife, who might impose further restrictions if she finds out he can sneak away. He had to first find out how things were in this demon kingdom before he could let others know that he was no longer a cripple. It was not like he was fond of pretending to be weak. As far as he knew, the only one who wouldn't hurt him was the demon queen, despite being a useless husband to her. If she wanted to, he would have died already. Seti also didn't seem to be the one who would kill him unless ordered by the queen herself. Otherwise, considering her attitude, she would have finished him off already. It was people like Saron he had to look out for, who obviously didn't like his mind was no longer crippled. He had to find out why Saron didn't like him, especially since his previous self had never even harmed a bug. He made himself comfortable on his bed thinking about these things, and then looked at his ring of damnation, and wondered if he would have to undergo the same agony and pain of having his flesh burned off the next time he transformed into Hellbringer. I guess I will find out next time, Asher mumbled, and was about to sleep when he decided to continue reading the books he was reading before. It was already morning when, "Bam! Your Highness. Forgive this loyal servant for not showing himself before." Asher squinted his eyes in annoyance as he was forcibly stirred awake by someone's loud, obnoxious voice, coupled with the sound of the door being banged open. "Who the hell is it?" Asher turned around with a groggy look to see which servant dared to disturb his sleep. Chapter 22. Life Crystals? "Why, Your Highness. You can really talk." A youngster looking about 17 years old, wearing a shoddy servant robe, mumbled with a stupefied expression, unable to believe what he was seeing. Asher saw a young man with a goofy look and pointy nose standing in front of his door, his back bent. He had a lanky build and was of average height, though his skin color was red just like Seti's. Was he a werewolf like her? How the hell were these werewolves staying here if they were enemies to the kingdom? "Who the hell are you supposed to be?" Asher asked as he got off the bed. "Your Highness, you don't remember your only loyal and faithful servant who took care of you since you were a child? I was at your bedside every second of every minute of every hour of every day of every year. How could you not remember this humble Kukis?" "The devils are indeed too hard on me," Kukis said as if he was almost about to cry in sadness. Asher rolled his eyes, seeing his stupid act, and said with a bored expression, "Enough with the nonsense. So you are my servant named Kukis?" Asher couldn't believe that his name was really such a weird one. "Yes, Your Highness, but the pronunciation of my modest name is Kukas. I know my name sounds unique and special, but it is all this humble servant has. Still, I can't believe Your Highness is of sound mind, finally. This is certainly an auspicious time for our kingdom. I am sure with your return, our demon kingdom will surely reach new heights," Kukis said with a deep bow, making his head seem as if it almost touched his waist. Kukis was indeed shocked to see the royal consort no longer mentally retarded. He thought he might die living as a crappy servant, but now that the royal consort was back, maybe he could curry favor with him. The royal consort was still part of the royal family, and even if the chances were almost nil, he might get to enjoy a fraction of the privileges the royal consort might get. Asher could see that he had a servant who was good at licking his feet. He found it obnoxious, and also felt that he looked like someone who might sell his own mother for some pocket change. Still, that doesn't mean he can't use this idiot for his own purposes. "Why did you come now, and where are the maids that usually took care of me?" Asher didn't remember seeing or hearing Kukis in the memories he saw when he transmigrated, but he still wanted to know clearly who stepped on him while he was lying helpless. Kukis stepped closer and said in a lowered voice, "The news of the return of Your Highness spread fast, but since it is known that the queen wouldn't entertain any guests or commotion in the castle during nightfall, I could only come now to report to Your Highness." As for the maids, Kukis shifted his gaze around as if he was hesitant to say something. "Just cough it out," Asher said with one of his brows wrinkled. "Well, please don't say to anyone that I said this, but I did hear some news that the maids are a bit reluctant to come to see you. They even kicked me off to see you first, not that I am saying it's the reason I came here first. As your loyal servant, I would. Why were they reluctant to see me? You make it sound like they are worried or afraid about something, HM?" Asher asked as he interrupted him. Kukis cleared his throat as his expression became vague and a bit jittery. "Why do you seem so hesitant? Don't tell me you had something to do with this reason?" Asher asked to probe him and see if his loyal servant bullied him in the past. Oh, of course not. This little servant would rather die 100 times than do such. Oh, Kukus fumbled when he realized he had blurted out some things unintentionally. Gotcha. So you may not have done anything by yourself, but you watched on, am I right? Asher asked as his tone dropped and his gaze focused. Kukus knew how grave this offense was, especially since it involved a royal family member. Why, your highness, I had no choice. I never witnessed anything, but only heard gossips. But they blackmailed this poor servant. Forgive. Fam. Awo. Kukus didn't know what hit him, but he found his head spinning for a while before collapsing on the floor on his cheek. I am letting you off for now, though your punishment isn't done yet, Asher said as he patted his hands, though he hurt his own hand by slapping him. This made him sarcastically scoff, inwardly realizing how even his servant was stronger than him. Still, he had never seen such overacting from someone. Why, your highness, please have mercy on this little servant. Kukus didn't even bother to rub his cheek, and immediately lunged forward to hug Asher's legs as he cried out, I haven't even tasted a single virgin fruit yet. This servant would be more useful to you than alive. I am even willing to clean your room with my tongue as punishment, but please spare. Tesk, before you continue babbling, I will offer you 2 choices. 1. You will get punished for real. 2. You will do everything as I say while reaping some benefits along the way. I mean, not everybody is as lucky as you to get to be the servant of the royal consort, am I right? Asher asked as he freed his leg from his grip. He thinks he is cool because of being royal consort? Whatever, I can at least boast about it, as he said. Any other servant would think twice before looking down on me, hee, Kukus thought as he fervently said, Of course. I will be your eternal servant and take the sacred oath of having my soul destroyed in the 9 hells if I betray your trust. I also promise on the name of my godmother Mai. Now tell those 2 maids to wait on the smallest east battlement. Tell them I remember, but that I am willing to forgive them in return for a tiny favor. I want you to be there as well, Asher ordered. He had already got an idea of the layout of this castle after reading one of the books that described this castle in great detail. Kukus blinked his eyes, but he immediately stood up and made a quick bow as he said with a subtle relieved look, Yes, your highness. I shall tell them right away. I am sure they would praise your magnanimous self just like I do. They will surely worship you for the rest of your life and forget tiny favors. They will be ready to do anything you want. You seem quite sure, HM? Asher said with a narrowed gaze. Kukus awkwardly chuckled as he said with a jittery smile, Truthfully, I can only vouch for one of them since I know her quite well after working together for so long. But I'm sure the other one would know what is best for her. We will see. Now get out, Asher said with a casual wave of his hand. Ah, yes, oh no, I actually forgot one important reason. I came to see your highness, Kukus said as his eyes lit up. Asher rubbed his forehead and asked, What is it now? Your highness, you don't remember that you have to absorb your life crystal for today? Kukus asked as he took out a small wooden box from his pocket. Asher knitted his brows and grabbed the box from his hand and opened it, only to be surprised to see a small, glowing white stone that had a surface similar to a diamond. He picked it up with his fingers and felt a cool, relaxing sensation just by holding it. What's this? Why would I need this? Asher asked with a confused look as he also remembered that he had some life crystals. Life crystals? Kukus had a puzzled look as he asked, Your highness, without absorbing this, how will you live to see the day after a few days? Huh? Asher was flummoxed hearing his words, but he immediately checked his health, only to have his brows raise in shock. HP 89/95. Why did my HP decrease again? Asher was stupefied even more since it was not just 1 HP, but 6 HP he lost for no reason at all. Blade of Damnation. Pick in comments. Chapter 23. Survival is everything. What is the meaning of this? Am I sick or something? No, it can't be. Ygritte already examined me. Asher was puzzled as he couldn't understand how he could lose health while sleeping. He had noticed this weird phenomenon before, though he didn't pay much attention since it was only 1 HP and he was distracted by other things. He doesn't know why we use life crystals. Then he must not really remember anything from the past. How strange, but who cares? This is better few. Kukus cleared his throat as he said, Your highness, please don't be too shocked. It is a common phenomenon for our health to get chipped off every hour. It is how cruel our fate as demons are. We are doomed to die within just days if we do not absorb life crystals to prolong our life. Say, I hope I never run out of life crystals, even if it means I have to sell my body. What? Every hour our health gets chipped off? But why is this happening only to demons? What is affecting our health like this? Asher asked with a confused look. Kukus looked up as he raised his hands and said, Our realm is a very harsh and cruel place, even if we get to breathe in the abundant amount of demonic mana. We have a symbiotic relationship with our realm. It takes from us while we make use of the demonic mana it gives us. This is the main reason we have been trying since ancient times to escape this hellish world and take control of the severed realm, which humans enjoy without any idea of how much we are suffering here. HMPH, that realm belongs to us anyway. All of them over there don't even have to struggle like us, especially like me, to survive each day. None of those humans can survive a fraction of what I suffered in my life, filled with hardships. So how could we sit still and rot here to die while they enjoy it without even lifting a finger? Kukis said passionately as his eyes shook with fervor. Asher now understood why humans lose their health gradually, even faster than demons, whenever they step into the demon realm. He always knew humans could never last in this realm, and even he had to wear protective accessories to prevent his health from draining temporarily whenever he had to step into the demon realm for a quest. This realm was never meant for the living, but it seemed that the demons had long adapted to this realm, which allowed them to lose health very slowly while also taking advantage of the demonic mana this realm produced. Don't tell me you have been to the human world or ever taken part in a quest? You have experience in fighting? Asher asked with a skeptical look, though he was surprised to learn that demons never had it easy here. He always thought demons invaded Earth just to satisfy their vile desires, but it looked like their main intention was to find a way to survive other than getting stronger. He also again wondered why Earth was known as the severed realm among the demons. Kukis gulped, wondering if Asher asked him this question to send him into battle or something. He panicked and shook his head vigorously. Please don't misunderstand. I mean, I have heard of the tales and glorious stories from our brave reapers. Still, as a fellow demon, how could I not sympathize with them and share their woes? Asher scoffed and then looked at the mystical life crystal in his hand that seemed to be filled with a strange ethereal essence. This small thing must be extremely valuable. Naturally, with just one life crystal, anybody can buy a basic weapon and armor set. I would have bought it if not for buying my mother some medicine. Say, isn't she lucky to have a son like me? Kukis said with his hand pressed against his chest. I guess you can only get them by completing quests, or are there any other sources? Kukis readily nodded. Of course, it is the life vein of our entire demon realm, and the main reason for that is because no demon can ever get it from our realm. We even use it as our only currency to buy or sell anything. But the only way to get them is by completing quests. According to myths, the reason for that is because these life crystals contain the life source of those mortals. So that is the main reason we demons invade the human world. No wonder Asher now understood why demons were so hungry and relentless. After all, this involved their very survival, and he would have to do the same as well now that he was a demon. Anyways, how do I absorb the energy inside this? And can we store this within our bodies? Asher asked, since he could see in his stats that he had 10 life crystals, but he had no idea how to use them. Kukis tapped his forehead as he sucked in air through his mouth. TSS, I forgot, Your Highness. Can't I mean? You mean you forgot I don't have mana? So you were telling me only those with mana can absorb this? Asher asked, though he wasn't concerned since he knew he was no longer a cripple. Even though the ring was still on his finger, he could still make himself appear manaless as long as he didn't draw upon the power of the ring. Most of us are born with mana no matter how weak or strong. Even a small child no older than 3 years can absorb life crystals on their own. His expression transformed into one of pride as he continued. But of course, my mother told me I used to be able to do it when I was just a few months old. I was born as a prodigy, but here I am. Cut the crap and tell me how crippled demons absorb this, Asher said while thinking about the difference between humans and demons as a whole. On Earth, most humans were born ordinary without any mana, and only a minority were born with mana and considered special. But here, it seemed as if almost everyone, including servants like Kukis, could use mana. Kukis beamed as he said, of course, this is where this loyal servant is going to help you absorb it, Your Highness. All I have to do is use my mana to let your blood absorb this. If Your Highness had mana, you could even store multiple life crystals in your mana circuit and absorb it even while you sleep. That's how I absorb it, my mana circuit. Makes sense, Asher thought. He knew every being with mana possessed a mana circuit that acted as the channel to distribute mana throughout the body. Is there a limit to how many I can store? Asher asked, since if he could store lots, then he wouldn't have to worry about running out of them in the middle of nowhere. It depends on how strong our mana circuit is to contain them. The stronger we are, the more we can store them. I am just a humble level 3, but I can store almost 100 of them. Still, it is of no use since I have to work hard till my back breaks just to earn one. If only a great and kind soul would take pity on this faithful servant. Kukis took secretive glances just to try and see if Asher might give him some life crystals out of pity, but it seemed like Asher wasn't even paying attention to his words. How long would this last me? If absorbed by your blood, it should keep your health intact for the next 3 days. But reapers use these to quickly replenish their health in case of emergencies. In such situations, one life crystal would only restore a small fraction of their health and only once. To use another life crystal, they need to meditate and can't do it during a battle unless they got sand in their heads. But your highness has no need to worry. The queen would surely keep sending you these, considering how indispensable you are to this kingdom, Kukis said with a flattering smile, making Asher think if this loose-lipped servant of his was being sarcastic, yet it was not like there wasn't any truth in his words. He knew Rona would keep giving him these crystals to keep him alive. But he had to ask, you keep mentioning the term Reapers. Who are they? Chapter 24. Reapers and Raiders. Of course, they are the ones who take up quests and help sustain our realm, especially our kingdom. Just like how humans send their hunters to kill us, we have our Reapers and Raiders to show them who's the boss, Kukis said as he proudly flicked his nose. You talk like you are a Reaper yourself, Asher said with subtle scoff, though he understood that the demons which hunters fight were known as Reapers among the demons. Kukis sheepishly looked away and said, Aye, your highness flatters me too much. I would have become a Reaper if not for my undying determination to serve you. No matter how talented I am, how could this servant dare have a better life when your highness had been lying on the bed for all these years? Kukis's eyes shone with righteousness. Asher facepalmed and felt like the servant of his was better off being some stage actor. Still, he was becoming used to his flippant tongue and clicked his tongue. In the end, you were just scared to take up quests? Kukis' expression froze as if Asher's words struck him, but then he weakly laughed and said, Your Highness, please don't misunderstand. It is not that this servant is afraid, but the queen doesn't allow anyone to become a Reaper. Only those who prove themselves before her can take part in quests. Asher was about to ask why the demon queen wouldn't let all the demons participate as they wished. But then it struck him. He knew most of the time, demons do not come to Earth personally, but somehow try and corrupt ordinary humans by deceiving them into giving up control of their bodies and mind to commit various atrocities. But sometimes, these demons fail when the hunters use the corrupted humans to open a portal back to where the demons were and attack them to take them by surprise. With the help of hunters like these, Asher had killed many demons in his past life. However, such chances of counterattacking were uncommon since it was considered very difficult, and only now Asher realized why it was difficult. The demon queen must only let decently skilled demons take up such quests. Still, he felt doubtful about one thing and asked, Then those who take up quests that involve being physically present are called Reapers too? Asher asked since he previously heard Kukis mentioning the term Raiders along with Reapers. Oh, a raiding quest can be taken up by any demon since there is no risk to our realm if any of them dies over there. Only the reaping quests can be taken up by those who know what they are doing. This is why I have never taken up a raid quest, because I know I was born to be a Reaper and not some common raider, Kukis said as he began to dream. So I became a raider by completing that quest? Asher mused though he knew what his next goal was, and that was to learn how to become a Reaper since it seemed like something he should become to make any progress. But he knew it wouldn't be easy, especially since he couldn't yet reveal to anyone that he was Hellbringer. Not even to his own wife. Tell me who is the best Reaper within this castle, but not part of the royal family. After you tell me that and help me absorb this life crystal, you can go and fulfill the order I gave you first, Asher said. Of course. Who else could be the best other than Kukis keenly revealed to Asher who it was, making Asher raise his brows. Asher felt something suspicious hearing how eagerly Kukis was describing this person and pressed him with some questions that made Kukis blurt out something that surprised Asher, but made sense. Kukis had left after helping Asher absorb one life crystal, even though Asher only asked for his help to keep up the pretense. He was about to go out when the door suddenly opened, and a beautiful figure entered the room, wearing her usual gothic dress. But her expression was as cold as ever. Rowena? Should I feel surprised you came to my room alone? Asher asked with a subtle smile and couldn't help but feel that this woman surely had a fatal charm that he couldn't just describe in words. Rowan briefly closed her eyes and said, after ignoring his words, I would have sent Seti or someone else over, but I was concerned you might not take their words seriously. What are you talking about? I realized yesterday that I actually don't know what kind of a man you are. Since you have never spoken or even interacted with anyone, everybody thinks you are a soft-spoken person, even if they learned that you are no longer mentally crippled. But it seemed to me that the real you that had been hiding inside for all these years is far from a soft-spoken person. That is why I personally came here to tell you that today at noon all sorts of people from around our kingdom would be coming here to celebrate, Rowena said as she looked out the window. A celebration? For what? Asher asked with a puzzled look. Rowena's gaze shifted towards him as she said coolly, to celebrate the fact that you miraculously gained a soul, and also for surviving the assassination attempt on your life. You will be present to at least show your face to the important guests. Asher chuckled as he said, I thought nobody took me seriously since I am still a cripple. Seti is a prime example. Rowena subtly creased her brows and said, don't belittle the title you hold. Even if you are a cripple, you are still the royal consort in the end and represent our royal family. You were in a state of torpor for almost 18 years, so it is only natural that people would want to see if you were truly lucid and also to keep up appearances. So basically they are coming because they respect or out of fear of the royal family, not that I care anyway. Rowena sternly said, no. You should care. That is why I came here to tell you that you have to behave and conduct yourself in a manner befitting our royal family. All you have to do is simply stay quiet and answer any basic questions they might ask. I require nothing else from you. So I am just a pretty doll for you to show off. I can't believe this is happening to me. Don't you think I deserve better now that I finally woke up? Asher tried to push her a bit and see if he could get some other response from her, not that he was expecting it. Rowena let out a low, tired sigh and said with a firm gaze, this has nothing to do with you being my husband. This involves maintaining the honor and dignity of our royal family, including the legacy left behind by my father and our forefathers. I am telling you all this so that you would understand the status you hold, considering you don't remember anything. Asher could see how dedicated and serious this woman was about her kingdom, and felt that she must be quite the capable ruler as expected. But at the same time he began to realize how tedious it was going to get to keep up appearances. This was the main reason he avoided any political events in his past life or any events where he was forced to keep up appearances. He found it all quite fake and cumbersome. However, now it seemed that he had no choice but to do all this. I get it. But let me ask you one thing. When can I leave this castle? Asher asked with crossed arms. Chapter 25. Master Access. You can't, Rowena said firmly, leaving no room for any leeway, and added, you have no idea how dangerous the world outside is. We already know how you almost ended up getting killed when you stepped outside. I can't risk that again no matter what. All this for a promise? So you plan to stay true to the promise you gave your father till I rot in here? Asher asked with a displeased look. He knew she was right, but he wanted to see if she was truly planning to keep him inside forever. Rowena's expression didn't change as she said, you have the right to be angry, but you also have to accept your reality. Your status is the only thing that protects you, but that protection ends if you leave the castle. You also won't understand, but my father's final and only wish is something I have to fulfill as his daughter. So basically I am imprisoned by my own wife, Asher sarcastically chuckled. Anyone would kill to stay in a safe place like you without worrying about surviving the next day. You get life crystals every day and you don't have to rot in here. There are many more things you can do in this large castle than you expect, Rowena said while giving him a strange look. Asher nodded as he walked towards her slowly, you are right about that, and I won't complain from now on. But you have to promise me that I am the king of this castle. He stood right in front of her as he added, which means I can do anything as I please. Asher had to admit that she looked even more breathtaking as he stood near her. If not for honing his will, any ordinary man would be incapable of uttering even a word before her, especially considering the natural dignified aura she was giving off. Rowena squinted her eyes, and since he was standing so close before her, she truly felt like she was standing before someone entirely different than the soulless boy she had known for more than 14 years. She wasn't used to somebody coming this close to her. She walked past him and said with a subtle turn of her head, I can't promise you absolute authority since that would be irresponsible of me. You also can't do anything that causes trouble to the royal families or makes our kingdom look bad. Royal families? Asher asked with a surprised look. This kingdom is not run by just a single royal family. We might be the ruling royal family, but there are other royal families that protect and secure our kingdom. They stay in this castle too, and you will meet them during the celebration. You will get introduced to them when the time comes, Rowena stated. Asher subtly frowned as he knew that one of the young members of these royal families had made his life miserable in his past. He felt that getting back at such an important member would surely take a lot of time and effort, but not impossible. Of course. Why would I go and trouble them? For now, I just need a little help from you. Give me master access to this castle if you really meant what you said before. Now no need to ask me why I need it, Asher said while knowing that getting the master access to this castle would let him teleport to any location of this castle by placing his hand on the walls, and also allows him to see the things going on in the other parts of this castle. He also wanted to use it to block off his room so that not even Rowena could spy on him, especially what he does in his room. But he felt that she doesn't seem like the kind to spy on him. Otherwise, she would have been asking questions regarding the ring and so on. He had learned about the master access thing after reading the books on his shelves, and according to it, this was a very special privilege only available to the ruler to keep an eye on the things going on within their castle. He was astonished that this ancient-looking castle had such convenient functions, almost like it had a life of its own. Rowena didn't expect him to make such a tall demand right off the bat and said, "Only the king, or the queen who rules the kingdom can have such access." Asher smirked and said, "I know some of our laws, and I know the supreme access can never leave the hands of the ruler, but the master access is a restricted version of the supreme access, and as the royal consort, I believe I have the right to hold the master access." Rowena closed her eyes briefly and nodded. "You will have it. If that's all, I will be leaving." Saying so, Rowena elegantly walked out of the door. Asher sighed, wondering if this was what a true queen was like. Quite elegant and graceful in every single action of hers, yet her entire being had a commanding presence. But he now realized that he had a lot of obstacles to take care of before he could come up on top. He still had a feeling that his existence wasn't welcome at all to most of the people here. He decided to deal with all this by taking small steps. And the first one involved the task he had ordered Kukis. "He must be there by now," Asher mumbled as he placed his hand on the wall and smiled when he could feel the rich demonic mana coming from the castle's walls. This meant that Rowena had given him the master access as he wanted. And to his surprise, it seemed like his room was already closed off, preventing anyone from spying in. He didn't expect anyone to respect his privacy, or did someone do this to not let anyone know how he was getting tortured within his own room? He considered it food for thought as his thoughts moved on. Apparently, even a cripple can use the master access, since this famous castle named the Demonstone Castle was doing all the heavy lifting. He could already see each and every corner of this castle without being physically there. He could see the servants and maids walking to and fro, doing their jobs, while also noticing certain men and women dressed in grand clothes walking about in the halls as well. He could recognize Saron among them and assumed that the beautiful woman with a sharp expression walking beside him was his wife. Interesting, so Rowena's uncle indeed lives here. Asher felt it made sense since he was her uncle, after all, and wondered how many children that guy had. He liked how convenient it was to peep at the things happening within this castle secretly, but as expected, he was unable to peek into places like Saron's quarters and places where only the queen had the right to enter. But this let him quickly learn which all places were considered special within this castle. He then finally took a look at the smallest east battlement and saw two maids and a young man waiting there. One of the maids had red skin, looking around the late 40s and standing with a confused and nervous look. Her skin color was the same as Kukis and Seti's. Yet another werewolf, the other maid looking around her 30s, was standing straight with a lofty expression, her arms crossed. Her skin was green as any other goblin's. Asher coldly smirked as he closed his eyes, and the next moment his figure suddenly vanished from the room. In one of the east battlements, Kukis was waiting with both the maids which Asher had ordered him to bring. His fingers were restlessly tapping between themselves as certain thoughts passed through his mind. "Stupid Kukis, you dragged us here telling that the retard consort was calling for us, but we have been wasting our time by waiting here long enough. Now you better do my chores for the rest of the day," the younger maid with curly hair said with a frustrated look. The maid with the red skin nervously raised her hand slightly. "Jenna, you have to be careful with your words. The royal consort is no longer the same, and if anybody else—" "Oh, shut it, Marina. You are as cowardly as ever. Nobody is here anyway, and even if anybody heard, you know nobody would care," Jenna said with her head raised high. Kukis scoffed. "Oh yeah? Then why didn't you have the guts to even go to his room? Were you afraid the royal consort might remember the things you did to him and tell it to the queen? You must love your ugly neck so much." Kukis was finally able to release some of his frustrations along with his words. What did you just say?" Jenna couldn't believe this wimp suddenly got the guts to talk back to her. He was someone who would even lick her feet if she stepped on his head, but she had no idea that Kukis had gained confidence after his interaction with the royal consort. If he finally got to be the servant of the royal consort, who seemed to be as smart as him, why would he have to fear a maid, even if she was ranked high among the servants? But before Jenna could teach Kukis his place, the space before them suddenly twisted as a young man with blue skin and pointy ears revealed himself. "So you both are here as expected," Asher said with a subtle smile as he looked at their shocked expressions. Chapter 26, She got too excited. "Why, your highness?" Jenna was startled, and seeing him come out of thin air, she realized that the queen must have given him at least the master access to this castle. She knew only with such privileged access could one teleport anywhere within this castle. But why would the queen give such special access to this good-for-nothing cripple? Jenna couldn't think of any reason, but seeing him talk and the way his dark yellow eyes were no longer lifeless as before made her feel like she wasn't looking at the same person. Those eyes were seemingly drilling into her, and she didn't know why she was getting so nervous. Even if he remembered the things she did to him, it was not like he had any proof to have her killed. Without any power of his own, his words wouldn't have any value despite being a royal consort. And considering the reason Kukis told her to bring her here, she felt she had nothing to worry about. Your Highness, this lowly one is glad you are well now, Marina said with a respectful bow, though her body still seemed to subtly shake in nervousness, not knowing if the royal consort remembered the bad things that happened to him on her watch. She wanted to fall on her knees to confess, but she couldn't do it for the sake of a certain someone. As ordered, I have brought these two here, Your Highness, Kukis said with a wide smile, though his expression became a bit taut when he quickly glanced at Marina. Asher was welcomed by the strong gust of wind as he stood on the battlement. He looked towards the east and saw an endless expanse of land and a magnificent yet archaic city with demon people going about their daily lives. It seemed lively and larger than he expected. The skies were dark and cloudy as always, and one could spot large active volcanoes in the distance. The two maids were wondering if he was going to say anything when Asher finally spoke. It might be a miracle that I am no longer mentally crippled, but after waking up, even though I don't remember much, I happen to remember certain things that displeased me. Jenna firmly pressed her lips together, though she still didn't feel like she had to be worried. However, Marina couldn't just endure it and said in a trembling voice, Please forgive me, Your Highness. What I did can. Hey. No need to apologize. I just remember vaguely, and all I know was that I didn't feel good about it, Asher said as he turned around and waved his hand, making Jenna wonder what he was going on about here. Anyway, it was in the past, and since you two will be serving me for the coming days, I feel like we need to have a good relationship with each other. Am I not right? Asher asked with a friendly smile, making Jenna inwardly scoff, thinking that she couldn't believe she got worried for a second over this fool. Of course, Your Highness. This maid had been going through a very hard time personally, which could have affected my service. But I can promise that going forward, I will serve you best to my capabilities, Jenna said with the best smile possible. Even if she didn't like to serve him, she couldn't afford to bully him like before, especially since he seemed important enough for the queen to give him master access. Your name is Jenna, right? I think you might be my favorite maid, especially since you are pretty, Asher said with a lazy smile as he put his arm around her neck, making Jenna feel flattered. Seeing him getting so chummy with her, she thought that she could at least get some benefits from him using her body. She was too old to attract anyone powerful, so why not consider the only prospect she had? Kukis was blinking in disbelief as he thought, he is into crooked maids with a loose tongue? Man, I didn't expect him to have such a fetish disc. Still, why did he have to pick that crone? Now she will bully me again. Asher's gaze slowly turned towards the east and looked down the parapet, which consisted of crenels that were so low it barely reached his knees. The weather was cold, but standing here, one could feel subtle warm air brushing past their face. I am in a good mood right now, and I have my wife's permission to gift something to my favorite maid. Now look towards the east and tell me how much land you want. Asher grabbed her arms and made her stand near the parapet as he showed her the vast plains in the east. Jenna had her eyes glint with greed and excitement, unable to believe this fool was really going to gift her so much. She certainly has to invest more time in her makeup from now on. Marina and Kukis were shocked that the royal consort was being so generous to someone who had tormented him. Was he some kind of masochist? Kukis could only guess and wondered why his fate had to be tied to such a weird guy. This maid wouldn't dare to dream of getting your favor, but if your highness insists, I will be happy with just the land near the waters. Jenna picked out the best spot possible as she already began to dream of her luxurious future. Asher nodded with a smile as he stood behind her. Okay, you can have it. His smile suddenly turned cold. In hell. Jenna's eyes widened when she suddenly felt his feet kicking her back, making her lose her balance as her hands desperately flailed in the air to prevent herself from falling over the parapet. Nuo! She screamed as her body began to fall through the air. But what horrified her was a large open furnace used to get rid of unwanted waste. And the worst part was she wouldn't even die from just the impact of the fall, because this east battlement was only a few meters tall. Wank! Help me! Her body crashed on the red-hot furnace as her shrill screams of pain and despair echoed, but nobody seemed to hear her cries. It seemed that at this time, nobody needed to be around this side of the castle, unfortunately for her. Her skin and flesh were melting away rapidly, though, for her, it seemed like an eternity. Just a moment ago, she thought her future was set, but who would have thought that the retard whom she had stepped on for all these years would be kicking her to her death? Marina gasped as she covered her mouth, not expecting the royal consort to kick that woman to fall to her death, a very unpleasant one at that. Even Kukis gulped, hearing the screams, and took a quick peek at her body that was getting consumed by the furnace, only to look away with a disgusted and terrified look as he saw Asher's back. Oh, what a pity. Right before I could reward her for her years of service to me, she accidentally fell over from excitement, Tisk. Asher shook his head as if he really felt pity about what happened and turned around with a subtle smile as the screams began to die down. Marina's teeth were chattering while Kukis was scared stiff, unable to find the energy to even move a muscle. Was the royal consort planning to have them killed for turning a blind eye to his sufferings? If he did that to Jenna, what would he do to them? Chapter 27. Things don't have to end in tragedy. Why, oh your highness, PL please have. Kukis was shivering like a flame when Asher suddenly laughed and said, Haha. Why are you two looking so nervous? I mean, it's not like you two took care of me as she did. Or should I be rewarding you both as well? Kukis gulped as he bowed deeply and shouted, No. We do not deserve any rewards at all. We are undeserving of even the tiniest favor from your esteemed self. Marina fell on her knees as she kowtowed before the royal consort. Kukis never witnessed any dishonorable treatment you had received. He only knew from Jenna, and I was the bystander who witnessed such acts, but never had the courage to report them. If there is anyone deserving punishment, it is me. So please spare Kukis and let me bear the responsibility. A mother's love for her children is the same everywhere, Asher mumbled as he briefly glanced at Kukis, who shrunk his head. He wondered how this guy was so intelligent to correctly guess it. But even a half-blind man could see how they were of the same race, and why would a maid try to protect this big mouth for no reason? Asher could only think of one reason that could make sense. So your daughter is the great battlemaster, said he. Who would have thought that the daughter of a refugee, a maid, actually climbed up her way to stand behind the queen herself? Impressive, to say the least. Asher actually meant what he said since he didn't expect Seti's family to have such poor status within the kingdom. Still, he couldn't believe how different Seti and her mother were. They were like opposite ends on the same spectrum. He sighed as he looked at Marina, kowtowing before his feet, and said, I will be straight with you. It is a grave sin to be a bystander when someone else harms one of the royal members. Not only you, but your entire family would be punished even if they did not take part in it. Oh no! I haven't even had the chance to build my legacy. I can't fall here. Please give us a chance, oh great one. Kukis was terrified as he also kowtowed and began to cry like a madman. Marina's expression shook as she thought about Seti and Kukis, whose lives might very well be in danger. Because of her, why your highness please I will do anything, but not them I beg for your mercy, Marina said as tears began to overflow her eyes. Asher leaned against the wall as he said, after a few moments of contemplation, no need to cry. There is actually one solution where things don't have to end in tragedy, and I will also feel better after going through everything for all these years. What kind of solution might that be, your highness? Marina eagerly asked, feeling relieved in the face of hope. Asher narrowed his gaze and said, It's quite simple. Asher whispered something into her ears, and then added, Now the fate of your entire family lies in your hands. Marina looked up with trembling lips and felt uneasy as she thought about a certain someone. There is also one thing you have to answer truthfully. If you lie, you know what happens, right? Asher asked as his gaze pierced into her eyes. Marina felt a great sense of pressure under his gaze, and weakly nodded. I wouldn't dare to lie. Kukis was feeling a bit relieved and planned to somehow force his egoistic sister to become Asher's maid. After all, he was still royalty. That way she could probably assuage some of his anger. But he wondered what Asher wanted to ask so seriously. Good. Tell me why people were bullying me for no reason for all these years. Let's take the example of our dear late Jenna. Why would she try to step on a harmless kid who can't even raise a finger against her? I mean, unless she is mentally unstable, why would she feel the need to constantly torture me? It almost looked like she was getting paid to torture me or something. Since you are a maid, I know you are privy to all sorts of gossip and rumors that go around. So tell me, Asher said as he looked down at her. Marina's eyelids trembled as she lowered her gaze, her expression filled with hesitation and fear. No need to feel so hesitant. If you tell me the truth, then you and your family will be under my protection. I can directly whisper to the queen if I need anything. The fact that I got the master access from here is proof of that. Nobody would dare cross her, Asher stressed as Marina's expression eased hearing his words of confidence. Kukis, get out of here, Asher firmly ordered, making Kukis feel aggrieved since it seemed the royal consort didn't trust him despite being so loyal to him. With a sad face, he left, but at the same time, he felt relief since he was serving an unpredictable person and had no idea when he could be in danger. Okay, I don't know if this is true, but what I know is that Marina told everything she knew as Asher patiently listened. But the more he listened, the more he clenched his fists, feeling that things were starting to make sense, though not completely. No wonder he felt that things didn't add up, and that there was no such thing as convenient coincidences like this. Good. Now go do what I said. I will be waiting, Asher said with a subtle smile as he placed his hand on the wall and vanished from the spot. Quest available, HM? Asher was back in his room when he suddenly received a new quest. But before he looked up its details, he thought that this wasn't a good time to accept a quest. It was only morning, but he still had to show up for the celebration within just a few hours, and he had yet to make arrangements to make sure nobody would enter his room while he was busy plundering. He had already ignored some quests reluctantly before since he had things to take care of. Some of the quests involved fighting within the demon realm, which was a big no for Asher since he couldn't risk exposing himself this early. And some quests weren't meant for low-level demons like him. As for the easy ones, they were snatched away right before he could even blink. This made him realize that there were quite many desperate demons around him. Still, his curiosity and the desire to get stronger won him over as he took a look at the details of the quest. The cowardly humans are trying to snatch Cronus' silver armor set, which randomly appeared in a dungeon for themselves. A group of 5 demons has tried to stop them, but 3 have already fallen. It would be up to you to stop the humans before they get their hands on such a powerful gear. Restrictions. Only those below level 3 may accept difficulty. Child's Play 2 humans are present with levels 4 and 5 respectively. Rewards: 1 life crystal, plus 1 talent point, plus 1 skill point. Accept? Seriously? Chapter 28. A disguised quest. That armor must be something indeed, Asher mumbled as he felt that for even a level 4 and 5 hunters to fight over it, that armor must be good enough. Still, seeing the difficult level of Child's Play, he wondered if this was a joke. Even for the first quest he took up as a demon, the difficulty level was not so easy, which was 2 levels higher than Child's Play. And the strongest hunter he had to face was a level 4. So how could this quest pose itself as easier than the other when level 4 and 5 hunters were involved? No wonder Asher remembered that 2 demons were still alive in this quest, and this quest must be posing itself as Child's Play after considering the presence of those 2 demons. Surely, if those 2 demons were strong enough to deal with those 2 hunters, then it might very well be Child's Play since he might not even have to raise a finger. But anyone with common sense can see that if a level 1 enters this quest, there was a good chance they will end up dead. Even a level 3 would have no guarantee of making it through this alive. This was a quest disguising itself as harmless when in reality, it would be considered insane for someone of his level to accept. The rewards were also dirt poor, and nobody in their right mind would dare enter this quest. No bonus rating points can be earned because of how low the difficulty level was. In every sense, this quest was a big red flag. However, Asher subtly smiled as he realized that the true reward here was the armor. Just by reading the details, he knew he need not have to defeat any hunters to complete the quest. He quickly opened the door and shouted, "Marina." Marina, who was standing nearby, immediately came rushing with an anxious look. "Yes, Your Highness, what can I?" "Don't let anybody come in, no matter what. Even if my wife comes, tell her that I will be there on time for the celebration. No need for anybody to remind me again. Got it?" Asher stressed. Seeing how serious he was, Marina readily nodded, "Of course. I will make sure of it." Marina could only wonder why he didn't want to be disturbed as she saw him lock the door before going back in. Asher grabbed a black cloak since his present clothes might attract unnecessary attention. Asher knew he was no ordinary level 1, and so he decided to accept it, taking the gamble. "I accept. Teleport instantly." But his expression fell when he got the message. "Teleportation failed. Restriction detected." What restriction? Did Rowena place some kind of restriction on this castle to prevent anyone from instantly teleporting? Shichi must have done it to prevent me from taking up any quests just in case. Asher mumbled inwardly, as he felt that it made sense since Rowena never instructed him to never accept any quests. Considering how much she wanted him inside this castle, she would have done that already if not for this restriction. Then how did Asher wondered how he was able to teleport for his first quest, and that was when his eyes lit up, realizing the answer. The dimension of the damned. Asher looked at his ring and realized he was able to teleport the first time because he teleported from that mysterious dimension and not from this room. Even though he can only teleport to this dimension once a day, Asher decided to use up today's quota for this quest. He briefly closed his eyes as his ring glinted with a dark green light, and the next moment his figure vanished from the room. The next moment, Asher felt scorching heat that was hot enough to melt his body. However, unconsciously wished this place to be less hot to comfortably stand in this place. And to his surprise, the heat in this place drastically reduced to the point it was bearable for him. "So I can control how hot this place can be." Asher was surprised, as he stood in this dark green eerie world filled with raging volcanoes and dark green lava. Teleport. But he didn't have the time to admire the scenery of this place, and activated his Hellbreather form, making his skin and flesh turn into ashes as dark green flames lit up all over his body. The transformation this time only took a second, but the pain he felt was no less than the first time. And the next moment, his figure transformed into a charred black skeleton blazing with dark green flames. 2 life crystals consumed for teleportation. Asher felt the space around him twist and contract, and the next moment he felt the temperature drop till he felt that he was in a cold place. And he found himself in a narrow waterfall on a foggy mountain whose base marked the entrance to the place he knew he should enter. Cool, dark forests covered the rest of his surroundings, and he wasn't surprised that he couldn't recognize this place. After all, dungeons were specially constructed places for these kinds of quests. After the quest was over, this dungeon would simply disappear and be like it was never there in the first place. But the stench of blood made him quickly spot dark red liquid splattered here and there, and as expected, he spotted 6 corpses, 3 humans and the rest demons. It seemed like the fighting initially took place here before the rest of them took it inside, where the main reward must be capped. He wasn't surprised that he got a quest that was an already in progress dungeon, since any quests that involved dungeons could come up with similar quests. MP 94/250. Asher took note of his MP that hadn't regenerated at all after his last quest. He had already realized that, unlike normal mana users, his mana won't regenerate over time. The only way would be to use his own blood to restore his mana. He wondered if this was the reason this ring was a cursed thing. Still, whatever he had was way better than having nothing, and he knew that he was taking quite some risk by accepting this quest with this much mana. However, as a daredevil, he couldn't back down from a quest where he could potentially earn great rewards with the least effort. He flexed his hand as his ring transformed into its weapon form. He narrowed his eyes as he rushed towards the entrance, knowing that he could not risk wasting any time. Beyond the waterfall, there was a long, dark, narrow passage. And beyond that, there was a grand yet grimy hall. It was covered in dead vermin and remains of hideous creatures. Get them, Poran. I am not leaving without getting that armor. A youngster with pale skin, red eyes, and looking around 17 shouted with a rageful expression as he stood behind another 17-year-old demon with green skin. I am trying my best, young Lord Jairus, the young goblin said with an exhausted expression as he tightened the grip around his spear while looking at the humans in front of him, their eyes glinting with killing intent. His condition wasn't looking good, as there were serious lacerations on his thighs and his left arm. He might very well die any second. TCH, how useless. I can't believe my father let you weaklings join me for this quest, Jairus said with a frustrated look, seeing that Poran wouldn't last much longer. Poran knew this young Lord Jairus was trying to use him as a shield and a weapon to tire out these 2 humans while he could later join in and deal the killing blow and snatch most of the rating points for himself despite both of them being level 5. But he could only swallow such treatment since Jairus was the son of a demon lord and could only do his bidding while he was just a servant, just like the 3 others who died whose only purpose was to make this quest easy enough for the young lord. This dungeon will be the resting place for you demons, a young man among the humans said with a cold smirk. He looked around 18 tall and was holding a silver sword. His entire figure oozed with confidence as he looked at these 2 demons with contempt. Haha, of course. These filthy demons are no match for you, Brother William, especially since your silver mangler sword would surely cut them down like pigs, the youngster standing beside William said with a dark smile while glancing at the large plinth up ahead where the Cronus silver armor set was kept. Both groups knew they could only successfully retrieve it after trying to eliminate the other. Jairus looked at them with a mocking expression and said with a sneer, "You 2 underestimate the power of this young lord." Saying so, he took out a vial of dark red liquid and swallowed it, much to the surprise of the 2 humans. Chapter 29. Those who laugh first, cry at the last. Rag! Jairus roared as his red eyes briefly glowed after drinking the contents in the vial. The fuck? He still had 1 potion left. Ron, didn't he use up all 5? William asked with a baffled look upon noticing how this demon's aura got amped. I think he must have faked it the last time to fool us, Ron said with a frown while correcting his grip on his sharp shield, which acted as his weapon as well. HMPH, so what? He will still die trying. Come! William roared as he tried to charge at Jairus to kill him. Take care of him quickly. Jairus pushed Poran forward, who was taken by surprise, seeing how he was being pushed to face William, who was coming in his direction with his sword raised high. You filthy goblin, die. William was annoyed seeing this goblin get in the way and slashed at his neck. Poran's eyes widened as he tried to use his spear to block his attack, but his body froze in shock as William's sharp sword cut through the wooden shaft of his spear as easy as cutting through butter. Poran closed his eyes, knowing his fate was sealed, and the next moment a fountain of blood gushed out of his severed neck as his decapitated head rolled down on the cold ground. Just a few seconds ago, Jairus took advantage of William's distraction to charge at Ron, who only had a shield with sharp edges in his hand. Ron gulped since, even if he was acting unfazed all this while, he was not in good shape, especially after spending so much mana for the initial battles where he had to take on 2 goblins before managing to kill them. And seeing the strongest demon of this dungeon coming at him, he tried to bash him down with his shield. How foolish! Jarius mocked as he easily dodged Ron's attempts to ram him with his shield. Now bleed to death. Jarius gave a wicked smile as he slashed Ron's stomach with his saber, leaving a very deep and wide cut that didn't look good at all. Run! Jarius, who had just killed Porin, was shocked to see Ron lying on the ground, bleeding to death. He then saw this vampire step forward and look at him with a sadistic smile. That was too easy. I should have targeted him first. Jarius only gave a brief glance at Porin's corpse, and was satisfied that he at least died after doing his part despite not being that useful in fighting. You despicable fucker. You are dead meat anyway, William said as his expression contorted into a vengeful one. Not before I drain your blood, Jarius said as he licked the blood on his saber. Yarg! William let out a battle cry as he lunged at this blood-sucking demon. Jarius was surprised that he was worried about fighting this dumb human who was coming at him wide open. But he frowned when William's mana surged and his long sword blazed with bright flames, a fire element. Jarius now realized why this hunter never seemed to fight seriously all this time. William was purposefully hiding the true nature of his mana to take him by surprise, and this was bad news since fire was a natural bane for vampires like him. Haha, you should see your face right now. William laughed with a frenzied look since he knew that Jarius no longer had any ace up his sleeve and he could take revenge for his friend as well. Thwan! Jarius used his saber to defend himself from William's attack, but the flames were getting bigger as they blazed on William's sword. Jarius was groaning in pain as the skin of his hands began to fly off since they were the closest to William's flames. The excruciating pain was making him lose his strength gradually every second as his feet were forced to push back through the ground. Burned to death already. No point in struggling. The victory was always mine, William said with a smug look as he wasn't even going all out, but his flames were doing a good enough job to suppress this vampire. Arg! Jarius couldn't endure it any longer as he had to lower his hands before they got turned to ashes. But unfortunately for him, this left him wide open, and William easily pushed on with his sword and slash. Arg! William's sword left a deep laceration on Jarius's shoulder, making him stagger and fall on the ground while bleeding profusely. Jarius was groaning with a grimace as he clutched his bleeding shoulder, which rendered his left arm useless. Even if William didn't use his flames, there was no chance of coming back with such severe injuries. I never thought killing a small demon lord would be this easy. But well, I am destined for greatness, and one day even the demon queen would fall at my feet, haha, William said with a supercilious look as he raised his sword slowly to deal the killing blow, but unfortunately for you won't live to see that day. Sling! But suddenly, the sound of a sharp metal cutting through air resounded in the area. Who the fuck? William suddenly felt something sharp and hot cutting across his back even though the injuries were light. But he was taken by surprise as he didn't expect another demon to suddenly enter the dungeon. He quickly jumped a few steps back and looked at the large dark entrance with a wary look. Jarius, who was lying on the ground, also looked at the entrance to see who it was. The walls of the dark entrance were slowly getting revealed as dark green light fell on them. William squinted his eyes as he saw the silhouette of a person, but their head and hands were blazing with dark green flames, making him realize that it was a demon. But how was this demon alive if his head was on flames? He also never had flames with such a spine-chilling color. It seems you like to play with fire just like me. The tone was casual, yet the voice was chilling as these words echoed in the area. What the fuck are you? William mumbled upon seeing a strange demon who had no skin or flesh, but only a black skeleton blazing with dark, eerie green flames. It was only wearing a black cloak, and its empty, hollow, yet glowing green eyes made William's hair stand on its ends. He had never ever seen a demon with such an unnerving appearance. Even Jarius, who was relieved to see William get distracted, was surprised by the sight of this demon whom he couldn't even recognize. He would have surely known if a skeleton was running around in his realm with dark green flames all over its body. Hellbringer, was this demon created from some kind of dark magic he had no idea of? What I am should be the least of your concerns, Asher said as he flashed his blade of damnation which flared up with dark green flames. Asher could see that this guy was a hunter, but could tell that he was just an amateur. William shook his head as he came to his senses, and realized something. TCH, a mere level 1 demon like you dare to enter this dungeon and talk big? You almost had me there for a second. Too bad you walked into your grave. William couldn't believe he got intimidated before by the appearance of this so-called Hellbringer when in reality, it was just a low-level demon who must have no idea how weak it was. Jarius, who was elated at first, was frustrated and angry that he got hopeful for nothing. You useless trash, why would you accept this quest when someone stronger could have? What is the point in dragging your weak ass here for no reason? Fuck. Jarius was venting at this hellbringer when suddenly he howled in pain as his injuries weren't getting any better. Asher turned his head, and after a moment of silence, he said in a respectful tone, "Forgive me, young lord, but I will help you kill this hunter. You won't regret having some confidence in me." Haha. God, I can't believe this. It seems like the demon realm is getting filled with fools and weaklings after the death of the Demon King. William laughed with a look of ridicule as he found it laughable that a level 1 was talking so confidently about defeating him, a level 5. Jarius didn't even bother wasting his energy talking to this idiot, and was thinking of ways he could escape. Even if he knew he was fucked, he desperately wanted to live. Those who laugh first always end up crying in the end. "Let me prove it to you," Asher said in a deep, chilling voice as he charged towards this hunter, making William snort as he casually raised his sword since just a simple swing would be enough to cleave through its bones. Chapter 30. Don't burden yourself, young lord. You fucking idiot, William scoffed as he grabbed its hand before it could use its ring blade to slash this dumb lick. It was just too easy as he smiled and raised his sword. "Now, bleed to death." Saying so, William plunged his sword into the chest of this skeleton demon. "Erg! You got me," Asher said in a hoarse voice, making William feel like he should tell his friends about killing a dumb low-level lick. Surely, they would feel amused as well. "Fooled ya, idiot," Asher suddenly said as he pulled William's arm closer, making his sword go even deeper into his chest, and the tip of the blade even came out through his back. "Hey!" William was taken by surprise when this demon grabbed his arm and made his sword go even deeper into his body. Who in their right mind would want to die faster? Or did it just want to die quickly? But what baffled him even more was that this demon put its arm around his body as if hugging him, and quite firmly at that. "Dumbass, how can I bleed to death when I don't even have blood?" Asher asked in a tone of ridicule while firmly locking his arms and body. "You bony fuck." William's face became red with anger and humiliation, seeing this low-level demon mocking him right to his face. But what shocked him was why this demon didn't seem to howl in pain or anything despite having a blade impaled to its chest. Even if it was an undead, there should be some sort of reaction to such an attack. He still couldn't figure out what kind of demon this thing was, especially considering the eerie dark green flames blazing on its bones. A level 1 like it should have already collapsed a while ago. Something wasn't adding up. He decided to think about it later and first get off this creepy demon from his body. But right when he was about to do that, he gasped as his eyes widened in shock. "Erg." With a horrified look, William slowly looks down as blood frothed in his mouth, only to see the upper half of a saber coming out of his chest. "Not feeling so good anymore, human?" Jarius snickered from behind as he sneaked up behind and plunged his blade through William's back. He didn't actually expect this low-level demon to buy him enough time to backstab this hunter. But once he got a signal from him, it was just child's play, even though he was severely injured. William wanted to curse at this wretched demon for baiting him and curse at the vampire behind him as well for being so despicable as to attack him from behind. As someone who came from a decent hunter family, he considered it beneath him to attack somebody from behind. But he never expected that such a despicable act by the demons would put him in such a dangerous situation. "Just die." Jarius was frustrated and angry, especially after all the insults and humiliation William had made him face. He twisted and grinded William's flesh using his saber, making William grimace in excruciating pain and agony. But aside from the fact that Jarius's backstab was not that strong due to his injuries, William came from a hunter family and was someone who actually went through some training before becoming a hunter. "You demons think I will go down that easily?" "Rarg." With a wild cry mixed with his pain and anger, he kicked Hellbringer right in the chest, knocking him backward, and then headbutted the vampire behind him. "Arg! My eye!" Jarius howled as he also stumbled back from William's sudden attack, not expecting him to still be able to move after taking a blade in the chest. But apparently, he had no idea he had missed William's heart, unlike his expectations. Blood was continuously dripping out of William's mouth as he turned around to face Jarius. The level 1 demon was not his priority since he knew only Jarius was capable of hurting him really bad. But his face had already become pale as his entire body was aching from within, especially his chest. With gritted teeth, he picked up his sword as he weakly walked towards Jarius. "You will die by my sword." Jarius' right arm was still useless and bleeding. He could still use his left arm, but was barely holding onto his saber. "Why can't you just die already?" Jarius was panicking inwardly since he didn't know if he could take one more attack from William. Even if William might bleed to death soon, he might be the first one to die if William attacks. But maybe if he put every strength in his body into his blade, then he could come out victorious. This was going to be the most difficult moment in his life. If Asher had lips now, he would be having a wide smile on his face as he got up. He didn't mind that he wasn't able to even land a single attack since he didn't even try. If he could use Jarius to take care of William, why should he try hard? He had 50 MP left, which was more than enough to end this. All he had to do was risk it a little. He saw how both the hunter and the little lord were in a face-off with each other, both standing on the cliff of death where a simple push was enough to tilt any one of them to the netherworld. But his eyes shone as he knew what he had to do. "Hey! I will get the armor set for you, young lord." William's eyes widened as he turned around to see that demon named Hellbringer standing near the Cronus armor set, which was the main reward of this dungeon. The reason he even risked his life and bled a lot was to take the armor set home. After all, who wouldn't want an armor set that could increase one's HP by 50 as a bonus? It may not seem much, but 50 HP can make a life and death difference for those around his level. He didn't expect this level 1 demon to actually use the distraction to try to grab the armor set for himself. Such a possibility never dawned on his mind due to the sudden turn of events. But Arg! William's face contorted with pain as he stumbled forward and fell upon having his back slashed by Jarius. "You never learn, do you?" Asher shook his tongue, as if pitying him, while Jarius had a crazed smile, thanking this level 1 trash for distracting this human twice for him to win. He truly had no strength left to deal with this human. He surely had to ask his father about this Hellbringer and see if he could get this demon to be his servant. At least it seemed to have strong endurance despite being so weak. He would perfectly serve as bait. But he didn't forget what he came here for and shouted at Hellbringer, "Hey, don't you dare touch that. I will come and get it myself." Jarius knew that this quest would end the moment anyone got their hands on that armor set. Asher lowered his hand and nodded firmly, "Sure. But let me kill off that human for you, young lord." Saying so, Asher threw his blade of damnation at a dying William. "Don't you do it, you shithead," Jarius shouted at the top of his voice, since killing someone of equal level like William would get him a decent amount of rating points. But if someone else deals the killing blow, he would get peanuts. But it was too late as he saw the ring blade flying towards William. Jarius's eyes focused as he lunged forward to stab William before the ring blade could. William was choking on his own blood when he saw two blades coming into his vision, and all he could do was watch helplessly with widened eyes. Slish. Clutch. William stopped breathing the moment the first blade touched him. He never expected to get killed due to his own stupidity. Jarius smiled in relief, thinking that his blade stabbed William first. But he frowned when he didn't receive any rating points despite stabbing William. No, he looked up and saw the ring blade flying back to that level 1 who showed a thumbs up at him. "I got him for you, young lord. It is better to not dirty your noble blade with his blood." "Are you a fucking idiot?" Jarius wanted to shout, but he grimaced as his injuries acted up again. He didn't know if this level 1 was being dumb or pretending to be after stealing his kill. But he decided to punish it later and first get the armor set and go home before he bleeds out. He somehow got up and limped towards the plinth where the Cronus armor set was floating. "Young lord, don't burden yourself by carrying this. Let me carry it for you," Asher said as he immediately placed his hand on the armor set, making Jarius' eyes quiver and widen. "Don't you dare." Jarius howled at the top of his voice as he endured the pain and tried to gain pace to stop this thief before he escaped with his reward. But the armor set was already grabbed by Hellbringer, as a column of light struck both him and Jarius, which was a sign of them getting teleported out of this dungeon. "No! My armor!" Jarius could only howl helplessly with a dark face as the column of light teleported him away, and both Hellbringer and the Cronus armor set was no longer within his grasp. Chapter 31. The Mana Circuit. "Too easy, just like taking candy from a child," Asher mumbled with a grin as he landed in his room after getting teleported. He transformed back to his elf form, and then looked at the Cronus armor set in his hand. Gear name: Chronos armor set. Non-enhanceable. Cronus was a simple blacksmith who made a living by forging armor and weapons. But he stole the precious Litna metal from his master's coffer and used it to forge a armor set that would protect him during his adventures. Grade: Rare. Rare grade? That would mean I would get a status effect and bonus. Let me put this on and see, Asher mused while not paying much attention to its origins. It seemed like this man named Cronus was so proud of his own creation that he even included a description of his theft in his creation. It looked like any ordinary silver armor from the outside, but only when touching it could one feel how sturdy it was. Asher knew, for his level, this armor was not bad, and after putting it on by simply passing his mana through it, he checked its stats. Level 5 effect, plus 25 DEF bonus, plus 50 HP durability, 200/200. This is definitely a solid armor set. Asher was glad he accepted the quest, especially after seeing how much his HP increased. HP 94 269/270. It was more than twice his original health, and he felt like he could be a mini-boss against those of his level even without transforming into Hellbringer. He quickly removed it, and right when he wished he had some magic storage pouch or bracelet to store this, the armor set suddenly vanished into his ring. Whoa, the ring can store my stuff as well? Aren't you a charmer? Asher kissed his ring, feeling even more glad to have such a spectacular ring. When he tried to sense his armor set, which had disappeared into the ring, his eyes widened when he realized that the armor set had actually fallen into the dimension of the damned. Now it made sense why this ring could store things, and just to experiment, he tried to summon his armor set again, and to this relief, it manifested right in his hands. I guess I can put and take stuff out any number of times from that place, Asher mused as he realized that the only restriction was he can physically teleport to that dimension only once a day. He then remembered the multiple messages he had received after completing the quest and took a look at them. Quest successfully completed. Rewards received 55 rating points, +1 talent point, +1 skill point, +1 life crystal. Difficulty bonus none 55? Wow, Asher could see that he earned rating points more than what he had already from just a single kill, even though that was by killing a level 5 on the verge of dying. He realized the system was different here. Hunters would receive points based on how much damage they dealt and not based on who dealt the killing blow. As expected from a quest for demons, there was no fair play. You have received the title weak, but strong for killing a hunter considerably stronger than you. Title, weak, but strong +10% SDR rating increased. 53 108 level increase pending. I guess I will be leveling up as a demon for the first time, Asher mumbled upon seeing that he had earned enough rating points to get a level up. He could also feel his mana circuit tingling, ready to evolve his body to the next level. However, he narrowed his eyes as he thought, I guess I can only level up when night comes. Asher knew that even if one earns the necessary rating points to level up, it wasn't a simple process. One would have to sit down and meditate while focusing on their mana circuit, which would be pulsating with mana that needs to be used to extend the circuit and level up. Asher knew that since he was a level 1, his mana circuit would be quite simple, to the point even a kid could map it out on a piece of paper. But as one level up, their mana circuit keeps extending and becomes more complicated. The more complicated one's mana circuit was, the more mana would be infused within their bones, muscles, and every inch of their body, strengthening them in every way. Their capacity to hold more mana would also increase consequently. And the best part was one could choose how to increase their strengths when they level up. Asher knew the mana circuit basically consisted of 4 paths: strength, defense, intelligence, and dexterity. The strength aspect would basically define how powerful one's attacks could be. The defense aspect defined how strong and resilient one's body was. Higher the defense, the more their body had the capability to defend against attacks. The intelligence aspect defined how much mana one could store within their bodies and also determine the ease with which they could learn magic arts. Those who focus on developing this aspect would be more sensitive to mana, allowing them to even gauge the strength of those stronger than them. In other terms, they could gain the ability to see the mana circuit of others. The dexterity aspect defined how fast and precise one could be. If fast enough, one can even dodge attacks from their enemies. It would also determine how fast one can cast spells as well. All intelligent beings with mana would usually put more focus on 2 paths out of the 4, since they knew trying to focus on all 4 paths equally would make them average without being good at anything. Asher also knew it was best to always specialize rather than try to make all 4 aspects stronger equally. There were people who did that, but most of them never achieved anything. He knew this time he couldn't focus on the same paths he did in his previous life. Since his Hellbringer form was the strongest, he felt that he should definitely focus on the intelligence path. And since he can never lose his health whenever he was in his Hellbringer form, he felt that he should focus on a different path rather than the defense path. Of course, it would also mean that his defensive capabilities or the ability to endure attacks wouldn't be his forte. But that was the biggest cost of specializing in some of the paths. Being a glass cannon that can't take any damage seems to suit me, Asher mumbled to himself with a smile, as he thought that the second path he should focus on should be the strength path. Since he had a time limit on how long he could be in his Hellbringer form, it would be best if he could deal as much damage as he could while he was in that form. His eyes shone, thinking that this was the perfect combination. A mana circuit focusing on strength and intelligence. Knock. Suddenly, a soft knock echoed from the side as he looked towards the door while powering down his ring. Chapter 32, A Celebration? Who is it? Asher asked in a firm tone. It's your maid, Marina. Why, your highness? A weak voice of a nervous woman came from outside the door. Asher shook his head as he realized it was her, and opened the door. Didn't I tell you to not disturb? Asher froze his words as he saw her bowing deeply with a set of grand clothes in her hands. This maid begs for your forgiveness, but Her Majesty has ordered me to pass this over to you since it's almost time. I waited as long as I could, but then I thought that your highness might get late if I handed over these clothes too late. Please forgive me. Marina's hands were trembling in nervousness as she took a risk here and didn't know if the royal consort might get angry at her. However, Asher wasn't angry at all and instead took the clothes from her hands and said, "It's good you know how to listen to my orders perfectly. But next time, you can knock for things like these. And if I don't answer, simply leave it at the door. I will take it when I feel like it. Understood?" Marina was relieved to see that he wasn't angry and maintained her bowing position as she said, "This maid understands. I will be more mindful next time. Thank you for your understanding, your highness." Asher simply gave a nod before closing the door and spread the clothes on the bed to take a look at what kind of clothes he would be wearing. He quickly put them on and looked in the mirror, only to feel impressed at how much more impressive he looked with these clothes on. Talk about being a royal member, Asher mumbled as he looked at the mirror and saw his very long-sleeved, silky black jacket covering him well below his waist, and was barely tied with string at the top left side. There were decorative bands at the edges and a long rope belt around his waist which was held together by a big belt buckle. His pants were relatively simple and a little narrow, and reached down to his hard leather boots. These boots were made from a very rare leather by just feeling the texture, and fortunately, this black attire suited well for someone with his pale gray skin color. His body was quite tall as well, and with such grand clothes on, he truly felt like a man having royal blood in his veins. Yet looking at his strange features unlike any other demon around here, he wondered where he was really coming from. He had no idea how vast this demon realm was, but if the people here couldn't even recognize his race, then he must have been born in a really faraway place. But he didn't hate how he looked since looks-wise, he looked quite handsome, just like his human appearance in his past life. His facial features were quite refined and had a look of nobility, and his long white hair was as soft as silk without even using any fancy shampoos or conditioners. It was just naturally good. As for his eyes, it was a strange dark yellow with a golden tint, making them appear quite radiant yet dark at the same time. The iris of his eyes was bigger than any human's, not that he felt bothered. Even though he wasn't used to being in this body, he felt a strong sense of familiarity and didn't feel it was a foreign body. His ears twitched when he heard the sounds outside, and when he parted the curtains and looked out the large windows, he was surprised to see dozens and dozens of fancy carriages drawn and hundreds of demons in their best clothes and appearances gathered outside. But what caught his attention was the dozens of grand and big carriages drawn by multiple demonic horses. However, 10 of these carriages had the same dark red color with the symbol of a three-headed snake engraved on the carriages. Based on the symbol, he could recognize these carriages to be coming from House Valentine. Since Asher had read through some of the books in his room about the Demon Kingdom, he knew that the Demon Kingdom was mainly ruled and protected by the three great houses. Of course, there were other houses as well, but none of them could match up to these three. The most ancient house was House Drake, of which his wife, Rowena Drake, was the lady of the house. Since House Drake has been ruling the kingdom since the beginning, members of this house succeeded the throne as generations passed. And now Rowena succeeded it to become the Demon Queen. And since he was married to her, he belonged to House Drake. Because of this, his official name was Asher Drake, though it seemed as if the previous owner of this body recognized himself as Asher and Ren, which puzzled Asher. He had already seen huge dark gray banners adorning the castle from four sides with the symbol of a large black dragon breathing fire. This was more than just a symbol since he learned that his House Drake had tamed dragons since ancient times. This was one of the reasons House Drake was considered the strongest since they had the power to lord over other vampires who were susceptible to magic flames. It was considered a huge achievement whenever a royal member of House Drake tamed a dragon since it symbolizes using one's own weakness as their strength. These were basically the ruling values of House Drake. Unfortunately, in the book he read, most of the information was regarding House Drake, and it barely had information about the other two houses. He then saw the other 10 grand, dark blue carriages with the symbol of a crab. He recognized these carriages to be coming from House Thorn. "I am that famous, huh?" Asher sarcastically mumbled to himself upon seeing all these powerful people gathering to celebrate his recovery. He knew that even if there were no obligations to attend an event arranged by House Drake, these people would still come to see him. But it wouldn't be because they were fond of him, but to find out how the situation around here would change now that he was of sound mind. Asher had never involved himself in any politics during his life as a hunter. But now he wished he did, so that he could carry himself better in situations like this where politics were heavily involved. "Maybe my wife will help me out here," Asher said with a subtle chuckle, still not feeling any different despite having a wife. But his expression tightened when he unconsciously remembered his ex-girlfriend, whom he was planning to propose to and get married right after defeating the Demon King. Who would have thought that he would die right after feeling so hopeful about his future? He suppressed these thoughts just as they came up since he didn't want his mood to get ruined by thinking about a traitorous bitch like her. He opened the door to leave towards the great demon hall, which was the place where everybody was going to gather. Your Highness, let this loyal servant accompany you. Asher was a bit startled when Kukus popped up before him with his back bent and a foolish grin on his face. Why did it seem as if this guy only got more eager to serve him after getting scared by his actions? What a weird guy. Chapter 33. The Day of His Death. The Great Demon Hall was the largest hall in the castle of House Drake. Since House Drake had always reigned over the realm, they naturally had the authority to name their largest hall as such to hold events where all the influential demons would be present. The usually silent, somber atmosphere in the castle switched into a boisterous, lively atmosphere due to the gathering of so many people. In fact, outside the gates of the castle, tens of thousands of demons had gathered since after the wedding of their queen. There had never been any big events or celebrations. There was only a heavy atmosphere of sadness and darkness looming over them due to the passing away of the Demon King, who was respected, loved, and feared by the people of this realm. They could only imagine how much his death must have affected their queen. They never expected there to be any kind of events or celebrations to be held anytime soon when, unexpectedly, one came up. And this involved the soulless consort, who was said to be crippled in every way and hadn't even stepped outside the castle for 15 years. Since he was alive but appeared as if he had no soul, he was also known as the soulless consort among them. None of them truly accepted him as the royal consort, and still couldn't figure out why their late demon king wanted such a marriage to happen when there were impressive suitors to pick from, even from the other two houses. Wasn't it insulting to let his beautiful and powerful daughter of such a noble bloodline get married to a crippled demon who couldn't even talk or think? He even had a strange appearance and was not of noble bloodline, let alone have the Bloodburn bloodline. Since ancient times, the three houses had always had alliances, either amongst themselves or with each other through marriages, to keep the bloodline strong and to promote unity. So what their late demon king did was unprecedented and shocking since he was known to be very wise and prudent. They felt it quite sad and pitiful that their queen has to put up with him for the rest of his life. But despite all the bad opinions they had towards the royal consort, all of them flocked here after hearing the news of the unexpected development. The soulless consort actually gained his wits and wanted to know how things would be different now that he could speak and think. They knew not much would change, but they were unable to resist their curiosity. In the queen's chamber, 5 maids were helping Rowena dress and making sure her hand-designed attire wouldn't look poor before anybody else during the celebration. Their faces were filled with nervousness, yet their eyes were extremely focused since they didn't want to make a single mistake dressing her and offending her in any way. But they had no idea that Rowena was least bothered by how they were dressing her, and instead, her eyes were blankly staring at the mirror. Nobody could guess what she was thinking about. She usually wore only a simple black gown, but for this event, they dressed her up in a grand black gown that even spread over her feet and multiple layers over her skirt. But it was more than just grand, as this ornate gown was adorned with lace embroidery and ribbons. Her overdress had long sleeves and a low neck collar that perfectly skimmed over her well-endowed breasts and clung around her hourglass waistline in a good way. And after carefully setting her long silky black hair, the handmaiden looked at the dark golden stand upon which a crown was resting. The crown was as dark as the abyss, with thorn-like projections and horns extending from the sides. But what made it stand out was not how intimidating it looked, but the glowing red-hot light coming from beneath the mystical metal. The handmaiden was of the vampire race and had been serving this house for centuries. But no matter how many times she had seen it, her eyes would still shiver with fear and reverence as she gently picked up the Bloodburn crown with special mon-infused gloves. Even the other 4 maids held their breath upon seeing the handmaiden pick up the most ancient and powerful crown of the demon kingdom. They knew that the red-hot light was not simply light, but parts of the metal of the crown that had yet to cool down after having it breathed upon by the flames of the strongest dragon of House Drake. Only those of Rowena's bloodline and those whose bloodline was as pure as hers could wear this crown without getting hurt. Any other vampire would feel like their head would melt if they wore this, and that was considering if they were able to touch it in the first place. After carefully placing it on her head, the handmaiden looked at her with a lowered gaze. "Your Majesty is there. You all may leave," Rowena said with an empty look as all 5 of them deeply bowed and left. As soon as they all left, the door was about to close when Seti came inside and stood at the entrance and gave a deep bow. "Your Majesty, it is time. Shall we go downstairs?" "Is Asher ready?" Rowena asked before slowly turning around. Seti raised her head as her eyebrows briefly furrowed. "His Highness must be, since I heard a word from the servants that he was spotted outside, dressed for the occasion." She felt annoyed that because of him, her queen's time was being wasted. "Did you manage to find out who the expert was that saved Asher?" Seti lowered her head and said with a sigh, "Forgive me, Your Majesty. I have yet to find any information regarding that. Nobody seems to know anything about it." It was as if the expert disappeared into thin air as nobody saw anybody coming in or going out. Rowena gave a brief nod before looking outside through the windows, where she saw other parts of the castle being well lit for the occasion. If the windows were opened, one could even hear the loud music and dance going on down there. Seti pulled together her brows as she asked in a concerned tone, "Your Majesty, what is it?" "A year ago, it was today, right the day he never returned," Rowena mumbled with an inscrutable expression. Seti lowered her gaze as she sighed and said, "Yes, my queen, today would be the late king's first remembrance day. Since you ordered that nobody should publicly mourn his death to not remind you of it, everyone purposefully didn't mourn him in public today. But it doesn't mean nobody has forgotten about his grace, nor anyone ever will. I already got reports that the people mourned him inside there. It's not about that. It doesn't feel like a day has passed, yet everything has changed. The only thing he wanted me to do on his last day was to protect Asher no matter what." Seti raised her head slowly as she wondered what her queen was trying to explain by saying all this. This was also the first time in a long time she was seeing her expressing herself more than usual. Could it be that remembering her father's death stirred something inside her? By hearing the queen's last sentence, Seti shook her head inwardly, wondering why the great demon king burdened his daughter with such a useless thing. Of course she couldn't say this to her. "I always thought my father felt pity for that crippled boy and didn't want him to be alone. That was the reason I thought he married that boy to me, so that no harm would come to him. But now, after talking to him, I feel like my father might have had a different reason," Rowena said as her eyes briefly flickered in deep thought while remembering her interaction with him. Seti blinked her eyes in confusion and asked, "Your Majesty, I don't understand. What other reason could there possibly be?" Rowena turned around and said as she narrowed her lucent crimson eyes, "That is something I can only find out from him." Seti felt more confused and didn't understand what her queen could possibly learn from that useless, arrogant pervert. "Let's leave. Today will be a long night," Rowena briefly said as she walked out the door, and Seti immediately followed behind her. Chapter 34. Members of House Thorn. A huge celebration was being prepared in the Great Demon Hall. It was the duty of every maid and servant present in the castle to make sure the celebration was all set to begin the moment the Demon Queen came in. For that, they already set in motion music and dance programs with the best dancers and singers to show off the prosperity and power of House Drake and its ancient history. They also had to make sure all the important guests, especially from the other two great houses, were settled in. Only after all the guests settled in would the royal members of House Drake come in and take their seats, followed by the queen. But to their surprise, Asher Drake, the royal consort of House Drake, husband of the Bloodburn Queen, is entering the hall. The royal usher announced, as everybody stops talking and drinking to turn their heads and look at a tall, appealingly handsome, gray-skinned young man coming out in a well-dressed, noble attire. Everyone immediately had their attention shifted toward him, not expecting him to come out before all the guests. But what surprised them even more was how different his aura and his appearance seemed, even though his appearance hadn't changed. Previously, when they looked at the soulless consort, anybody would feel like they were looking at a mortal shell that had no soul or felt anything. But now, his entire being carried a sense of power, especially when looking at his steady gait. His dark yellow eyes were focused and piercing as if they could look through one's soul. His posture was straight, unlike a hunchback in the past. They never knew he was actually 6'8" tall, and his towering height actually seemed impressive, especially for the women who even forgot to close their lips after seeing his appearance. Kukis, who was following Asher closely, said to him with an excited look, "Your Highness, it seems like the people are surprised by your majestic handsomeness. Look at how silent they have all become the moment your presence stole their breath. I have no doubt any of them would feel lucky to lick your feet." Kukis was swallowing air as he kept showering praises on him. Asher subtly scoffed and said, "Lick my feet? Like you?" Saying so, he took a good look at this medieval-looking hall and saw how everything seemed dark yet bright in its own way. The stone walls of the hall were lit up by flames inside a glass lantern fixed to the walls. Similar lanterns were also hanging from the tall ceiling with a huge, fancy chandelier in the center that resembled the shape of a dragon. But he had to admit he was impressed by how grand everything here seemed and inwardly chuckled, seeing hundreds of gazes falling on him, each carefully studying him. "Your Highness, you know how this trustworthy servant can do a lot more than just lick your feet," Kukis said with a wince, not expecting him to throw back the sentence to him. "Your Highness, please." The royal steward came up and deeply bowed as he gestured at Asher to take his seat on the highly elevated platform. Asher looked at the high-backed black chair made out of metal on the central platform. The chair was adorned with dark gold and red gems. However, on the right of this chair was the biggest and most grand chair in the hall, the Devourer's throne. It was also made out of a mystical black metal, but the metal underneath was glowing red hot as if it was heated to a very high temperature. Asher would have wondered how a vampire like Rowena would be able to sit on such a throne that could scorch her to death if not for reading up on the history of House Drake, famous for their resistance to flames. This was the reason they were considered the most powerful house and feared greatly. He also knew that the name of the throne was derived from the title of the first king of this kingdom, who went by the title the Devourer. He was the one who brought stability to this realm and established a working society and ruled with an iron fist, or so history said. There were also other smaller platforms, lower than the one in the center, which he guessed would be where the other royal members of the house would be sitting. Cucus had a big, proud smile on his face since, for the first time, he was able to show off his pretty face before such a powerful crowd and even look down upon them while standing behind Asher's chair with a grin. The moment Asher sat down and felt his gaze passing over them, everybody came back to their senses and bowed as they were supposed to before the husband of their queen. Asher simply looked on as he saw all of them bowing toward him. He didn't feel much since he knew they were bowing for the sake of his house and not him. But Cucus was beaming as he felt like they were all bowing towards him and felt on top of the world. He never expected he would experience this in his life, filled with misfortunes so far. Asher saw that almost everyone gathered here were vampires, with a few of them being from beast races, who must have worked their way up the ranks. He could see people of the Naga race with an upper body resembling a human and a lower body resembling that of a serpent, continuing their singing in their melodious voices. They had small horns extending from their temples and had dark green eyes. He never expected the vicious Nagas he had fought in his time as a hunter to be capable of singing so beautifully as well. As for the women dancing, they were all of the Volpanari race, namely their women, who had a natural charm to their bodies and continued dancing while shaking their fluffy red tails while their large, red pointy ears twitched to the tune of the music. They had fox-like features, but their race wasn't really considered strong. But who would have thought that these sneaky, dangerous foxes who usually pounce on hunters from nowhere and bite off their ears and noses would be so good at dancing and look so harmless? Lord Thorn, Lady Thorn, young Lord Edmund Thorn, young Lord Jarius Thorn, and Lady Sabina Thorn of House Thorn are entering the hall, the usher suddenly announced, as everybody quickly gave way to one of the most powerful groups of people in the kingdom, all of them dressed in dark blue garments, and every single one of them having long dark silver hair. The moment this group of 5 came in, everybody felt the air becoming heavier under their presence and lowered their voices to the maximum. Asher squinted his eyes as he gestured to Cucus to lower his head. "They are from House Thorn?" he asked, since he knew House Thorn was one of the 3 great houses. Cucus eagerly explained in a low voice, "Yes, Your Highness. The scary guy on the front is Lord Thorin Thorn, the lord of his house, and his house controls all the territories around the seas, especially the one named Coldstorm." Scary guy? Asher squinted his eyes as he looked at this Lord Thorin, who had a long white beard. He was tall with a sturdy build and had a pale face and sunken eyes. He wore a long-sleeved dark blue robe with the symbol of a crab on his chest. His expression seemed cold and intimidating, though his uncanny shade of red eyes seemed to strike fear in any common person. Actually, all of them are weird and scary. Lord Thorin is known for treating those beneath him like slaves or tools. But what makes his house or him scary is his blood magic, which he can use to reanimate dead people. Their magic arrays are considered quite secretive, and thus their house is known as House of Secrets and their lord as the Lord of Secrets. These secrets are quite creepy and scary as hell. Fortunately, I am your servant, hee. Oops, please don't tell them or anyone I said this, Cucus said as he scratched his hair. Reanimate people. No wonder Asher remembered some of the quests he had taken as a hunter where he had to fight off zombies, especially dead hunters. Now he knew from where or whom such magic was originating from. What about his wife? Asher asked as his gaze landed on the pretty mature woman looking in her late 40s walking beside Thorin. She had an aloof look, though her ghostly red eyes seemed like nothing would escape her gaze. Anybody would think twice before even looking in her direction. Oh, Lady Esther Thorn is no joke. Other than being so pretty for her age, she is quite intelligent and cruel. She commands the Death Knight, and rumors say that she toys with her enemies before adding them to her undead collection. I don't even want to know how she would use them. Cucus shook his head as he broke a sweat. Asher realized that these people were more dangerous than he expected. If any of them personally appeared on Earth, they surely could have caused quite a disaster on their own. And when he unconsciously shifted his gaze towards the familiar young man walking behind Thorin, Asher's lips subtly curved as he mumbled, "Is that him?" Chapter 35. His soul holds secrets. Young Lord Jarius or young Lord Edmund? Your Highness knows one of them? I wouldn't be surprised if you heard of that handsome hunk named Edmund, since he is the young star of their house and has already been declared as the next heir to become the lord of his house. Compared to the rest of his family, he seems more approachable, Kukis said as he felt envious of the tall, handsome vampire walking beside Thorin with a confident smile. How the hell does he maintain his long silver hair so beautifully? He surely had to find out his hair routine one day. Nah, but is the smaller one named Jarius? Asher asked as he subtly smiled, remembering the quest he had taken part in just an hour ago. He looked at this young man, looking around the same age as him, physically, with decent looks. But unlike the rest of his family, his expression looked quite constipated, as if he was thinking about something unpleasant that was making him feel angry as well. Tesk, he must still be feeling sore about it. Asher chuckled inwardly and didn't expect that the young lord he tricked was coming from such a powerful house. Oh, young Lord Jarius. Nah, he is the black sheep of their house. He is only a few years younger than our queen but still stuck at the Soul Eater rank. How shameful. This is what happens if somebody's too lazy and fuck around, Kukis said with a wrinkled nose. Soul Eater? Asher asked curiously. I forgot that your highness must have no idea how we rank the strength of people here. Generally, a Soul Eater is level 5 or weaker, but these ranks aren't assigned based on the level, but actual strength in combat. If a Soul Eater at level 4 beats a Soul Warrior who is at level 6, then the Soul Eater will gain the Soul Warrior rank since, despite the level difference, the former is better, no matter how surprising it may seem. But such situations are quite rare, Kukis said with a shrug. Asher was slightly surprised to hear that demons ranked themselves not based on the level, but based on their actual strength. Back on Earth, F rank was assigned to those between levels 1 and 5. The same pattern repeated as ranks increased. But thinking about it, he felt it made sense since strength was supreme in the demon realm. There was no point if a demon was level 20, but didn't know how to fight or wasn't good enough. And unsurprisingly, despite getting injured so severely, Asher saw how Jarius didn't even have any visible injuries on his body. But Asher still couldn't help but laugh inwardly, thinking about the face Jarius had when he saw him taking away the armor set and stealing his kill. In his previous life as a hunter, he never stole kills on purpose nor used any underhanded methods to get the job done. He actually looked down on such methods. But now, he had already done such things as if it was natural to him. Was it because he was a demon, or did his experiences change him? Maybe it could be both. He then shifted his gaze towards the beautiful young woman walking beside Esther. That woman is the daughter? She had long, shiny silver hair, 5'5" tall, though she had a bust that was not too big nor too small. She was dressed quite elegantly, and every inch of her body exuded a strange sense of charm that made it hard for one to take their eyes off her. She had an impish look on her face, especially her subtle smile, which seemed playful yet dangerous. Oh, Lady Sabina? Don't get fooled by her looks, Your Highness. She is actually the eldest among the 3 younger generation and is 500 years old. She is just as terrifying as her parents, even though she might appear quite cool. Rumors say that she loves to tear open bodies and conduct experiments that Your Highness wouldn't even want to know. Based on her true strength, she is a soul purger. To let Your Highness understand, her level is somewhere around in the late 20s. She has the potential to achieve the highest rank, Soul Devourer, if she wants, Kukis explained with a wary look while not daring to look in her direction. Asher had his brows raise upon learning that this petite girl was actually so powerful. He knew that level 35 was the maximum anybody could get strong. Even in his past life, he was at level 34 at the peak of the S rank. It might seem like a very small difference, but only Asher knew how hard it was to level up even after level 15. There was also always the possibility of losing levels from failing quests, and the risk of it only increased as one's level increased. This would make some of the stronger ones take lesser quests to preserve their strength rather than risk losing it. Nobody on Earth existed whose level had reached 35, and based on myths, those who reached level 35 would be summoned by the angels. He was skeptical about those things, but it was always his dream to reach level 35 and make a name for himself. Unfortunately, he died right before he could. Why do the rank names have the word soul? Asher asked as he noticed the common pattern. Naturally, it is because we demons devour the souls of mortals to keep ourselves alive. Isn't that why we have to risk our lives by accepting quests to earn life crystals by killing those trashy hunters? I am bold enough to even risk my life every day by going to the mortal realm. But unfortunately, this pitiful servant has to look after my poor mother and Your Highness. Sigh the responsibilities I have despite being so young. Kukis sighed with a pitiful look, though Asher didn't hear his sob story and understood why the ranks were named like that. He had already learned that life crystals contain the soul energy of mortals. It made sense. Lord Thorin and his family, except for Jarius, had looks of surprise upon seeing the royal consort already sitting up there. and seeing him look at them directly without even blinking or shifting his gaze, Lord Thorin subtly furrowed his brows before he and his family were escorted to their seats by the royal steward. As soon as they sat down, his wife, Lady Esther, whispered beside him, "Look at those eyes. Why do I feel like we are looking at a different person?" It feels as if his soul holds some secrets. A dangerous light flashed in her eyes as she said these words. "There are more important things to focus on rather than his soul," Thorin said with a deadpan expression as he rested his hands on the armrest while looking straight. It seemed like he had bigger things to be concerned about. "Mother, did you expect the royal consort to look so handsome and dashing after gaining his soul? If only I could get my hands on him," Tilda Sabina said as she bit her lower lip, her eyes fixed on Asher. She just couldn't take her eyes off him, especially after seeing those charming dark yellow eyes. Before today, those eyes looked dull and lifeless, and now something in those eyes was stirring something inside her. "Haha, too late, elder sister. You should have tried to get him before he became the royal consort. Maybe if you had nicely asked our late Demon King, who knows, he might have let you have some fun for a while," Edmund said with a wink as he smiled, which made some of the women standing on the side swoon upon seeing his pleasing smile. "Will you two just shut up? Who cares about some trash like him?" Jarius said with an angry look as he was annoyed by their chatter while he was thinking about that damn Hellbringer who humiliated him completely. His nerves were still seething with anger, wanting him to crush the damn skull of that Hellbringer a million times. "Jarius," Lady Esther simply uttered his name with a cold look, making his eyes shudder as he came back to his senses. "I am sorry, mother. Please forgive me, elder sister, elder brother." "Haha, don't worry about it, little brother. We understand why you were pissed. Don't worry. I will get you justice," Edmund said as he patted his back, though his eyes had a look of ridicule. "Be careful with your tongue, little brother." "I won't be able to warn you next time," Sabina said with a sweet smile, making Jarius gulp as he leaned back to avoid her gaze. Sabina chuckled before focusing her attention back on Asher. She couldn't help but feel a bit fascinated by the overall change in his bearings and aura. However, everybody again lowered their voices when they saw a group of powerful people about to enter the hall. Chapter 36, Members of House Valentine. Lord Valentine, Lady Valentine, young Lord Yale Valentine, and Lady Sylvia Valentine of House Valentine are entering the hall, the usher announced as a group of 4 vampires, all clad in elegant, dark red garments entered the hall. And only after a few seconds the other members of lower standing in their house entered the hall. Unlike the dangerous aura House Thorn made others feel, the members of House Valentine gave off a graceful yet pleasing aura. Each one of them seemed like they were friendly to approach and seemed quite relaxed. All of them had bright red eyes and ruby hair. And on their garments, there was the symbol of a 3-headed snake. Asher's eyes landed on the gorgeously handsome man, looking in his early 40s with a clean-shaven face and long ruby hair, tied at the end. He was the one leading his family with a pleasant smile on his face, making the others bow to him and his family with amiable smiles. His gait was perfect and he looked the most groomed compared to anyone else in the hall. One can't even find fault with his dress or his style. The presence of him and his family brought some color and life to this hall compared to the gloom and deathly atmosphere House Throne brought in. Kukas saw how Asher seemed curious about these guys and said, "Your Highness, that is Lord Vernon Valentine and his family. Their family specializes in making you see things that do not exist. That is why their house is also known as the House of Shadows and their lord as the Lord of Shadows." "Illusion magic?" Asher asked with one of his brows raised. In his life as a hunter, he had come upon notable people jumping to their deaths with a happy smile or similar eerie stories. It was said that these people did not suicide on purpose, but because they were living their dreams which felt like reality. And when it came to hunters, he had seen some suddenly becoming hysteric and attacking their own friends. All this was said to be caused by demonic illusions, and now he knew where such magic was originating from. Now he realized why these 3 great houses were said to be indomitable and feared greatly. Despite how friendly they looked, Asher knew he can't underestimate any one of them. "Wow, your Highness knows about that?" Kukas asked with a look of surprise. Asher didn't expect this guy, who looked dumb, to catch on to these things and casually said, "I just referred some books. I should catch up on things I missed out on all these years." Yes. You are so smart, your Highness. Even Kukas has to admit defeat before you." And back to what I was talking about, Lord Vernon Valentine is quite a cool guy, to be honest, and when you talk to him, you definitely would feel good about yourself for getting to talk to such an awesome and powerful man. He and his house are quite vital for our kingdom since they control the borders and make sure our lands are protected from our enemies. Without their constant watch, we wouldn't be able to sit still. "You talked to him?" Kukas winced as he said, "Ooh, no. I am just saying based on what I saw. I I could have, but why should I impress him for no reason? Anybody I talk to usually sighs and leaves, feeling overwhelmed by my charisma. Asher rubbed his forehead, hearing his words, and then looked at the graceful, pretty woman walking beside him, looking in her late 30s. She had a lovely smile and looked pretty enough to liven up the air wherever she walked. She is his wife? Oh, Lady Nada Valentine? Yeah, she seems quite friendly as well, but what? Asher asked with a squint. I don't know how to say it, but to talk to her, you would feel like you can't make a mistake before her. Not out of fear but for the sake of not disappointing her. Seems weird, but that is the kind of charm she has, Kukis said as he blew air through his lips. That must be his eldest, right? Asher asked as he looked at the tall man looking in his late 20s and with good enough looks to make him stand out from the crowd. He had a simple smile on his face, though his eyes seemed quite focused as if he was deeply thinking about something. Yes, that is young Lord Yale Valentine. He may look like an easygoing fella, but in reality, he is quite the workaholic. I am serious when I say that this dude doesn't know the meaning of rest and constantly takes on whatever quests come his way, even the ones that might endanger his life. Because of this, rumors say that his mother keeps a constant eye on him since how could they risk anything happening to their dear, eldest child? I don't know if that dude got guts of steel or stupidity of a pig, Kukis sighed with a head shake. Asher had been noticing for a while that his so-called loyal servant actually didn't even seem to hesitate to openly speak about such powerful people who could destroy him with just their eyes. Of course, Kukis was talking only to him based on his orders, but generally, no servant would openly speak so truthfully about such powerful figures just to be on the safer side. And to make it more puzzling, Kukis was a refugee and a werewolf, coming from a race that were sworn enemies of this kingdom. Yet this wasn't deterring him at all. He found this a bit interesting, though that was the only thing about him that piqued his interest. Or maybe it could be that this guy was really just dumb. But because of that, he is quite strong and experienced. Nobody in their sane mind would go up against him, even if he invited them with a smile, Kukis said as he took a deep breath. He must be, Asher briefly said before his gaze landed on a petite figure just like her short height, barely 5 feet tall. She was a beautiful young woman who had really long, voluminous ruby hair that reached till her ankles and was styled into pigtails that had ornaments wrapped around them. Her garments were quite flashy, just like her hair, and she had a bright smile on her face while her gait seemed like she was dancing and walking at the same time. She was wearing a dark red gown that wrapped around her attractive, slender body and her bust was small. That cheery woman is their daughter, huh? Ike's Lady Sylvia Valentine? She I am afraid is a bit loose in the head and quite a headache to deal with. She might seem sweet and all, but how your highness will understand if you personally interact with her, Kukis said as he wiped his forehead. Asher could at least guess that this woman had an eye for shiny things. The royal steward escorted Lord Valentine and his family to their seats. After sitting down, Lord Vernon Valentine raised his gaze and squinted his eyes upon seeing the royal consort. Interesting. He seems to have changed a lot more than expected. Don't you think so, Nada? Nada caressed her husband's hand with a pretty smile as she said in a pleasant voice, "You were right, darling. But a blind sheep who regained its vision wouldn't make any difference, would it?" "You have a point, love," Lord Vernon said with a smile as he held her hand lovingly. "Mother, how long do we have to stay for this boring celebration? Can I go back early? I might miss out on a few quests and potentially great rewards," Yale said in a restless tone while maintaining a respectful expression. His hands were continuously tapping against his knee as if he couldn't wait to run out. "Don't be rude, son. For 15 years since he came here, the soulless consort slept like a baby. Now, we should show our manners and congratulate the queen now that he has finally opened his eyes. You can also observe him and see what has changed," Nada said with a certain glint in her eyes. "I will do it, mother," Sylvia said and added, "and then maybe I can talk to him and make him give me some gifts that I can take home. As the husband of our queen, he must be able to get his hands on pretty things, right?" she asked with an excited smile. "That is not right, Sylvia. We are here to congratulate him and not take things from him. Besides, you already can get anything you want," Yale chided her as he patted her head, making her look at him with a pout. "Ha! This young lady has never left a celebration empty-handed. If the worst comes to worst, he will easily fall for my charms and do anything I say," she said as her lips arched into an impish smile. Chapter 37, House of Dragons. Prince Saron Drake, Princess Consort Rebecca Drake, Prince Oberon Drake, and Prince Sylvan Drake of House Drake are entering the hall, the usher announced, and this time all the people gathered eagerly took a look at the most powerful members of House Drake, which was also the ruling house of the kingdom. Just the symbol of the black dragon with dark golden embroidery around it was enough to make people look at them with awe and fear. The House of Dragons will always be a symbol of sheer power and dominance to everyone. Asher saw Sauron proudly stepping towards the platform situated lower than his. He still had a lofty look, as if he was looking down at everyone from the top of the world. But when his gaze landed on him, Sauron's brows creased with a displeased look. Asher simply ignored him to look at the people following Sauron. He was about to ask Cruelest when Cruelest already lowered his head as if expecting Asher to ask, "I heard your highness had some kind of argument with Prince Sauron when you returned. No wonder he looks so pissed off, like somebody hit him in the crotch. Tisk, tisk. But his wife is the one you have to watch out for, your highness," Cruelest said as he lowered his voice even more as if he was afraid a certain someone might hear. "Rebecca Drake? What about her? Why does she look like she is from House Thorn?" Asher asked because of her long, neatly combed silver hair. But she caught his gaze and gave an intense stare at him with her before taking her seat. It was as if she was about to kill him with just her creepy red eyes. Relatively, she was the prettiest compared to women from other houses around her status and age. However, he felt her beauty was wasted on someone like her. He didn't even have to interact with her to know that she seemed quite nasty. She is from House Thorn originally, and that is why she gives off such a scary vibe. But since she married into House Drake, she is officially a part of this house. No maid or servant had survived more than a few days of serving her. If she doesn't like something, then I feel chills just thinking about what happened to those poor souls, even if they did nothing wrong, Cruelest said as he patted his cheeks. Is that his eldest son? Asher narrowed his gaze when he saw the 6'6" tall handsome young man with long silver hair just like his mother. He had a chiseled face with a sturdy, square figure, just like his father. And this man suddenly looked at him with a curve of his lips for a second, which for some reason didn't sit right with Asher. Asher's hands tightened around the armrest upon seeing him, remembering certain things that fanned the flames inside his soul. However, his expression was calm as before. Prince Oberon? He is quite impressive in every way. If not for the queen stealing the limelight with her own prowess and talents, he would have been the one on the front. When he was 30 years old, he had already completed a nightmare difficulty level quest when in general, those geniuses from any of the other houses would only complete such a difficult type of quest after they cross at least 100 years of age. So he is one of the top geniuses around here, huh? Asher asked as he saw him sitting down with a proud smile on his face. That is not the only thing impressive about him. He is the rider of the third strongest dragon in this house. Few still remember how the earth shakes each time he lifts off into the skies on top of Jesrith. Jesrith is quite a sadistic dragon that slowly burns its enemies to death. Of course, if an unpolished gem like me was given a chance, maybe I could have tamed a dragon as well. Who knows, right? Asher felt like he might lose count of the number of times he had to facepalm after hearing his tongue go off without control. The point is him taming such a feisty dragon is more the reason everybody has great respect for him. His list of achievements other than that is endless, Cruelest said as he blinked his eyes with a sigh, his face burning with envy. So about him, you have no complaints to say? Asher asked since this guy was venting a lot about others. Cruelest grinned as he said, Your Highness knows me too well. I was just about to say that he seems perfect, but something about him will make you feel like you have to watch your back when you are around him. I don't know how else to put it, but I think that's quite obvious. Offending him is quite a risky thing, considering his influence around here and the big-ass dragon he has. Nobody would want to get turned into a toast. So, since he is the eldest, is he married or engaged to someone? Asher asked since he had heard that most of the younger generation from the other houses were either engaged or had spouses. But the main reason he asked was to confirm something he had in mind. That is the strange thing I forgot to mention. He hasn't married any lady yet, but he once addressed that question by saying that he wants to first serve the kingdom to the best of his abilities before settling down. But considering his fame and power, many assumed that he would be marrying his cousin before the engagement of Your Highness was announced. Perhaps, I don't what I am talking about. Cruelest winced as he swallowed the words that were about to come out of his mouth. Asher coldly scoffed inwardly, confirming his suspicions. By now, he realized that this servant of his was more perceptive despite looking like a fool. But the one I feel the most decent is the youngest one, Prince Sylvandrake. He is quite brave, strong, and valiant but not too aloof like the rest of his family. Even someone of my stature feels some respect for him, Cruelest said while putting on the look of a senior praising a junior and added, maybe this is why my sister is actually considering him as a husband material. Asher looked at the young man who was 6'4" tall, a few inches shorter than his elder brother. He had a slim build which was the opposite of his elder brother, and had a pretty, angular face which was a face that could surely charm young girls. But despite the subtle naive features of his face, his eyes were sharp as a blade and had composed bearings. And when his gaze fell on Asher, he gave a quick, polite smile before taking his seat. Asher softly chuckled, hearing that this man was Seti's fiancé. She has a fiancé? This world must be really doomed. I know, right? But technically, she isn't even engaged to him, though he had been indirectly courting her for more than a decade. Most of them doesn't know since it would be frowned upon considering her background, but he isn't giving up. If the public knew, many noble women would get angry and envious of my sister because their Prince Charming has been bewitched by her. Of course, my sister can't marry him yet unless she is willing to put down her pride to become his concubine. But she won't. I thought you said she liked him? She has always been friendly and nice to him, and that is what confuses me. She even thinks that he is the most decent guy considering how he has been the only one who has been nice to her for all these years. That is indeed true. He was also nice to me, surprisingly. She probably values her pride more, HM. That could be the only reason she has been keeping such a charming prince on the hook for years. Please don't tell her I said this. Otherwise she will chew off my head. Kuka shuddered at the very thought of it. Asher realized that if there was one person this loudmouth was afraid of was his own sister. But if she does get married to him, then not only will her status get a significant promotion, but I also get to be part of this house officially. What a pity. Tisk. Kukas mumbled with a disheartened look. Asher found it strange that Seti was delaying the chance to gain more influence for the sake of her pride. He knew her ego was inflated, but as a demon, why would she still value her pride more than power? He also found it strange that this good guy prince was so interested in her when he can get no actual benefits from marrying her. He found it hard to believe a demon can get smitten based on appearance only. This was not the human world where beautiful things like love at first sight happens. In the world where strength was considered supreme, would a prince of his status risk losing face by marrying someone of an enemy race? A gentleman of a prince? So no complaints about him from your side? Asher asked with one of his brows raised to see if he could figure things out. Kukas smacked his lips together, as he deeply thought, I can only think about good things when his name comes to my mind. He doesn't act haughty towards the servants of this house, nor does he abuse his status. He is also a genius, and has completed a lot of grueling quests despite being just 40 years old. I can't think of any other noble demon here who could be an all-rounder like him. I should add him to the waiting list, I guess. Asher thought inwardly, feeling more convinced of his thoughts. Kukas continued on, but of course, I have no doubt I can catch up to him when I become 40 as well. I still have 20 years to show everyone who the true boss is, hee. Of course, your highness is someone I can never surpass, even if the devils themselves grant me their power. Kuka's flattery fell on deaf ears, as Asher's gaze carefully passed over each and every member of the three great houses because he knew that at least one of them had him tortured for years, and the fact that an assassin tried to finish him only made him confirm his suspicions. Of course, he didn't have any proof about who sent the assassin, but he didn't have to guess much to know. The tough part now would be to deal with them, considering every single of them was a powerhouse in their own right. Chapter 38. The Bloodburn Queen. Queen Rowena Drake, the Bloodburn Queen, guardian of the Demon Kingdom, master of the Crimson Shadow and lady of House Drake, is now entering the hall. The royal usher shouted at the top of his voice, as the entire hall immediately plunged into pin-drop silence. All the singers and dancers paused whatever they were doing and kneeled. Except for those from the three great houses, every single one of them, man and woman, no matter the age or status, immediately bent their back and kneeled on their right knee as if to pay their utmost respects to their queen. Everyone had their breath stolen by how graceful and majestic her entire being was. No matter how many times they had seen her, they couldn't help but feel awe and fear in her presence as her imposing aura filled the entire hall. Even Asher couldn't help but feel as if none of them women he knew in his life could ever match up to her intoxicating elegance or her regal bearings. As for those from the three great houses, including Saron and his family, they still got up from their seats and bowed 45 degrees upon their queen's arrival into the hall. Kukas was already on his knees and was hardly able to contain his excitement and nervousness since this would be the first time he was getting to stand in a hall filled with so many powerful people, especially the queen herself, who was going to sit right beside Asher. He focused on his inner power to remain calm, but then he noticed something strange. While everyone else was bowing or kneeling, the royal consort was leaning back on his grand, comfy chair as if he was relaxing for a casual event. There was no hard-written rule, but even if he was married to the queen, he was still her consort and should be showing his respect by at least bending his back and not sitting like this. Kukas remembered that the royal consort must have no idea how to act before the queen in official events like these. And so he whispered to him from below, "Psst, Your Highness, I am telling this due to my sincerity towards you, but Your Highness should be bowing to the queen right now." Asher's expression didn't change as he said, "Why should I bow to my own wife? I believe that a husband and wife are equals in a marriage," he calmly said as he placed his arms on the armrest. Wakuka's eyes glowed, feeling impressed that the royal consort was so cool-headed even though he might get backlash in the form of bad opinions among the people for this. Was he delusional to think he was equals with the queen? Surely each and everyone would be noticing this. Maybe, the queen might get pissed off as well for the disrespect. Asher wanted to establish a proper husband-wife relationship, and it was always better to create that image as early on as possible. If she were to get mad at this, that would tell him loads about her character and he would act accordingly. But inherently, as someone who had stood at the peak of his world, he considered every single demon in this hall to be beneath him. His pride didn't allow him to feel anything for them. The feeling of being the strongest in the past felt like a distant dream yet like yesterday at the same time. It only made him realize how much he took his strength for granted. Asher looked at Rowena walking towards him with her entourage, which included Seti as well. The rest 5 of them were clad in black armor, head to toe, with a grand crimson cape hanging down their back. Each of these men and women in armor radiated a strong, bloody aura that would discourage anybody from even looking at them, let alone look at the queen. Asher closely observed them and recognized them as the Bloodborne Guards, the strongest combat unit of the Demon Kingdom. Their title might contain the term guards, but they were far from ordinary and were highly feared and respected. Each one of them was said to be trained from the moment they were born by making them go through hellish trials and practices. Only those who survived decades and decades of extreme training and trials would get to stand behind the queen and be her shield and sword. He had fought one of them during a dungeon quest when he was younger during his life as a hunter. He never expected to run into one and almost lost his life that day if not for the timer running out. And the next and final time he met them was just 2 years before his death. At that time, he fought 2 of them all alone and almost lost his life even though he managed to kill both. His experience in fighting them was enough for him to admit that their fame and power were actually underrated. Each of them was like a despair-inducing boss in their own right. He knew they served the late Demon King and now their loyalty was bound to Rowena. Even most of the others kneeling in the hall couldn't help but feel jitters upon the presence of such a powerful group, especially the queen. Rowena walked over towards the platform as her entourage split up to take various positions around the hall. Their duty was to spread around the hall and make sure nothing could harm their queen while letting Seti, the battlemaster, stay close to her as always. Seti had to control her best to not scowl at Asher for not bowing to the queen upon her arrival. She didn't want him to again make a fuss about disrespecting him and suppressed her indignation. Besides, why should she care if his actions were only going to make him look bad? She walked behind her queen with a straight back and stood behind her throne as the queen sat down. Asher shook his head inwardly when Rowena didn't even glance at him. Her expression just seemed distant and cold as usual. It was as if only her body was present here. If she became like this because of her father's demise, he wondered what she was like when her father was alive. The moment she sat down, everybody else got up and made themselves comfortable. The hall elder, who was an old man with a placid face and dressed in black attire, immediately came forward and stood under the platform. He gave a deep bow towards the queen before turning around and looking at everyone else. Fate has been harsh to our demon kingdom right after the great tragedy a year ago. We were getting cut down like headless beasts by the hunters until Her Majesty stepped up and brought back strength and stability to the kingdom. But the cruel blow our kingdom suffered last year is not something we can ever forget or recover from. However, this doesn't mean our kingdom will never reach new heights. A sign that our future would be more glorious than ever is sitting right before us. He bowed slightly and gestured towards the royal consort as he added, with the grace of the fallen ones, the soulless consort is no longer soulless, but has been blessed with a soul by the devils. This is a day we should always remember since this is proof that we haven't been forsaken. The day would come soon when we would take over the severed realm, our rightful home, and reign over the humans. Every single one of them will face our wrath we had been suppressing for eons. Hear, hear! Everybody raised their goblets of wine, praising the words of the hall elder with a fervid light in their eyes. Asher couldn't believe that the celebration meant for him was turned into demon propaganda. This was like an insult right to his face, though he wasn't surprised. He also knew that nobody could tell that this elder was being disrespectful to him as none of his words seemed insulting, but would only seemed like flattery. He sarcastically chuckled to himself inwardly, realizing that this elder was quite the expert when it came to these kinds of things. He was barely mentioned in a single sentence, and instantly it became about the war between demons and humans. However, he narrowed his eyes upon hearing him mention the severed realm, which he already knew was none other than Earth. But why were these guys talking as if Earth was rightfully theirs when they never even lived there in the first place? He felt he had to dive deeper into the history of these demons and see if this was just the vanity of demons talking, or facts. His eyes suddenly glowed upon seeing the hall elder stepping down as all these people formed a queue with some things in their hands, wrapped in silk. Are they gifts for me? He asked Rowena, who answered without shifting her gaze, yes, but I doubt any one of them would be useful for you. There is nothing among them which you already don't have. Asher wasn't surprised to hear it since he had already expected these people to bring gifts just for the sake of the gesture. Tisk, quite stingy aren't they? So as your husband, you have no special gifts to give to me? Asher asked with an expectant smile and was simply trying his luck since, right about now, he was ready to accept any good stuff coming his way. Seti inwardly harumphed at the shamelessness of this guy, asking for a gift from the queen. However, her brother, Kukis, who was not standing too far from her, had a look of awe seeing the royal consort being so free with the queen. He never imagined in his dreams of someone asking for gifts from the queen herself. Even if the royal consort was a cripple, he had to admit this guy was quite cool. Rowena briefly closed her eyes and opened them before saying impassively, I gave what you asked for earlier. That is my gift for you. You can't be serious. Asher had to admit defeat seeing how she beat him to it. It was not like getting the master key to the strongest castle couldn't be considered a gift. In fact, if anybody else knew that he got the master key to the ancient Demonstone Castle, the most fortified and mystical structure in the kingdom, they would be crying with a green face. With the master key, one was considered to command great power as long as they were within the castle. This was the main reason Asher pushed for it as well to ensure his own safety, though limited within the castle. Asher leaned towards a side on his seat with a shake of his head, and suddenly saw Sauron's eldest son, Oberon Drake, getting up with a veiled smile and walking down the platform. Asher squinted his eyes as he felt like this guy was up to something, and just as he expected, Oberon turned around right as he came down and bowed before the queen. My queen, this humble prince has a gift to offer as well. Even though my gift may not be materialistic like others, I believe it would greatly give strength to our people on such a fine day. However, for me to present this gift, I would like to ask your permission to present it before everyone. I am confident that it would greatly please you as well. Present a gift before everyone? What kind of gift is he talking about? Asher inwardly thought with focused eyes. Chapter 39. Killer of the Demon King? Rowena nodded without a change in her expression, to which Oberon smiled and said, Thank you, your majesty. Clap, clap. Oberon clapped twice as a servant came walking from the side with a large silver tray in his hand, atop which a large object was covered with a silk cloth. Not only Asher, but everybody else also had a confused look upon seeing what kind of gift Oberon had prepared. Lady Nada Valentine squinted her eyes and asked her husband with a smile, It seems like dear Prince Oberon has prepared something to please the queen. Lord Vernon Valentine shook his head softly with a smile, I doubt any gift from anyone could change the mood of the queen. The loss of our demon king took the heaviest toll on her. Lord Thorin Thorn's daughter, Sabina, clicked her tongue with a lazy smile, There he goes again. When will he fucking give up? Who knows? He might succeed this time, young Lord Edmund Thorne said with an inscrutable smile. Sabina furrowed her brows and gave a side glance at her brother with a squint. Oberon maintained the same smile as he saw his servant walk up to him with the round silver tray in his hands. And when the servant reached beside him, Oberon placed his hand on the dark golden scarf as he said, For the kingdom. With a solemn shout, he took off the scarf as everybody eagerly extended their necks to take a look. For Oberon to hype the gift before the queen, it had to be really good. The moment they saw what it was, everybody gasped. Even their queen, Rowena, had her eyes quiver upon seeing what it was. But nobody was as shocked as Asher, who even forgot to breathe, as he looked at Oberon's gift with widened eyes. What the fuck? Asher inwardly felt a number of emotions he couldn't describe since he was looking at his own decapitated head. The head of his body from the time when he was a human was placed in a huge glass container with a creepy dark blue glow in the container. How did it get here? Asher never thought he would see the sickening sight of his own decapitated head that even looked like it had rotten for a short while. The eyes of the head were gray and lifeless, the skin no different than that of a corpse with rotten patches here and there. The top side of the skull seemed like it was smashed by something quite heavy. Still, it was quite surprising that the head hadn't decayed enough despite the passing of a year. But it was the least of his concerns since the sight of his severed head also triggered the unpleasant memories from the time he got betrayed. This head reminded him of all his mistakes and regrets. Seti's expression became dark after seeing the head of the one who killed the Demon King, her queen's father. She was also concerned about how her queen might take this since it must have reminded her of her father's death as well. However, she noticed Asher's hands firmly gripping the armrest and wondered what was wrong with him. But she ignored him the next moment since she didn't want to waste her time thinking about what this pervert was thinking. Sauron's wife, Rebecca, smiled with a satisfied look after observing Rowena's expression. Sauron's youngest son, Prince Sylvan, furrowed his brows as he looked at his elder brother proudly presenting his gift. Lord Thorin Thorn's wife, Lady Esther, furrowed her brows and said, He really came prepared. No wonder he seemed so confident. Lord Thorin let out a harsh scoff and said, "This could end ugly as well." He must have got more desperate after that cripple woke up. Oberyn turned around to address all the people gathered in the hall. The Golden Prince, that was the name of this filthy hunter whose head this belonged to. A name none of us can ever forget. Not only me, but I am sure all of you remember the days when this name caused great unrest among us. This hunter made our kingdom suffer great losses, including our good warriors and subjects. Asher's eyes narrowed as he saw this guy mentioning his moniker he had as a hunter. The name was not something he gave himself, but Ira, his ex-girlfriend, who he thought endearingly, gave him such a nickname. Now he couldn't hate that alias enough, but he didn't expect his past self to have such an infamous reputation among the demons. It was true that he had killed countless demons, but he always did so for the sake of humanity and not for his own glory. But now he couldn't care less about what he did or what they felt about him. This hunter, hailed as the strongest among his people, took countless lives from our brethren again and again. If it were not for me having to take up quests that would help the future of our kingdom, I would have personally drained every ounce of blood from his body, Oberyn said with a fierce light in his eyes, making the people nod with looks of admiration. Yeah, you wish. What a joke! Asher scoffed inwardly and couldn't believe how thick-skinned this clown had to be to declare that before everyone else. He took a quick glance at Rowena to see if she was entertaining his words, but his eyes narrowed when he noticed that her gaze was eerily fixed on the decapitated head. Does she still thirst for revenge as well? Asher mused. But since his hunter self was officially dead, shouldn't Rowena be satisfied, or was she still not satisfied? Asher looked away as he felt that it didn't matter. It was not like Rowena would find out who he really was, and what she felt was the least of his concern. Still, previous year, on this day our beloved Demon King got revenge for us by striking down this hunter that had tried to sow fear in our souls. Their strongest hunter was no match for our Demon King, but the Golden Prince had ganged up with other hunters to fight our king. If it were not for his lowly methods and unfair play, our king would have still been with us. Our king killed the strongest hunter, but at the grave cost of his own life, Oberyn said with an emotional yet fierce gaze. Most of them standing in the hall nodded with doleful yet fevered expressions, fully agreeing with Oberyn. Their nerves were trembling with sadness and anger, thinking about how their king had to die to kill the strongest hunter. Asher was inwardly facebumming, wondering where this dipshit was getting his information from, or whether he was spouting nonsense to rile up the demons. He could see that all of them already seemed to believe that their king killed him when he was a hunter. He wondered what they would feel if they knew he killed their Demon King, though his own death followed shortly after. But he could see that they held the Golden Prince accountable for being the biggest factor in the death of their king. Otherwise, all of them wouldn't get so riled up upon seeing the decapitated head. Prince Sylvan leaned in and said to his father in a low voice, "Father, where did he get that head from?" Sauron squinted his eyes and was about to say something when his wife, Rebecca, chimed in with creased brows and said with a look of pride in her eyes, "Your brother has his ways, Sylvan. He has known the queen since she was born and also knows how to earn her favor. You should watch and learn." "Yes, mother," Sylvan nodded with a stiff expression and didn't say anything more. Oberyn finally turned around to face the queen as he bowed and said, "I know your majesty loved the late Demon King more than any one of us ever can. And that's why this gift would greatly please you, since the remnant memories inside this head would let your majesty see the glorious moment of our king killing the so-called strongest hunter who had threatened our realm long enough." He has to be kidding. Asher became anxious since this was very bad news for him. Chapter 40. Who do you think you are? Asher tried to keep his exterior self as calm as possible, but inwardly his thoughts were racing as he was trying to think of ways to destroy his own decapitated head before Rowena went through his memories. If she saw his interaction with the Demon King, she might put two and two together and at least realize he was bluffing since he told her the half-truth before. Lord Veron Valentine's daughter, Sylvia Valentina, spoke up in a sweet, friendly tone. "Prince Oberyn, how is that possible? That head belonged to a corpse that was at least a year old. Any remnant memories only last for a few hours after death, or a day at most. Am I not right? Or am I missing something here?" Sylva asked as if she was deeply pondering about it. Oberyn smirked as he said, "Lady Sylvia, you are right, but that is only in a normal scenario. But the body of the Golden Prince was secured by the humans right away and stored in a place where it would least get rotten. It is only with my careful planning over the past year that I managed to get the head of his corpse. And with young Lord Edmund's help, this head was infused with his magic, which would allow anyone, or Her Majesty in this case, to go through the final few minutes worth of memories before he died. But it could only be seen once, and that is why I never went through his memories despite how tempted I was." "You sly little, when did you and Oberyn get together on this?" Sabina Thorne asked with an inscrutable smile as she looked at Edmund. Edmund curved his lips and said, "Elder sister, you know me. This was just a fun hobby, and since it was a gift for our queen, how could I refuse?" "You did the right thing, son. Oberon played the right card, and the queen would definitely be interested," Lady Esther Thorne said with a nod of approval. "Thank you, Mother," Edmund said with a smile. Almost all the people gathered in the hall were impressed once they learned how Oberon managed to pick the best gift for the queen, especially since today was the day of the Demon King's death. But since she ordered that there couldn't be any public mourning, everybody had no choice but to act as if today was no different than any other day. But Prince Oberon managed to circumvent her order while offering her a gift that could possibly grant her some solace. Asher knew Rowena would definitely check out the memories in his severed head, and was still maintaining a steady breath despite being unable to think of a way to get rid of the head right now. Even if he can transform into Hellbringer, not only would he get stopped immediately, but he would also expose himself. There was no way out of this. Was he going to get caught red-handed? No. He can't just give up like that and let this asshole get away with it. I can't believe this. Asher let out a loud enough sarcastic chuckle followed by a mumble. But how could this go unnoticed by others, especially Oberon, who was standing closer to the platform and clearly heard what Asher mumbled as well? And the moment he heard this, Oberon's eyes twitched as he looked at Asher with a gaze that contained pure shock. It was as if he never expected to hear anything from his mouth. "Is there anything your highness might want to say?" Oberon asked as his gaze hardened, though there was still a cold smile on his face. Said he frowned, seeing how this guy was disrupting a good moment for the queen. Couldn't he at least sit quietly if he can't be of use to anybody else? Rowena's eyes flickered as if she finally emerged out of her thoughts upon sensing the sudden change in the atmosphere of this hall. Asher smiled as he said, "Thank you for asking, Prince Oberon. No offense, but are you trying to insult the queen by offering such an ugly gift?" Some gasps echoed in the hall as all of them couldn't believe what they had just heard. They didn't even expect the royal consort to even speak anything in the first place. They had always considered him to be a figurehead who only existed for the sole purpose of warming his seat. "This will be fun." Sabina Thorne smiled with a chuckle as she licked her nails. Kukis gulped and couldn't help but think if the royal consort had gone mad again. Not only him, but most of the others wondered the same thing since Oberon's gift couldn't get better than this, and the queen would surely be eager to know how her most hated enemy died at the hands of her father. Say inwardly harumphed, thinking that, finally, he would be punished by the queen for butting in and causing trouble for no reason. Maybe then he would learn his place. But Oberon's expression became taut as he asked with a forced smile, "I am afraid I do not understand, your highness. How dare this cripple speak to my son like that?" Rebecca Drake fumed to her husband in a low seething voice. She couldn't believe her precious son had to hear such words from that cripple. Saron nodded with a disgruntled look in his eyes. But he pressed on her hand and said, "Don't say anything now. He is making a fool of himself. This will only turn in our favor." "I didn't expect an accomplished prince like you to not understand such a simple matter." Asher clicked his tongue as if he was disappointed for expecting too much from Oberon, making Oberon's expression turn slightly contorted. However, Asher wasn't finished as he added, "Did you forget the order my queen passed last year?" Her words clearly were to hold no ceremony, event, or anything in public that would remotely remind the death of our late demon king. Yet, you brought a disgusting gift of a severed head that belonged to a hunter who was the main villain who brought about the downfall of our king. Do you really think my queen wouldn't get reminded of things she doesn't want to remember? Do you really think my queen would want to see that ugly head? Asher felt as if he was stabbing himself each time he called his old head ugly. But he had to press on. Rowena's gaze finally shifted towards Asher with an inscrutable expression while the rest of the people in the hall had stupefied expressions, hearing the royal consort talk like this to Prince Oberon. Never in their dreams did they imagine the crippled, useless royal consort rebuking such a powerful prince, before everyone else. Said he couldn't help but wonder why her queen was not saying anything. Did she really want to see what more this pervert had to say? Oberon's eyes almost widened as he clenched his hands behind his back. Yet he took a deep breath and said in a calm yet hard voice, "Your Highness misunderstands. The purpose of my gift was to let Her Majesty witness the final glorious moments of our late king. I had no other intentions other than believing that this would be something Her Majesty would want. It is my belief that watching our most hated enemy die would give us the greatest peace of mind. We all hated the Golden Prince to our core, and I am sure all of us here wished we could watch him die, even if it was just a memory. But I believe Her Majesty deserves the chance more than we do. Or does your highness not share the same sentiments as us?" Saron subtly smiled and said to his wife, "I told you. Our son won't let that cripple get away after trying to humiliate our son. But where did he find the guts to do so even in the first place? Oh ho, the poor royal consort is in trouble. Mother, will the queen spank him now?" Lady Sylvia Valentina asked with a pure look of curiosity, to which native Valentina softly chuckled and patted her head lovingly, maybe or maybe not. But it doesn't seem like the royal consort became dull again to rebuke Oberon. Probably. I feel he is up to something we do not yet know of, Lord Vernon Valentine said with a subtle squint of his eyes. Ooh, Sylvia's lips made an O as she leaned back on her chair. Seti shook her head, thinking that this pervert had brought this upon himself. Asher subtly smiled, knowing that Oberon was trying to corner him and make him embarrass himself or possibly gain bad faith from Rowena. Still, he sat up straight and said, as his tone became harsh yet calm, "You are just a prince of this house, and yet you claim to know how my queen feels or wants. She is the lord of this entire kingdom, and nobody is qualified to lay such an arrogant and disrespectful claim. Her thoughts can only be known by her, but since you asked about my sentiments, let me tell you, as her husband, that my queen is capable enough of finding solace on her own. Besides, no hunter, no matter how strong, dead, or alive, deserves to have any worth to her, let alone as an ugly gift. Now do you finally get it, Prince Oberon?" Asher said as his tone became lower yet maintained the same intensity. /and Sabina and Sylvia official character art in comments. Chapter 41. The time for grieving is over. The entire hall was plunged into a deathly silence, as the royal consort finished reprimanding Prince Oberon before everyone else, and that too expressing strong disapproval towards the gift he eagerly and meticulously prepared. But hearing the words he said, they couldn't help but feel convinced. Still, he scolded someone like Prince Oberon, and nobody could tell what consequences might follow. Prince Oberon's face seemed as if it had lost a few shades of color, and nobody would guess what he was thinking right now. But they could sense the drastic change in the atmosphere of this hall. "Your Highness, you are being a bit too harsh on my son, who presented that gift only in good faith. It isn't right to disrespect such a noble effort," Saron said as he looked at Asher with a piercing cold gaze. It seemed as if he was trying his best to not cause a scene, though his wife, Rebecca, seemed as if she wanted to explode at a certain someone. "I am afraid the royal consort is right," Sabina Thorne suddenly spoke up, much to the surprised look of others. Even Asher couldn't help but look at this charming beauty that gave off a dangerous aura and never expected support from her. He definitely had to look into her some other time. She elegantly spread open the hand fan and added, "None of us are qualified to assume what Her Majesty needs or wants. His Highness is also right about the fact that we shouldn't give too much importance to some hunter, let alone in the form of a gift. If we do that, aren't we giving more fame to this so-called Golden Prince? Maybe this is what he must have planned before he died, relying on the fact that we might use his death to spread his name further. In my opinion, the best way for us to move on is to forget these insignificant characters, especially since they are dead. We can never progress if we are slaves to the past. What we should focus on is killing more hunters, especially ones like him," she concluded with a charming smile. Some murmurs echoed right after Sabina finished saying her piece. Now that such a high-ranking member spoke in support of the royal consort, people couldn't help but feel as if he was right indeed. The more they thought about it, the more they felt Prince Oberon's judgment was poor and he chose the worst gift possible. "Elder sister, what are you doing? Why would you speak in favor of that crippled consort?" Edmund Thorne asked his sister with a strained voice, his expression taut. He clearly didn't take well to her comment, nor did he expect this from her. Sabina playfully smiled as she looked at him, but suddenly pressed her sharp fingernail against his hand. "Don't forget your place, brother. You might be my fiancé, but I am still your elder sister. Didn't you learn to never question your elders, she asked while maintaining the playful smile, though Edmund broke a sweat as he stiffly nodded. I understand. That was uncalled for, Sabina. You played down the efforts of your own brother by saying that," Esther Thorne said with a critical look. "Leave it, Esther. She has always done as she pleased," Thorne said offhandedly, making Esther click her tongue while Sabina softly chuckled and leaned on her chair. Prince Oberon's expression looked as if he swallowed something ugly, but then he suddenly bowed and said, "This prince was inconsiderate. Please forgive me for not assuming things I shouldn't have. I might have been too hasty in picking a gift for this day." People nodded with a look of approval upon seeing the prince apologize and admit his mistakes. This surely showed how sincere he was, and they felt more admiration for him. Rebecca smiled proudly, seeing how her son was smart enough to turn even a disadvantageous situation in his favor. "No worries. It seems like 1 year wasn't enough for you to think. Next time, take 2, Asher said as if he was offering genuine advice, making some even gasp, wondering if Prince Oberon was really getting verbally bullied by the crippled consort. This was just too humiliating and a slap to his face. PFFTNNNGH. Kukas almost burst out laughing, but Seti immediately punched him in the stomach, which made his chortle sound like a groan as he collapsed on his knees with a grimace, "Why so cruel, sister?" He looked at her with an aggrieved look, making steady harumph while feeling relieved that she was able to stop her brother from offending someone he shouldn't. But she couldn't help but stare at Asher's back, wondering if this was his true nature. Who would have thought after gaining his soul, the crippled consort could even make a powerful prince feel tongue-tied? Asher's words made Oberon's eyes emit a deadly light for a brief second before he slowly raised his head. His facial muscles around his lips briefly twitched as if he was greatly suppressing the words that were coming up his throat. "Your Highness, you should think twice before you judge someone. I am giving this advice as a concerned member of our house, considering the fact that your mind wasn't in the right place for all these years," Rebecca said with a sharp smile as a vein popped up in her temple. It seemed like she couldn't contain herself anymore while her son was getting humiliated by this cripple. She even indirectly insulted him that he was a retard for all these years. "Somebody is really angry. Ha," Asher inwardly chuckled, seeing her getting riled up. It was amusing to see her dark expression. "Enough talking about this matter," Rowena suddenly said as the entire hall plunged into silence. Rebecca's eyes twitched with indignation. But she could only sit back after swallowing her words. Everyone eagerly awaited what their queen's decision was about this matter. After this simple matter of presenting a gift got heated up. "I have no doubt Prince Oberon prepared the gift in good faith," Rowena said with a fixed gaze, to which Saron nodded with a pleased look, and Rebecca smiled as she shot a glance of contempt toward Asher. Prince Oberon's expression brightened a little as he said, "Thank you, my queen. I am honored and glad your majesty understood my sincerity. But as the royal consort and Lady Sabina said, I don't wish to see that dead hunter's face again, nor do I need any solace. The time of grieving is long over, and my father wouldn't wish any of us to do so. This is the time to make the people of Severed Realm realize that we remain undaunted despite the losses we suffered. From now on they should be the ones to grieve, not us," Rowena said in a deathly cold tone that sent chills down everyone standing inside the hall. They could feel the entire hall getting filled with their queen's bloodthirst for revenge, which in turn fueled their bloodthirst as well. Her tone was cold and calm, but they could sense the boiling rage within her words. Considering how she had been so reserved for a while, they all thought that she was still grieving the loss of her father, just like the denizens of this kingdom. But only now they realized she had been suppressing her anger all this time, and realized it was only natural she would feel so. Asher didn't seem that surprised, but he could feel the blood-cold killing intent oozing from her entire being as she spoke these words. He had no doubt that if his true identity was made known to her, she wouldn't hesitate to grant him the most miserable death. Even if she believed her father killed him in his previous life, she knows the Golden Prince was the main cause of her father's death. Saron's expression stiffened while Rebecca was tightly clenching her fists. She had known Rowena for a long time and never expected the girl who loved her father so much to act so indifferently about her father's death. Oberon had a subtle look of disbelief, as if he couldn't believe he had gotten it all wrong. But he still shot a cold glance towards Asher, who felt his gaze and smiled subtly. "But I won't ignore your effort and will accept your gift, though I won't use it." Rowena glanced at one of her bloodborne guards, who came forward and collected the plate with the severed head while Oberon looked on with a strange expression. However, he quickly bowed and said, "Thank you, your majesty, for being so kind. This prince is more than honored that my gift was accepted. It doesn't matter if your majesty has no use for it, as now I realize how inconsiderate and foolish my gift was. I won't even mind if your majesty wants to get rid of it. I could spare you the trouble and do it myself. There is no need for that. If my wife wants, she can do it herself since she accepted your gift. You need not concern yourself too much," Asher said with a casual smile. He couldn't risk letting that head fall into his hands since he was sure someone like Oberon would surely check out those memories before he destroyed it. He also couldn't rest easy completely knowing that Rowena would still have the head. But knowing her character so far, she struck as a person who would never do anything opposite to what they say. If she said she won't use the gift, then she wouldn't. Or so he could only hope. Hearing Asher mention the words "my wife" again, Oberon clenched his fists so tight his nails were digging into his skin, making blood ooze out. Chapter 42. Can't stay silent no more. Oberon went back to his seat, though his expression was looking far different from his initial proud and confident expression. All the enthusiasm he showed when presenting the gift was deflated like a balloon, all because of a cripple. How humiliating. Most of them standing there couldn't help but feel the same. It seemed like the crippled consort wouldn't be sleeping in the shadows anymore. Based on how bold he seemed to be, they felt like things were going to be different here. Still, they weren't expecting anything big since the royal consort was still a powerless cripple in the end, whose protection was guaranteed by their queen. Without her, he was as good as dead. Said he couldn't believe a cripple managed to talk down a well-decorated prince of the house. How could someone so weak be able to do such things? Even if he depended on the queen's protection, it was not like the queen could watch over him constantly. There were ways Prince Oberon could make things tough for him. Was he just ignorant about it, or did he truly have the guts to do so? Cucus couldn't help but bite his teeth, unable to believe he watched a nerve-wracking showdown between the prodigal prince of the house and the crippled consort. Who would have ever thought the royal consort would win in the end? He would have showered praises already if not for his sister and the queen being so close. Asher still had a lingering worry if Rowena would check on the memories, but so far, based on what he knew about her, she didn't seem like the kind to lie, especially since she seemed quite determined when she said she won't make use of the gift. Even though he was almost sure, he decided to somehow destroy that head later when the right opportunity came by. At least nobody else would get their hands on it till then. But he knew that he pissed off a powerful bastard, though he did it despite knowing it. He couldn't just let him get away with that too. The only way to let the culprits make mistakes was to rile them up. Otherwise, if he remained passive like before and let them peacefully plan out things, he would be the one getting fucked. The fact that an assassin almost killed him was proof enough that his life was already in danger. His memories from this body, and what Marina told him was also proof enough that his existence itself made a few powerful enemies who would try to get rid of him the first chance they get. However, he knew he was taking a big gamble here, though he had never shied away from taking huge risks to get what he wanted. Only by taking huge risks was he able to become the strongest hunter in his past life. People even called him a daredevil because of that. His only option was to level up as quickly as possible using any means. But thanks to his memories, he had a plan and briefly glanced at Seti with a subtle smile, who felt his gaze and unconsciously looked at his eyes. Just as she was about to wonder what this pervert was planning, suddenly she grimaced as she shut her eyes close, making Asher wonder why this snobbish woman was acting weird. Rebecca's eyes melted upon seeing her son, Oberon, returning with a dark look. Right after he sat down, she immediately grabbed his hand and said with flared nostrils, "Son, don't worry. Mother will make that crippled trash pay 10 times the humiliation you endured today. Your father will also talk to the queen about this and make sure he gets his place shown. Isn't that right, Saron?" She turned her head toward Saron with a glowering look. Saron nodded with tightness in his eyes. "Of course. I will talk to the queen and let her know how that cripple needs to know his place. But I don't think she will do anything. We all know why. Things aren't really the same now that he woke up, and considering his behavior, don't do anything rash for now." Oberon heard the two as he stayed silent, but the next moment, he briefly raised his hand and said with a high chin, "No need. I don't need any help from you two to deal with that trash. I will deal with him myself, as I always do." His lips curled as he added in a seething tone, "I never expected that cripple to gain such a tongue after getting a soul. He also must have no idea who I am or how weak and pathetic he is. Ignorance is his only tool. But that is good news for me. When the right time comes, he will regret gaining his senses." Oberon finished with a cold smile. Rebecca nodded with a look of approval as she caressed the back of his head. "That's my son. I knew you wouldn't be bothered by the words of a pathetic cripple. I couldn't be more proud of you." Sylvan Drake, who was sitting beside his father, briefly glanced at Asher with a subtle squint, and when his gaze accidentally fell on Seti, who was standing behind the queen, his gaze softened. After everyone was done handing over their gifts, the hall elder announced with a light smile, "Now let's celebrate this fine day with a number of events we have scheduled. First, let us all partake in the grand feast the House of Dragons has prepared for the people. Everyone should take part and celebrate our path ahead." Asher's eyes glowed upon seeing long tables neatly laid out with all kinds of food and wine. Just the smell was enough to even tempt him. However, he saw most men and women forming pairs, taking the center, and starting to dance by holding hands and moving slowly. What a boring dance, Asher thought, and said to Rowena, "I am going to eat some food. You can join me if you want." Rowena simply shook her head, just as Asher expected. He could see that she was disinterested in all these things, though unlike her, he was curious to try out the food demons eat and learn more about them. At least their way of conducting a feast seemed similar, but humans can never match the grandeur. There were also storytellers setting up shop to amuse the guests and entertain them with the grand feats and illustrious feats carried out by the royal members of House Drake, going back to the birth of the kingdom itself. Who would have ever thought that he would be experiencing the biggest celebration he had ever witnessed as a demon? It also seemed like most of them were eagerly awaiting a celebration after not holding any events or celebrations for a year due to the Demon King's death. Even without Rowena's order, none of them would have held any public celebration so as to not disrespect the passing of the Demon King. He noticed how everyone around him was giving him strange glances as he walked towards the large tables where the food and drinks were kept. Their faces seemed as if they had things to say or ask, but didn't. It seemed as if his previous scene of rebuking Oberon made some kind of unexpected impact on these people. Asher ignored them as his gaze finally fell on the fresh food that gave off a mouth-watering scent. He still didn't dare to trust just his sense of smell and took a closer eye to see what kind of food these demons prepared. He didn't know whether to feel surprised or not to see that most of it was meat and there were even chalices filled with blood. He didn't have to guess to know that most of the vampires would be drinking the blood in these chalices like they would drink wine. He could only wonder where they were getting this blood from. Could it be from the hunters they captured or killed? He decided to take a leap of faith and try one of the most appetizing-looking dishes near him. He expected the worst, but the moment he chewed on it, he couldn't help but feel his taste buds tingling in excitement. How could something taste this good? The food tasted so delicious he felt his stomach growl in anticipation for more. Fuck, I don't care what this is. I just need more, Asher thought to himself as he began to gobble up the food. He skipped breakfast and hasn't had a single morsel since yesterday. Only now he realized how famished he was. The others looked on with strange expressions. Who would have expected the royal consort to have so much appetite despite doing nothing all day? Is the food that delicious? A woman's sweet, melodious voice sounded from behind as Asher turned around with one of his brows raised. Chapter 43. A disappointed lady. Asher saw a beautiful young woman with heart-shaped face, big round pleasing eyes and an angelic face that could melt the heart of even a criminal. She had really long, voluminous ruby hair that reached till her ankles and was styled into pigtails that had ornaments wrapped around them. There was a shiny white pearl necklace around her neck and a radiant, innocent smile on her face, though her vibrant red eyes could make one feel like they were getting trapped by her eyes. She was wearing a dark red gown that wrapped around her petite body and her small bust. But he knew he can't get fooled by her appearance considering she was centuries old at least. Lady Sylvia Valentine? Asher unconsciously mumbled upon feeling surprised to see this bubbly woman approach him. AI, just call me Sylvia. Don't tell me you call everyone by their full name? Sylvia asked with an airy giggle. Asher chuckled and said, then Sylvia it is. Happy? Sylvia shook her head strongly with her eyes shut before stepping closer to him and saying with a bashful look, for this lady to be happy, you have to do something else as well. Can you please? She asked as her eyelashes fluttered. Asher didn't know, but he was getting a weird vibe from this seemingly sweet cute lady and asked, what would the lady who can get anything she wants want from me? I want a gift from you since you finally got a soul, she asked in an excited tone. Asher couldn't believe this woman and asked, shouldn't you be the one giving me a gift just like everyone else did? That is no fun, Sylvia said with a cute pout, making Asher ask, fine. Let me at least hear what kind of gift you want. He couldn't help but feel as if she was up to something. Sylvia's lips arched into a bright smile as she leaned forward and whispered, I want you to let me play with your mind. It seems quite fun to play with a mind that didn't have any soul for all these years. Anyone would feel goosebumps on their scalp hearing her words that sounded quite innocent, but the intention dangerous enough. As for Asher, who had come across all kinds of demons, now knew why his instincts had been firing away since the beginning, telling him to get away from this cute woman. Still, he kept up a firm expression and said, I am afraid I can't give you that kind of gift. I can get you something else to play with. Asher was hoping she would leave after asking for some silly jewelry or something, considering how she had so many flashy ornaments on her. Her bright red eyes were still giving him goosebumps, and he instinctively tried to not look at them even though they were strangely tempting him to look at them. Since Kukas had told him how House Valentine people had the power to use illusions, Asher guessed they must be using their eyes to do so. If his mind was as strong as his hunter self, then he wouldn't have to worry. Unfortunately, his present body had yet to build mental blocks to protect his mind. But Sylvia's expression suddenly contorted as she asked with an uncanny smile, you are refusing this lady? Nobody can refuse me, and nobody ever has, she stressed with puppy eyes, though her lips subtly curved into an eerie smile for a brief second. I guess there is always a first for everything, Asher said with a casual shrug, as he sipped on some wine kept on the table, though inwardly, he couldn't believe how this woman was disguising her intentions with such a cute attitude. She was surely one of a kind. Not for Sylvia. Sylvia will always have her way because everyone loves Sylvia, and I can make you like me too. Let me prove it to you, Sylvia said as her lips arched into a pretty smile. Asher's eyes quivered as he suddenly froze before he could take another sip. He wasn't looking at her face, yet her melodious voice was slipping into his ears and into his mind, telling him to give in to her. Is she trying to charm me? Asher knew vampires like her could use their charms to trap their victims. However, right now, he was in a weak body whose mental fortitude wasn't strong enough yet to defend against the likes of a powerful vampire like her. If this went on, he was finished. She might get into his mind and who knows what would happen then. From the public's view, It only seemed like the royal consort and Lady Sylvia was having small talk since they couldn't hear what Sylvia was saying. Asher broke a sweat as he was even finding it hard to move because his mind was busy resisting the charm of her voice. He never knew the next trouble he would be coming upon now was a spoiled and bossy vampire lady from one of the great houses. Why the hell was she so fixated on his mind? Didn't she have anything better to do, or did someone send her? He felt it was the former, since who would say it aloud that they wanted to play with someone's mind? Sylvia was inwardly surprised to see a cripple being able to resist her for this long. Usually, all it would take was just a single word, and yet here, she had already said enough to charm a powerful soul warrior. However, fortunately for Asher, he had more than just his sheer willpower to depend on. As a veteran hunter, he had learned enough tricks to deal with demons like her. And when up against someone who could influence minds using their voice, the simple solution was to disconnect the mind from the ears, so that none of her words would ever reach his mind. This solution seemed simple in theory, but to execute it, one had to have complete control over their mind and body. It wasn't easy to shut off one of the senses using pure mental power. Even for him, it took months to master this technique. And right now, he executed the very same trick as all sounds stopped entering his mind, including her words, making his mind plunge into absolute silence. He immediately felt all the pressure on his mind disappearing away and regained control of his body. Of course, the drawback to this method was he made himself deaf temporarily. Fortunately, he wasn't in a combat situation. Otherwise, he would have had to rely on other methods. Sylvia was about to smile in excitement as she saw how Asher's mind was about to give in to her, but her smile froze when she saw Asher, being able to move again and even continuing drinking from his cup as if he wasn't bothered by anything at all. "Were you saying something?" "I didn't catch you," Asher said with a sarcastic smile as he coolly kept on sipping on his wine. "Hey, you can't keep ignoring this lady. It should be impossible for you to." Sylvia doesn't like this at all. Sylvia pouted as she was confounded by the fact that her voice wasn't able to charm a cripple. She couldn't even sense any defensive items on his body. Asher found it quite satisfying to make this pompous lady keep whining to herself, just like a child getting disappointed after finding out their toy wasn't working as expected. Rowena, who was still sitting on her throne, suddenly took a glance at Asher and narrowed her eyes upon seeing Sylvia talking to him. "Sylvia won't let you look down on her anymore. This time Sylvia will win," Sylvia said in a determined voice as she decided to not hold back, and her eyes began to glow. "No, you won't, Sylvia." A woman's soft yet charming voice came from behind Sylvia as she felt someone grabbing her wrist from behind. Oh, you are hurting me, Sabina." "Let go, please," Sylvia feebly said with watery eyes. Asher squinted his eyes before turning his head to see a alluring beauty with long, shiny silver hair, a well-proportioned bust, and a slender figure. She had a diamond-shaped face with attractive almond-shaped eyes and luscious pink lips. She was dressed quite elegantly yet seductively, and every inch of her body exuded a strange sense of charm that made it hard for one to take their eyes off her. But if they accidentally took a look at her ghostly red eyes, one would feel chills going down their spine. Her again? Asher couldn't believe this woman lending him a hand for the second time and, to his surprise, saw how even Sylvia seemed afraid of her upon having her wrist getting gripped by Sabina. Now he has an idea why Kukis said the eldest child of House Thorn was quite terrifying, even though her lithe body would make her appear quite lovely. "Trying to use your flimsy charms on me? Get out of here before I spank you," Sabina whispered into Sylvia's ears, who pouted with a dejected look before running away. Of course, nobody heard the conversation they shared. All one could guess was Sylvia was getting bored and running away somewhere else. Well, was she bullying you too much?" Sabina asked as she picked up a chalice and sipped some blood. However, her eyes had a glint of astonishment, seeing how Sylvia failed to charm him. This made her look at him with a veiled glint in her eyes. This was the first time Asher was seeing a vampire drinking blood in front of him in such a graceful fashion, to the point he wasn't even feeling disgusted. "I don't want to admit it, but I do want to thank Lady Sabina for the support, especially earlier." Asher knew he couldn't simply trust this woman just because she helped him out. Still, he decided to play it diplomatically just to be safe. He also thought he had to get used to dealing with people like this, even if the words coming out of his mouth may or may not be true. "Forgive for the interruption, but the center of the hall is now clear for the night dance. Those who have had enough of feasting may dance with any partner they choose," the hall elder suddenly announced as a large space in the center was cleared up for the dance. "The main event has started," Sabina commented as Asher saw men and women forming couples and taking center stage to slow dance. Of course, most of them were married or engaged couples, but some of them seemed as if they were randomly choosing a partner simply to dance. Very few of them weren't taking part in the dance and were standing alone on the side with glum expressions. Asher saw that the way these people were slow dancing seemed similar to how people would dance in fancy balls by simply holding hands. It was formal and slow yet elegant. Sylvan Drake got up the moment the night dance was announced and took a deep breath before walking towards the platform above him. "Sylvan, where are you going?" Rebecca asked with furrowed brows, but he had already walked away. Seeing how he was walking towards the platform where the queen was sitting, Rebecca furrowed her brows and asked, "Don't tell me he is still fixated on that bitch. This has been going on for years. How could he not understand her lowly origins, a race of rabid beasts, HMPH? Calm down, Rebecca. Seti is a battle master, so show some respect for her title, at least. Her past doesn't matter as long as she is trusted by our queen. But it is not like she will ever become his legitimate wife. Our son knows what he is doing," Saron said with an obscure glint in his eyes. Sylvan took a brief look at Seti before deeply bowing before the queen and asked respectfully, "Forgive me for approaching like this, your majesty. But can I have your permission to borrow Lady Seti for a short dance?" Chapter 44. I waited for you all these years. Seti was a bit startled by his sudden request and glanced at her queen before saying in an apologetic tone, "I am sorry, but it's fine. You can go, Seti. You can also partake in the feast," Rowena said with a brief wave of her hand, making Seti hesitate. But then she bowed towards her. "I will be right back soon, your majesty." "Thank you." Sylvan smiled as he courteously offered Seti his hand while bending his back. Seti briefly smiled before taking his hand as he led her down the platform. "It seems like my little brother is really serious about that lowly bitch. I don't understand what he has to gain by making himself look bad. If it wasn't for her being someone important to the queen, I would have made her my bitch already." Oberon shook his head with a disdainful look. "Whatever. There is no way I am going to let him marry someone born amongst those lowly beasts." "You heard me, Saron?" Rebecca asked with a scowl. Saron sighed as he rubbed his forehead with an annoyed look. "Will you just let it go already? I can assure you our son isn't going to marry anyone anytime soon. He is simply curious about his first love. It will fade away, and I will personally see to it." HMPH. "It better," Rebecca said with a huff before turning away her gaze. "Oh, don't tell me our battlemaster has a crush on Prince Sylvan?" Asher asked with a soft chuckle. Even if she was married, Asher was sure a egoistical and short-fused woman wouldn't definitely last. But Asher's eyes glinted with a cold light as he thought about Saron and his entire family, which included Sylvan as well. He still hadn't forgotten what Marina told him. Sabina lightly smiled and said, "Would that be so surprising? He is said to be the youngest eligible bachelor in our kingdom. He is not only quite decent and courteous, but he has decent accomplishments in his pocket as well. All the young girls go crazy for him, and it's said that he receives at least a dozen proposals from powerful houses every day." "The prince who has it all, huh?" Asher asked as he sipped on his wine and asked with a side glance, "Then why are you not interested in him? I am sure nobody could turn away a charming woman like you." Sabina raised one of his brows as she caressed her lower red lips with her nail. Foo, I never expected the royal consort to have such a good eye. Is she testing me?" Asher couldn't help but feel that this woman had quite the seductive charms in every single action of hers. It was like she didn't have to try and it naturally came to her. Even though his will was strong enough to maintain his bearings, something within him was tempting his mind. In his previous life, he was committed to his ex-girlfriend Ira only, and even refused the advances of many beautiful women who tried to seduce him. But why was he getting tempted now? Was it because he was a demon now? Sabina pressed her hand fan against her cheek as she said, "Your question isn't applicable to me since I already have a fiancé." "Who is the lucky guy?" "Lucky?" Sabina chuckled with a veiled glint in her eyes before saying, "Naturally, it's my younger brother." Seriously, so what I read was true after all. Asher couldn't believe these guys were talking about incest as if it was a common and natural thing. Back on Earth, for almost all people, it was considered taboo due to various reasons starting with genetic defects and whatnot. But thinking about it, demons were not weak like humans. They were born with mana, and maybe they won't get affected by any problems caused by incestual relationships. So why are they not married yet? Asher curiously asked. Unfortunately for the other girls, he only has eyes for Seti. And even if Seti has a respectful status, she still belongs to our enemy race. She can't marry anybody from the powerful houses, let alone Prince Sylvan. Just the very mention of it could cause enough damage which even our queen would find it hard to handle. "And I guess the same goes for Prince Sylvan?" Asher asked with squinted eyes as he saw Sylvan and Seti dancing slowly, just like the others. Sabina squinted her eyes as she shook her head. "Not really. He can let her be his mistress. Many had tried to court her to make her their mistress as well, but as a battlemaster, she was able to refuse them. But it seems like Seti dreams of being a legitimate wife." Otherwise, I see no other reason for her to stall like this. Maybe Seti must have told him she doesn't want to be a lowly mistress after enjoying the status of a battlemaster. Nobody would want to in her shoes since she would lose the battlemaster title. This could be why she definitely knows she can't open up unless she wants to invite the wrath of everyone in our kingdom. How pitiful. Sabina clicked her tongue as if being sympathetic. An ill-fated romance? Asher couldn't help but feel satisfied as someone like her deserved it. She will never be able to marry the man of her dreams and can only look from afar. But of course, he wasn't planning to let her off easily. He then asked something he found odd earlier. Isn't it strange he is risking his face and everything by having feelings for her? Why would someone like him do that? I don't know about you, but some men can be really passionate. Seti is definitely more beautiful than most of the noble women in our kingdom, and definitely has the power and beauty standards to be part of House Drake. It isn't really surprising for Prince Sylvan to fall for her, considering both of them had known each other since they were children. Why? Do you feel there is perhaps another reason? Sabina asked as her gaze fixed on him, her lips subtly arching into a veiled smile. Asher could see that this woman was trying to probe and casually shrugged. Nope. I was just curious. In the center of the hall, Sylvan had a pleasant smile on his face as he was dancing with Seti by holding her hands. I never expected we would get a chance to dance like this today. In a way, it's good he woke up, Sylvan said while maintaining his smile. Seti furrowed her brows just by remembering the man who was causing her trouble since the moment he woke up. Maybe, she said in a slightly piqued tone. However, she still couldn't shake off one thing in her mind that had happened recently. Is something the matter? Is this about the royal consort? You know you can tell me anything. I don't care if you feel like venting about someone you aren't allowed to, Sylvan said after noticing how her mood changed the mention the royal consort. Seti's expression filled with hesitation, but then she briefly smiled and said, it's really nothing. You have nothing to be concerned about. Sylvan nodded with a slow shake of his head and then asked with a gentle smile, aren't you forgetting something? Seti's expression became slightly confused as Sylvan added, today is the day you told me you would give me an answer to my proposal. Oh, Seti's expression became complicated as her gaze darted. Sylvan's expression became concerned as he said, I know asking you to be my mistress isn't fair to you. But I give you my word, I will never make you feel less, and I will make sure nobody will look down upon you, including my own family. And it isn't like I planned this to be permanent. If you become my mistress, then soon I can make you my wife after I gain more influence. All these years I waited for you, knowing that you needed time to think. But don't you think it's high time you made a decision so we can prepare for the future? I am not trying to pressure you, but that's how much I love you. I know you have a good heart, but Seti shut her eyes close briefly before saying with a sigh, I am sorry I can't decide now, especially since I can't let down our queen at this time. She needs me now the most and I can't renounce my duties. I owe the most to her and need to look out for her. Seti couldn't help but furrow her brows, thinking about the crude royal consort who might manipulate the queen. She definitely can't let him do that. Sylvan's expression hardened for a brief second. But then he nodded with an empty smile, making Seti say with an apologetic look, I apologize. You deserve better and please don't say that. I waited for you all these years, so surely I can wait for some more. But as a compromise, can you at least spend more time with me from now on? Just simple strolls around our beautiful gardens would be more than enough, Sylvan asked softly. Seti slightly pressed her lips together, I will try. It's boring. My brother can't dance even a bit. So how about you show this lady a good dance? Sabina asked as she emptied the chalice in her hand. Asher chuckled and said, I am afraid I have to refuse. After all, it wouldn't be nice of me if I didn't dance with my wife first. Chapter 45. He's watching us. Sabina's eyes glinted with a look of disbelief as she scoffed and asked, You cannot be serious. She seemed more surprised by the fact that Asher was planning to dance with the queen than rejecting a dance with her. Asher emptied his cup of wine as he asked, What makes you think I am not? Sabina's eyes narrowed as she playfully smiled. Really? You willing to bet on that? You like to place bets? Fine. What are the stakes going to be? Asher asked with crossed arms. Sabina blinked as she realized he was really serious. But this only made her feel even more excited as she let out a short, charming giggle and said, I will take you up on your word then. If you fail, then you should let me drink your blood whenever I feel like it without any prescribed limit. Of course, I will make sure to not let you die from the lack of blood nor make you feel like you are dying. I wouldn't want the queen to get angry, would I? So she is after my blood? What is she planning? Asher knew a vampire loved to drink blood, but why was she fixated on his when she could drink anybody else's blood? Asher saw her eyes glowing with bloodlust for a brief second the moment she put forward her condition. His gut was also telling him that letting her drink his blood seemed like a dangerous affair, though not surprising considering she was a 500-year-old demon in the end. Still, he said, sure. But only if you agree to my condition that if you lose you owe me a gift of my choosing. In his mind, he already knew what to ask, though he was taking a gamble here. Fair enough, as long as it's something I already have, Sabina said with a nonchalant look. What could a crippled royal consort possibly need anyway? She couldn't wait to have some fun seeing him try to win such an impossible bet. Asher emptied another cup of wine within just a few seconds, making Sabina let out an amused giggle. Oh me, you are really motivated. Sabina felt like she must have provoked whatever pride he had. However, it was refreshing to see somebody so weak being so determined to try something they knew they were going to lose. Not everyone would have the guts to do so. But she had no idea that Asher was eagerly looking forward to getting something he desperately needed from her. He walked towards the platform with a firm gaze. Rowena's gaze was blank as if she was thinking about something else when suddenly her gaze shifted upon noticing Asher walking towards her. There was a hint of confusion in her eyes, wondering why he was coming back so soon and staring at her like that. Ugh, look at him, crawling back towards the queen after wandering around. I bet he got scared talking to Sabina. Rebecca snorted with a look of contempt. Seti was still slow dancing, but she constantly devoted a part of her attention to the queen just to make sure everything was all right. And that was when her eyes narrowed upon seeing Asher walking towards the queen. Why is he walking towards her? She mumbled as her forehead creased, not expecting him to come back so soon. What is it, Seti? Sylvan asked upon seeing her getting distracted and raised his gaze to see Asher walking toward the queen. Everybody else saw him and was about to continue with their business when their gazes froze upon seeing Asher raising a hand toward the queen. Would you like to have a dance with me, Rowena? Asher asked with a charming smile, his voice loud enough for everybody to hear. Rowena's eyes shone with a hint of surprise and confusion as if she wasn't expecting him to suddenly come up and ask. Everyone else had the same thought as well, and those dancing on the dance floor stopped as their attention was on their queen and the crippled consort. They couldn't believe he had the guts to ask the queen to dance with him. If he was a worthy consort instead of a cripple, he would at least have some qualification to ask. But this was just insulting to see. If someone as impressive and capable as Prince Oberon Drake was asking, it would at least seem acceptable. Once again, everybody sighed at how their beautiful and extraordinary queen had to have her marriage life ruined by getting married to such a powerless idiot. Sabina blinked her eyes as she mumbled to herself with a smile. Quite gutsy for a cripple. How interesting. The royal consort continues to surprise. Lord Vernon Valentine commented with a refined smile before taking a sip from his chalice. I am afraid he would have to get his head checked again by the royal physician. His behavior would surely land him in trouble, or maybe he already is in trouble, Lady Native Valentine remarked with a sympathetic smile. But he is so mean and refused to play with me, Sylvia Valentine mumbled with an aggrieved yet cute pout, though her eyes dangerously focused on Asher's back. Is that boy serious? Lady Esther Thorne asked in a stony voice. Did he go mad again? Edmund Thorne scoffed with a jeering gaze. He should have never left his bed, Oberon Drake said with a dark smile. Once a retard, always a retard, Rebecca said as she placed her hands on her pretty lips as if to prevent herself from laughing. Rowena closed her eyes for a moment before saying, I don't feel like it. Asher expected such an answer from her as he maintained his hand in the air and said, but I insist. Don't bother asking. I don't want to, Rowena said with a subtle shake of her head. She couldn't understand why he seemed so determined to dance with her and wanted him to just go away. Everybody could see that their queen was clearly refusing the royal consort even though they couldn't hear what they were saying. How could he still disrespect her and stand in front of her like a fool? Seti slowly shook her head, wondering what was going through his head to have such guts to ask the queen for a dance. Does he really believe that just because he was married to her, he could ask such things from her? She knew he was going to cause some trouble, but she never thought it would be in public like this. The royal consort doesn't seem to respect our queen or care about her face. Does he not know because of not having a soul for all these years? He is making things difficult for the queen. Is this the reason you seemed to get frustrated when I mentioned him? Sylvan asked with a concerned look. I apologize. I will talk to you later. I have to go now and make sure he doesn't make things more difficult for the queen, Seti said in a hurried tone as she suddenly removed her hands from Sylvan's grip and walked away. Sylvan was about to raise his hand to call her back, but sighed as he saw her hurrying towards the platform. He couldn't help but look at Asher's back as his gaze hardened, but then he shook his head and stepped to the side. How shameless he must be to still keep pestering after getting refused. He should be disciplined and let him realize where he truly belongs. Rebecca couldn't help but pass more comments in annoyance. Rowena's tone became firm as she said, Why are you insisting like this? You could dance with anybody else you want, but I don't want to. I can assign a partner for you. She thought he was asking because nobody wanted to dance with him. Because you are the one I want to dance with. I don't like you sitting here alone, all by yourself. I want you to have fun as well, Asher said while looking into her beautiful crimson eyes. Rowena's expression became rigid and hard to read. But after a moment or two of silence she said with a strong nod, "You don't have to be concerned about me. I am fine sitting here." Asher softly chuckled and said, "Are you? This is a day of celebration in my name, so why not at least indulge me and let these people know that you were celebrating as well? If my late father-in-law had been here, he would have also wanted to see you dance and enjoy just like everybody else. Come on, at least do it as if he is watching us right now." Rowena's lips pressed together with a hint of hesitation filling her eyes. But seeing Asher nod at her, she let out a low sigh and said, "Only a short dance." Asher smiled subtly as he saw Rowena extending her dainty cold hand with black evening gloves. He gently held it as he began to lead her down the platform, much to everyone else's shock. Chapter 46. The Dance That Stirred Hearts. Did the queen get possessed? This was the question some of them had in mind as they saw her being led down the platform by the crippled consort. None of them even expected in their dreams that the queen would entertain his request to dance. They knew their queen was neither in the mood nor the kind of person to dance, let alone with the crippled consort. Why would she entertain his request and make herself look bad by accepting his request? But then some of the elders, from various gathered in the hall, mused that she must be doing to uphold the image of her queenship since she couldn't let him look even more pathetic, especially since he was a drake in the end. However, none of them could tell the exact reason why the queen was doing this and felt confused by her actions. Kukus was sucking on his thumb, feeling greatly impressed by Asher. Even a cripple can ask the queen to a dance. I should definitely ask him to teach me. Maybe one day I might get to taste some sweet nectar. Sai said he could only slowly walk up the platform with a stupefied expression and couldn't understand why her queen was going along with it. Sabina's amused expression immediately froze as her forehead creased, and she mumbled, "What did he say to convince her?" She knew Rowena didn't want to dance and clearly saw her refusing, but she also saw Asher saying something that made her change her mind. The Rowena she knew would never easily change her mind like that. Oberon Drake's eyes were visibly shaking as he muttered with a clenched jaw, "That lowborn dares to touch her?" If only Oberon didn't even finish his sentence as his eyes uncontrollably shook, seeing that cripple holding hands with his queen. It was as if he had never expected to see such a sight in his life. HMPH, she is doing it to not lose face. What else could it be? Rebecca said with a disdainful snort, though her expression seemed quite unsightly. This fool doesn't even know how to dance. Watch him going to make a fool of himself. I'm glad I didn't miss out on this, Edmund Throne commented with a look of ridicule. Asher could feel a lot of angry and scornful gazes falling on him, but he ignored them all as he walked towards the dance floor with Rowena, whose expression still seemed as if she wasn't really here. Still, everybody couldn't help but sigh at how graceful and elegant their queen was, even when walking. Most men standing around felt envious that this cripple was getting to dance with the queen. Even if they were offered a chance, they wouldn't dare take it and risk their lives. They felt this crippled consort must have no knowledge of how terrifying the queen could get. They still couldn't help but shudder when remembering the days right after the Demon King's death was reported. Those weren't days they would dare to relive. Now that Asher was getting a good look at Rowena, he couldn't help but feel enamored by her gothic beauty. Her luscious black lips seemed quite alluring, a beautiful contrast to her dark crimson eyes, which had an indescribable charm. The black gown she was wearing now wasn't as simple as the first one he had seen her in before. This one spread over her feet with multiple layers over her skirt, which was adorned with lace, embroidery, and ribbons. Her long silky hair, which was as black as night, had a certain shine to it as it elegantly overflowed over her back, and her overdress had long sleeves and a low neck collar that perfectly skimmed over her big, supple snowy mounds and revealed her enticing cleavage. There was no doubt any man who wanted a wife would gladly sell their soul to have someone as beautiful as her. He knew she was barely a few years older than him physically, though she had the charms of a mature woman as well. But he knew his priorities and his mind remained as firm as her about what he had to do. And when they stood on the floor, Rowena suddenly said, "I will guide you." Asher knew she said this because she was assuming he didn't know how to dance, which was natural to assume. But why let her guide him when this wouldn't be his first rodeo? No need for all that. Just follow my lead, and you will have fun. Sighing so, Asher held her right hand, raising it high, and then used his left hand to cup her left shoulder blade. "What are you doing?" Rowena asked with a confused look after seeing him trying to assume a dance stance she was unfamiliar with. Usually, the man and woman would be holding each other's hands, but she could feel one of Asher's warm hands on her back. "Don't fret about it and just place your left arm over my shoulder." "Come on," Asher said as Rowena briefly squinted her eyes, and after some hesitation, She placed her left hand over his left shoulder. Now keep your feet close and follow me, Asher said as he moved his left foot to the side, making Rowena follow him and move her right foot to the side. Right after that, Asher brought his feet together by moving his right foot close to his left foot while moving his upper body like a slow wave. Rowena's eyes blinked as if she found his movement strange, but she gracefully followed his movements by bringing her left foot close to her right foot. You did great. Now let's keep at it, Asher said with a smile as he repeated the same movements, keeping on moving towards the side along with her while their torsos gracefully imitated a wave motion. Rowena's eyes glinted with a look of surprise as if she had never expected him to know such a foreign dance style that seemed to make her feel like she was floating. Look at my eyes as we dance. That's how this should be, Asher said since Rowena was simply staring at his chest, which was her eye level. Hearing his words, she slowly raised her head as her eyes looked at his dark yellow eyes. She had seen those eyes a number of times over these years, and they always seemed empty and felt nothing. But now those very same eyes seemed to be brimming with flames of emotion she never imagined she would see. Why do we have to keep looking at each other like this? Rowena asked, making Asher chuckle, seeing that she must be feeling awkward. Well, this is something a married couple should do. As they say, eyes are the windows to your soul. Since you are my wife, I want to know you better by looking at your eyes even though you may not feel the same, Asher said with a soft smile. Rowena's eyes briefly looked away, but then her cold gaze shifted back. I don't think you have anything to gain by knowing me better, Rowena said straightforwardly before asking, who taught you to dance like this? I learned about the night dance after going through the books. But I modified it with my own style I came up with and practiced all night so that I could show you a good time. It would be bad if the rest of them dance and enjoy while the Bloodburn Queen and her consort don't show them how it's done, Asher said with a subtle smile. He was actually proficient in formal dancing since he had to learn this when he made a name for himself as a hunter in his previous life. Once he started getting invited to elite balls and parties, he had to learn how to dance, and Ira was the one who taught him how to do so, considering her background. The moment her name and face popped into his mind, he immediately shook them away. After 8 steps or so, they began to dance sideways in the opposite direction. I know you might be angry at me for having to marry a useless cripple like me, Asher mentioned as he maintained his gaze. Rowena shook her head softly and said plainly, you played no part in it. I don't have any anger towards you. Asher lightly smiled, good. Then that means I still have a chance. Chance for what? To become a husband you could be proud of, Asher said with a gentle smile, making Rowena's eyes flicker before saying plainly, you don't have to. But I want to because I know how much you had to sacrifice because of me, Asher said as he looked at her intoxicating crimson eyes. Rowena pulled together her brows and said, you shouldn't have drank too much wine. Asher chuckled upon hearing her words and found her reaction quite cute. However, inwardly he was determined to gain her confidence, so that his journey ahead wouldn't be harsh. As moments passed, Rowena couldn't help but feel as if her surroundings were fading. All she could see was Asher's gaze, and it was as if only both of them were in the hall. For a moment, it felt like the crown had disappeared from her head, and all she could feel was the connection from her hands towards him while she floated along with him. When was the last time she felt such a sense of peace and tranquility? Whispers echoed in the hall as the others couldn't believe that the crippled consort was leading the queen with an unfamiliar dance style, though it seemed quite graceful and pleasing to the eyes. How dare he before everyone else, Oberon Drake muttered as his dark red eyes dangerously glowed, sensing some sort of tension between the two on the dance floor. HMPH, he is insulting our traditions by not dancing the way he should. This is ludicrous, and Rebecca couldn't even complete her sentence as she just had too much to say. Sabina had a look of disbelief seeing Asher dance so elegantly. She was expecting him to stumble or fall, but even if he was dancing in a different style, it seemed romantic, while the usual formal dance seemed bland in comparison. How strange, I have never seen such a peaceful expression on our queen, Lord Vernon Valentine commented. Sadie had a strange expression as she kept staring at Asher, especially his eyes, though nobody could guess what she was thinking. Sister, you feeling jealous, eh? I bet not only Prince Sylvan, but no other noble here can match our royal consort in leading a woman through such a beautiful dance, Kukus remarked with a grin. Just shut up, will you? Sadie said with a peaked look as she pushed away her annoying brother. After a minute, Asher dropped his right hand and raised his left hand to turn Rowena around on her feet, much to her surprise. She felt a lightness in her chest as he turned her around. She didn't know why, but she felt like moving along with his flow without wanting to resist or stop it. Right after she spun on her feet once, he gently pushed her out by holding both her hands before spinning her around once and pulling her closer gently. Rowena felt her senses heighten when she was pulled towards him and made her unconsciously place her right arm over his neck. Relax your body and trust me, Asher said as he let go of her hand and wrapped one of his arms around her waist while tilting her upper body backward. Rona was too distracted by other thoughts and was too late when she found herself dipping backward. Her instinct was to immediately raise her body up, but hearing Asher's words, she felt like letting him carry her along just as how he was doing throughout the entire dance. She felt like she was falling, but his arm wrapped around her waist, making her feel like she was safe within his hold. Asher was a bit surprised that she actually let her body relax and gracefully let her dip backward as he held her other hand and leaned forward, their faces facing each other closely. He had to admit she looked even more breathtaking from this angle and quite alluring, especially as her swan-like neck was arched backward while her dress tightened even more around her well-endowed breasts. "Enjoyed it?" he asked with a classy smile as they stood still in that pose. But the two had no idea that by now pin-drop silence had descended in the hall as most of them had stupefied expressions upon seeing a dance that stirred their hearts. /n humble request from author for reviews of what you guys feel so far after reading /do. The novel is also starving without much golden tickets needed for ranking, but I am greatly thankful to those voting with Power Stone and those who are still reading. Chapter 47, Request for a GIF. Everybody didn't know what to say or think after seeing such a beautiful dance with their queen, who was led by her crippled consort. It was completely out of their expectations, and none could understand where he learned to dance like that. Was he a prodigy when it came to dancing? Still, when picturing only the two of them, they actually looked quite good together, especially when he appeared even more exotic and charming to the noble ladies in the hall. They were absolutely mesmerized by the dance and wished they could experience it. A cripple with some skills not bad. Sabina smiled as she sipped on her chalice. But she never expected she would lose a bet against someone, especially someone like him. Still, instead of feeling angry or disappointed, she only had her eyes glow briefly as she looked at him. Clap, clap, clap. Kukis was the first to clap loudly with a wide grin. Seti shot him a strange look. Stop making a fool out of yourself. Fool out of who? Kukis grinned as Seti turned around and saw everybody else slowly beginning to clap as well. As more of them clapped, others also joined to the point. Even Rebecca and Oberon Drake had no choice but to simply hit their hands together lest others see it as disrespect to the queen. Rowena took a step back with blinking eyes as if she had come back to reality and realized what was going on. She gave a brief glance at Asher, before walking away towards her throne with an inscrutable expression while Asher stood in the same spot and subtly smiled. Lord Vernon Valentine smiled and applauded loudly. What a beautiful dance. I never thought I would be witnessing such a different yet graceful style. Surely, I hope your highness can share some tips later. Thank you for the kind words, Lord Valentine, Asher said with a subtle bow. He wasn't expecting anybody here to truly get impressed by his dance, so he didn't know if Vernon was being courteous or if he truly took a liking to his style. This style of dancing was something he and Ira had come up with together in his previous life. He never expected he would be doing it with someone else at that time, since someone as respectful and powerful as Lord Vernon personally congratulated the royal consort. Some of the lords and ladies of various noble houses passed on their congratulations as well, to which Asher accepted with a polite smile. He didn't care if these people were being sincere. At least he left some impression on all of them, and even if this won't really bring any benefits to him, he at least won't get forgotten as some background character. Where did he even learn to dance like that? It doesn't make sense, Lady Esther Thorne mumbled with a narrowed gaze. Why do you care? It doesn't matter if a cripple can dance or not, Lord Thorin Thorne said with a stone-faced look. This cannot be happening. He is pushing things too far, Oberon said as a dangerous glint shot past his eyes upon seeing how his annoying dance even left an impression on others. Who knows what Rowena must have felt? Saron Drake looked at his son and said, just lay low for a while and don't do anything reckless. The queen won't fully ignore the words of that cripple. It must be because of something her father said to her before he left. How frustrating. Oberon clicked his tongue with an annoyed look as he rubbed his lower lip with a menacing gaze. As soon as the queen sat down, the others stepped back onto the dance floor and continued dancing. Some were inspired by the dance between the royal consort and the queen and tried to imitate their style. Asher walked towards where Sabina was standing with a smile. My no need to gloat before me. I know when to admit defeat even though I am not really used to it, Sabina said with a subtle curve of her succulent red lips. Asher chuckled, hearing her words as he drank some more wine kept on the table. But I am curious, when did you learn to dance after not getting out of your room for all these years? I have yet to meet someone who mastered dancing within a night, she said with a peculiar gaze. Well, you did meet that someone now. What other possible way could I have learned? Maybe I was born to dance, Asher said with a wink as he sipped on his wine. Aren't you quite talented? Tilda. Sabina let out a charming giggle as she caressed her lower red lip with her hand fan. Edmund Thorne, who was sitting with his family, noticed his sister, who was also his fiancée, giggling and talking to that crippled consort. He had been noticing this for a while, but this time he just couldn't take it as he stood up. How dare that cripple breathe the same air as her? I will. Sit down, Edmund. You do know how she doesn't like to be interrupted or told what to do, Esther Thorne said with a brief shake of her head, making Edmund's hand shake. Mother, you can't let this go on. So now that I won, I hope you aren't planning to back out, Asher said with an expectant look. Sabina subtly chuckled and said, this lady never backs out from a promise. I am curious what gift the royal consort would need from me. I won't ask for anything that would cause you inconvenience. All I want is the potion ingredients for healing. Just the ingredients for the basic one will suffice and should last me few months, Asher casually said. Sabina raised her brows as if she didn't expect him to ask for such a thing. Ingredients for a healing potion? How strange. I don't mean any offense. But what possible use could you have with that, or even learn to use them? Surely, you seem to be in great health, and if not, the royal physician can perform miracles you won't even expect. Of course, I have no use for it. But I feel like I have a lot of time on my hands, which makes my life quite boring. So I decided, why not learn something to keep my mind occupied? I plan to learn the formula from the library here and experiment with the ingredients to create my own formulas, no matter how daunting that might be. I know the hard truth that I am a cripple and my prospects are greatly limited. But I can at least use my head and contribute to the welfare of our kingdom in my own way. If I can become someone who can at least create some potion formulas that can benefit our brave raiders and reapers, then I wouldn't feel I am letting down our kingdom or its people, Asher said with an inner light in his eyes. He knew it would seem suspicious if he simply asked for a potion formula without a good reason. However, if he gets his hands on a health potion formula, then he can brew them on his own and not worry about feeding blood to his bloodthirsty ring. As someone who was also renowned as the potion prince in his previous life, he wanted to utilize those skills in this life as well. Chapter 48, You will regret coming back. That's admirable. I have to say I have never met anyone as ambitious as you, Sabina said with a subtle smile, making Asher wonder if she was complimenting him or being sarcastic. However, he didn't care if she thought he was simply wasting his time or trying hard for dumb reasons. Once he can make his own health potions, he wouldn't have to worry about feeding his ring, nor would he arouse any suspicion from Rowena. But you could have asked the queen for this small favor. It isn't like you asked for something special, Sabina said as if she was wondering why he went so far to even win a bet for this. Asher shook his head with a smile and said, my wife is too overprotective of me to the point I can't even leave the castle, so if I talked to her about experimenting with the ingredients, she might think I might hurt myself, even if I am not that stupid. Even though Asher said this, in reality he was also worried that Rowena might feel suspicious if he always asked her for ingredients. He already decided to buy his own after he earned enough life crystals. Sabina squinted her eyes as she said, in a way, you are quite lucky to be married to her. Eminence, since I already gave you my word, I will give you what you want as a personal gift and be discreet about it. Hope it will be of good use to you. See you soon then, Sabina said with a charming wink as she slowly walked away, her gait appearing as if she was walking on clouds. Asher couldn't believe he managed to get something he desperately needed after learning about feeding the ring with his blood. He had been worrying about it all this while, since he couldn't even ask anyone about this until Sabina's idea of a bet made it easy for him. With a relieved smile, he walked back to his seat, though he could feel a cold gaze on him and saw Oberon Drake looking at him with a dark, cold expression. Asher subtly curved his lips with a narrowed gaze before looking away. When he walked up to the platform, he caught Seti looking at him with a strange expression, but when he looked at her, she immediately averted her gaze, making him wonder what was wrong with her now. Was she too scared of him now? Asher was satisfied he was able to make her shut up, but he still had plans for her. Kukis was eagerly fidgeting behind the chair to greet Asher and said with a flattery smile, Your Highness, this worthy servant was blown away by your performance. Even the devils would sigh in admiration, and the skies will. Kukis? Yes, Your Highness. Shut up. After getting some silence, Asher looked towards Rowena, whose eyes seemed to wander unlike before. But as he kept staring at her side profile, he saw her eyes ripple slightly before returning to normal. Seti, who was standing behind the throne, couldn't help but notice a subtle tension in the air between these two. She shook her head inwardly as she kept thinking about what had happened earlier. The night dance came to an end as everyone already dispersed from the center. Rowena nodded as the hall elder stepped forward and said in a loud voice, This eventful day. He went on with his speech, and Jarius Thorne couldn't hold it any longer and whispered to his father meekly, Father, can we please tell the queen about that so-called Hellbringer? If she knows, then she can immediately. You incompetent fool. I told you once to not mention your incapability to me. And now you want me to make not only me but our house look pathetic before the Queen and the people? Speak of this once more, and you won't speak for a year, Lord Thorn said in a cold, cutting tone that made Jarius shrink his neck with an indignant look. He no longer had the guts to speak to his father about this again. Esther Thorne simply gave a passing glance at her son before saying to her husband, I know it was his impotence that caused him to lose face. But he is still a member of our house, and his defeat is a disgrace to us as well. Are you really not planning to do anything about this so-called Hellbringer? She asked with a narrowed gaze. Lord Thorin let out a short, cold chuckle and said, he described it as a lick on flames. It must be some undead that Edmund used to play a prank on him. He is not that younger than Sylvan, and yet he continues to be an embarrassment. Don't entertain his fanatics. Esther's eyes narrowed, but then she nodded and didn't say anything anymore. Jarius didn't hear, but he could see how nobody in his family was taking him seriously, especially about what happened to him. He now regretted even telling them about it. He felt that the only way was to find this Hellbringer himself and make him realize who he messed with. The Hall Elder was about to end his speech, but what a surprise, a celebration for a cripple. This is definitely unprecedented in the history of our kingdom. It's funny how far we have fallen, isn't it? A cynical voice of a woman suddenly echoed from the entrance as all eyes suddenly shifted in that direction. They saw a feminine figure in a black cloak wearing a hood entering the hall through the door, much to the confusion of the others as they wondered who this person was, especially to utter such bold words that would instantly award them a death sentence. Within just a few sentences, she not only ridiculed the crippled consort, but also insulted the Queen's presence, which would be more than enough for a death warrant. Even if the royal consort was a cripple, nobody would say it aloud, especially before the Queen, since it would be an insult to the royal family. Some of them naturally tried to use their mana to sense who this mysterious person was, but those who did it collapsed immediately on the floor, causing panic and even more confusion. Thud. Obviously, this kind of commotion garnered everyone's attention, including Asher and Rowena. However, the moment Rowena saw this mysterious woman, her crimson eyes shook. Asher noticed how her aura and expression drastically changed and wondered if she knew who this woman in the cloak was. All he could see was the pale hands of the mysterious woman with black nail polish on her sharp nails, just like that of Rowena's. Saron's face became grim as he mumbled, "Why is she here?" Rebecca grabbed her armrest as she mumbled with a look of disbelief, "Is she mad? She has to be, this is bad," Lord Vernon Valentine mumbled as his previously calm smile stiffened upon seeing the woman in the cloak. Native Valentine grabbed the hand of her husband and her daughter with a taut expression. "Why would she come back? Is that Sylvia?" Valentine gasped as she covered her mouth with raised brows. Yale Valentine, who was sitting bored and silent all this time, suddenly became vigilant as he placed his hand on his hip. Lord Thorn, who had been sitting with a deadpan expression since he came here, suddenly leaned forward with a wary glint in his eyes upon seeing her. Lady Esther Thorne glanced at Sabina, who nodded with a subtle glow in her eyes. The rest of the nobles gathered in the hall even hurriedly left their tables with looks of terror and fear as they scurried to the side. It was as if they recognized who it was after seeing some of them collapse just from trying to probe her. The entire hall was plunged into a deathly silence as the mysterious woman stopped walking as she reached the center of the hall. Just a year ago, on this day, our lives changed. The blind and the fools of this kingdom say it was you who lost everything, but we all know who truly lost everything. You know that the best, don't you, niece? The mysterious woman said in a cold, seething tone as she suddenly removed her hood to reveal a graceful-looking middle-aged woman with dark red eyes that radiated suppressed killing intent, making those who looked at her eyes feel their bodies shudder. "Aunt Irina, you will regret coming back," Rowena finally spoke with a firm, cold gaze. "Aunt Irina?" Asher didn't expect Rowena to have an aunt he didn't know about before. If she was her aunt, then why wasn't she staying in the castle, and what was with this heavy and hostile atmosphere in the hall? Asher didn't know who this woman was, but he could tell that she was not a demon that was powerful enough to put every other demon in this hall to hold their breaths. Only Rowena seemed to have a strange expression upon seeing her, and he wondered what happened between these two since her aunt seemed to have something against her. Irina coldly chuckled as she tilted her head. "Regret? Really? Are you worried that I am back to take what never should have belonged to you, my dear niece?" Asher felt as if this woman had a nut loose in her head since her bearings seemed a bit deranged. Her actions were all screaming for a death wish since she literally hinted at taking the throne. Chapter 49. "Nobody will leave this hall. That is enough. Cut down this traitor," Seti said in a fierce tone as she stepped forward, and dark silver knuckles with steel spikes on them manifested on her fists. The 5 Bloodborne guards also unsheathed their swords halfway, as they stepped forward from every side to cut down this intruder who dared to speak ill against the Queen. However, Rowena briefly raised her hand, gesturing them to stand down, making Seti and the 5 bloodborne guards freeze themselves on the spot. Instead, she discreetly told them to escort the guests outside and Asher to safety. However, right as they were about to do that, dozens of men and women in black robes and wearing masks entered the hall from every side, their eyes glowing dark red. Nobody could even tell how they suddenly came in, but they weren't surprised, considering Irina knew this castle like the back of her hand. Irina coldly smiled. Nobody in this hall will get out unscathed. Today this hall will be bathed in blood just like how you soaked your hands with the blood of my kin, my husband and my sons. Everybody felt chills hearing her words since they knew she was dead serious, considering what had happened last year. Asher felt the atmosphere in the hall turning quite heavy and tense. He looked at Kukis, gesturing to him to tell him what the fuck was going on. Kukis was shivering and was hiding behind Asher's chair, but he somehow found the strength and said, "This is bad, really bad. The queen killed off her entire family and anybody who supported her husband when her husband tried to claim the throne right after the Demon King died. And now she is probably back to get revenge. Crap, my luck to be in the same hall as her." Asher didn't know that a power struggle happened right after the Demon King's death. But it wasn't surprising considering how tempting the crown could be. However, he wasn't surprised to know that Rowena didn't hesitate to kill off a part of our own family to assert her dominance. As a demon queen, without being ruthless, one can't sit on the throne. This only made him once again compare the contrast between the human world and this world. "How powerful is that woman?" Asher asked in a low voice. "She is the sister of the late Demon King," Kukis said with a frantic look. Asher's brows raised since being the sister of the Demon King spoke volumes of how powerful she could be. He also knew this castle won't help take care of the intruders since Irina and her subordinates were carrying the same bloodline as House Drake. This made him wonder if Rowena would be able to handle her since Irina somehow sealed the exits, and it could take a while before the guards from outside could come in. Rowena was also like a junior when compared to a senior figure like Irina, who was several centuries old. She didn't even have her dragon to protect her too. Things weren't looking good. Lord Vernon and Lord Thorin, along with their family members, got up from their seats, their expressions on full alert. However, Jarius Thorn was trembling in fear upon seeing Irina and her boiling dark red eyes. He wanted to flee and shakingly tugged on his mother's sleeve. "Mother, please get us out of here. She has gone mad, grow a spine. There is no getting out of this until Irina and her followers are taken care of," Esther Thorin said sternly before turning her ghostly red eyes toward the massed people slowly surrounding them to attack. Irina definitely came prepared. She brought her best soldiers with her. "This won't be easy at all," Lord Vernon Valentine said with a serious look. Rowena leaned forward and said with a stone-cold gaze, "You dare say that I took everything from you when your kin, especially your husband, committed treason by trying to usurp the throne? Your kin didn't even care about my father's death. All they cared about was stealing the crown when this kingdom was broken and defenseless from his death. My father chose me as his successor and not your husband. He chose wrong," Irina said as she clenched her jaw and pointed at her. "Look at you. Look how closely you are keeping a beast of our enemy race close to you as your battle master. Did any king or queen in the history of our realm ever appoint an enemy with such a high-ranking title?" Seti's fists were shaking uncontrollably as her dark blue eyes shone with a deathly cold light. Irina wasn't finished as she turned her gaze towards Asher. "Forget about that and see the useless bag of bones with the title of a consort sitting beside you. Even after your father's death, you still haven't gotten rid of him and continue to keep him close like a disease. How humiliating and disgraceful to the entire kingdom. This only shows how wrong your father was to choose you as his successor. You don't deserve that crown on your head. It was only right my husband should have succeeded the throne rather than you." Asher saw this woman throwing verbal attacks at him as well, and at this point, he was just wishing for her to drop dead. "Oh my god, why won't she stop? Did she really come here to die?" Native Valentine mumbled as she placed her hand on her mouth with a look of disbelief. "You have spoken enough now, you deserve to burn," Rowena said in a blood-chilling voice as she slowly got up, her crimson eyes radiating killing intent that targeted Irina and her people. Irina's followers felt their blood shaking in horror upon feeling the killing intent and anger of the queen. They found themselves grimacing as they felt like their hearts were about to explode from terror. They couldn't even move an inch. But Irina snorted as she used her aura to shield her followers from Rowena's killing intent, saving them just in time. Seti was about to help her deal with these intruders, but she received an order from the queen to quickly get Asher away from this hall. Seti had no choice but to follow the order as she turned around to grab him. However, she was blocked by a bunch of Irina's men and had no choice but to try and fight them off. "I said nobody will leave this hall," Irina shouted in a seething tone as she conjured a spear of searing blood using her mana and threw it right toward Asher. Asher's eyes widened as he saw the spear of searing blood cutting through the air like a bullet and heading for him. Chapter 50, There Will Be Nothing But Ash. The spear was cutting through the air so fast Asher didn't even have the time to react or think. Even before he could blink, the tip of the spear was already about to pierce his heart. He knew Irina had somehow compromised the castle, so using his master access wasn't an option. He could only think of transforming into Hellbringer, even if that could mean exposing his only ace up his sleeve. However, suddenly a gust of wind blew past his face as a gothic beauty stopped the spear with her bare hands right before it could pierce his skin. Asher literally felt as if he had dodged a bullet and saw Rowan standing in front of him as if to shield him. The 5 Bloodburn guards immediately appeared before him and surrounded his chair as if acting as a shield for him. He realized Rowan must have ordered them to protect him even though their duty was to protect her. This made him realize even more how determined she was to keep him alive. She then twirled the spear around and struck the ground with it, sending tendrils of blood in every direction, especially toward Irina's followers, who were caught unawares. These tendrils wrapped around their body and pulled them up into the air as they began to break their bones. But Irina manifested blades of blood in the air and cut down these tendrils, making them fall back onto the floor. "You have to get past me first," Irina said with a cutting gaze. Seti was frustrated to see these masked vampires get back on their feet. One of them had already jumped into the air to slash at her head, but Seti stepped to the side and smashed his jaw with her spiky knuckle glove and then smashed his chest again and again till his heart was a bloody paste. "Yar! Come at me, cowards!" Seti let out a battle cry as she jumped on the rest and began to pulverize them one after the other. Asher narrowed his eyes upon seeing Seti fight like a mad woman, yet with brute strength that surely wasn't weak in any way. She was even purposefully letting herself get attacked and injured, even though she could have avoided them easily. But then he noticed that the more she got attacked, the stronger her attacks were becoming. Was this some kind of werewolf rage thing? Still, he had never seen this kind of thing before since she clearly wasn't expending that much mana. The entire hall was in chaos as Irina's followers were randomly cutting down the nobles. Asher could see that each of these followers was no joke. They were surely high-ranked demons who were loyal to Irina. Most of the nobles in this hall seemed to have no chance or were struggling quite a lot against Irina's followers. It was no surprise since all these followers were of House Drake, allowing them to make their blood hot as flames, which would definitely be a nightmare to any other vampire. But right then he saw the members of House Thorn and House Valentine getting into action, trying to kill Irina's people before they could do any further damage. And the moment they joined in, the followers of Irina seemed to get suppressed for the first time. Asher raised his brows when he saw Lord Thorin clutch the throat of one of the followers, and the next moment all life was drained out of him till his eyes began to glow dark blue, turning him into a zombie just like that. And this zombie began to attack his own people, no longer Irina's follower, but an undead slave of Thorin. As for Sabina, she was smiling charmingly as she summoned 3 undead hunters who had their eyes glowing with an eerie dark blue light. Asher saw how their organs were sticking out from their bodies, while some even had their eyeballs dangling out of their sockets. And based on how ghastly they looked, especially their rotting flesh and various cuts on them, he could only imagine what Sabina did to them before killing them. However, these 3 still had armor and weapons on them, and lunged towards Irina's men with movements and speed that were no weaker than veteran hunters. Those 3 cut down one of Irina's men before he could even raise his blade. But he saw Jarius thrown cowering behind his mother and scoffed. He looked like he was about to pee any second. It seemed like Esther Thorne couldn't even join the fight because of him. As for Edmund Thorne, he walked past a man getting attacked by Irina's followers. He screamed at Edmund for help, but Edmund didn't even turn around as if he didn't hear or see him, and went ahead to grab a noblewoman who was hiding behind a pillar. She was not under attack, but was thrilled to see the handsome and powerful young lord personally escort her to a safe corner. On the other side, Lord Vernon was gracefully walking towards the followers despite the fact that 2 of them were about to cut him down with their scorching blood weapons. But just as they reached near them, their eyes flickered, and the next moment they stabbed each other's hearts before dropping dead to the ground. He didn't even raise a finger and still had a subtle smile on his face as he continued walking. And as if Asher hadn't seen enough, he saw Sylvia dancing with a cheery smile. But what made him blink his eyes was the 2 of Irina's followers were dancing along with her as if they were enjoying it too. Right as he was about to wonder what this crazy woman was doing with them, he looked closely and saw Sylvia throwing a round, pretty red ball at them before taking 2 steps back. The next moment flames burst out as they engulfed the 2 followers, but they still kept on dancing as if they didn't even know they were getting burned alive. "Teh, this is so fun!" Sylvia giggled as she excitedly clapped her hands while watching the 2 flaming figures dancing to their death. Even if these two had the Bloodburn bloodline, that didn't mean they were immune to magic flames. It only meant that they were resistant to it compared to other vampires, and this fact only made it worse since these flames were slowly burning off their flesh due to their resistance. It was not an ordinary sight people could stomach, though Asher wasn't surprised by her actions after his interaction with her. The son and mother duo, Jarius and native Valentine, seemed as if they were taking a stroll, by holding hands and confusing Irina's men who tried to attack them. It seemed too easy for them to cut these men down together. Asher felt that they were even more dangerous upon seeing them in action. As for Saron, he was facing off against 4 of Irina's men, who seemed stronger than the others. However, these 4 were getting closer to death as each second passed, as Saron was killing them from the inside by boiling their blood beyond their limits. Rebecca had a condescending smile on her face as she was still sitting on her chair and sent her hairpin flying around with the mere movement of her finger. Once her hairpin knife pierced one of Irina's followers, their bodies would go limp as their eyes turned lifeless. But it wasn't the end for them, as their eyes would uncontrollably shake before their eyes turned a creepy dark blue. And the next moment, they would attack their own men as per the orders of Rebecca, their master. Asher saw Sylvan Drake rushing to help Seti, cutting down anyone who was trying to attack Seti. "Seti, I got your back," Sylvan said as he jumped right next to her. "You should go and help the queen." "I got this." Seti was worried since, other than being powerful, Irina wasn't a woman who would mindlessly carry out an attack no matter how angry or resentful she was. If she came here like this, then she definitely wasn't planning to leave without causing enough damage. "Don't worry about her. Oberon will support her." "I can't just leave you alone like this," Sylvan said as he plunged his sword into one of Irina's men. Rowena and Irina were exchanging attacks when Oberon came in and sent an attack toward Irina along with Rowena's, pushing her a step back. "That's enough, Aunt Irina. This is a fool's errand. My queen punished your family for their treason and anybody who supported it. You were lucky to escape at that time, but you should have stayed hidden. Now there is no hope for you. Did you come here wishing to die? There is no way you could do anything when all of us are here," Oberon asked as he stood in front of Rowena with a smirk and his chin raised high. Irina coldly smiled as she said, "Little Oberon, it's a pity you have yet to become a man. It must have been pathetic to watch as what was supposed to be yours was snatched right before you," she finished with a brief glance at the crippled consort. Oberon's expression turned ugly as he knew what she exactly meant. But because he got distracted momentarily, it was too late when he saw a lava of blood rising from the ground and smashing against him, sending him flying towards the back. "Now, there will be nothing but ash," Irina said as a giant black grimoire suddenly manifested in her hands. And as she moved her hands through the air, as a huge crimson mana circle suddenly began to light up around her. Rowena's eyes shook as she realized what Irina was doing, and was about to stop her when dozens of Irina's followers suddenly left whatever they were doing and charged at Rowena like a frenzied mob. Asher knew Rowena could handle this mob, but the reason he was almost on his feet was that he saw a giant burst of flames coming out of the crimson circle around Irina that made his eyes go wide. "Roar!"